Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter became international wizard in normal world? Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. It had been 2 weeks since Harry Potter had returned to the familiar walls of Privet Drive No. 4. Summer had just begun, but it wasn't the peaceful, carefree summer most children anticipated. It never was for Harry. The Dursleys were as cold as ever, though something was different this year. Instead of barking orders at him to scrub the floors, mow the lawn, or paint the fence, his aunt and uncle had become unusually quiet. Petunia Dursley had barely spoken a word to him since the day he'd stepped back into the house from King's Cross Station. She'd simply pursed her lips in that tight, thin way she often did when she was especially displeased and ushered him to his room. Vernon, on the other hand, had given him nothing but nasty glares. In the past, that would have been followed by gruff demands, but now it seemed as if the Dursleys were waiting for something. Something that hadn't yet arrived. Harry found this sudden change unnerving. There was something ominous in the air, as if at any moment they might spring a surprise on him that would be far worse than their usual mistreatment. He could feel it, lurking like a dark cloud ready to burst. At least Dudley had remained oblivious, too absorbed in his usual life of television, video games, and bullying the neighborhood kids to pay any mind to Harry. Harry sighed as he lay on his small bed, staring at the ceiling. He had learned not to expect much from the Dursleys, but this strange silence, coupled with their side glances at the clock and door, was unsettling. Every time Petunia's eyes flicked toward the front window, Harry felt a pang of anxiety. He couldn't shake the feeling that she was waiting for something, or someone. What are they up to? He whispered to himself, his fingers drumming on the thin blanket covering him. The days crawled by, and Harry found himself spending more time than usual indoors, not because the Dursleys had forbidden him from going outside, but because the tension was suffocating. He needed to be ready for whatever it was they were planning. He hadn't written to Ron or Hermione yet, as part of him didn't want to burden them with his strange predicament. What would he even say? My aunt and uncle have stopped bossing me around, and now I'm scared. Just then, the sharp ring of the doorbell echoed through the house. Harry's head snapped toward the door. Petunia and Vernon exchanged a look, and for the first time in days, they moved with purpose. Harry tiptoed down the stairs, trying to hear the conversation. Petunia was the first to reach the door, quickly smoothing down her blouse and forcing a smile that barely touched her lips. She opened the door just wide enough to speak to whoever was outside. "Oh, yes, right on time," she said in that false sweet tone she reserved for outsiders. "Do come in." Harry held his breath, peering around the corner as a tall, sharply dressed man stepped into the house. He was carrying a suitcase and wore an expression of thinly veiled impatience. He had a sleek, dark coat and short, carefully styled hair. His eyes scanned the room with quiet authority, and when they landed on Harry, he gave a nod, as if he had expected to see him. "Petunia," the man greeted her briskly. "Vernon." "Alexander," Petunia replied with a strained smile. "Or, Xander, right. This is my husband, Vernon." Xander gave a quick nod, barely glancing at Vernon before turning his attention fully to Harry. There was something familiar about the way he held himself, something Harry couldn't quite place. "That must be Harry," Xander said, his voice smooth but with a tone that reminded Harry a little too much of another person he knew well. Harry stepped forward cautiously. "Yes, that's me, Harry," Xander said with a small, knowing smile. "I'm your cousin, Alexander Bouchard, though you can call me Xander. We're related through your mother's side, albeit distantly." Harry blinked in surprise. Cousin. He hadn't even known he had relatives outside of the Dursleys. "I didn't know," he began, but Xander cut him off with a slight wave of his hand. "I know. This must all seem sudden," Xander continued. "But your aunt and I have been in contact for some time. It's been arranged that you'll spend the rest of your summer with me in Aalsmeer, Amsterdam. A quiet place, away from all complications." Harry's head spun. Amsterdam. It didn't make any sense. Why now? He asked, his voice calmer than he felt. Why are you sending me away? Because it's better this way, Vernon cut in with a grunt, looking relieved. You'll be out of our hair for the rest of the summer, and that's final. Vernon's interruption only made Harry more suspicious. Petunia had barely looked at him, and the trained smile she gave Xander made Harry feel like something was off. What were they not telling him? Xander seemed to sense Harry's unease and softened his tone. There are circumstances that make it safer for you to be away from here for the rest of the summer, Xander said. It's already settled. You'll be staying with me and my family. Harry's stomach tightened at the word, family. Xander hadn't mentioned anyone else before. Your family? Harry asked. My husband, Xander clarified. Though he's not here to pick you up today. Severus. Ah, Professor Snape. He's staying behind with our children. Harry's jaw dropped. Snape, he blurted out, unable to mask the shock in his voice. Xander chuckled, clearly amused by Harry's reaction. Yes, Severus Snape. I assume you know him well from your time at Hogwarts. Harry's mind raced. Snape, married, with children. It was the last thing he had ever expected. The very idea of Snape being married, let alone married to someone as, well, different from him as Xander, was staggering. And they had kids. Xander placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Don't worry, he's not as dreadful outside of Hogwarts as he seems. I think you'll find things different in our home. Harry was speechless. He didn't trust this arrangement, but what choice did he have? Whatever was waiting for him in Amsterdam was clearly tied to the magical world. I'll go pack, Harry mumbled, turning to retreat up the stairs. As Harry packed, his mind raced with questions. Why had the Dursleys agreed to this? Why Snape, of all people? And most importantly, what did all this mean for his summer, and for his life at Hogwarts moving forward? Something told him that whatever was waiting for him in Amsterdam, it was bound to change everything. The moment Harry finished packing his few belongings, Xander wasted no time. With a brief explanation about how traveling by apparition might feel, he grabbed Harry's arm. There was a sudden, stomach-churning jerk that left Harry's head spinning as Privet Drive vanished and was replaced by a completely different scene. Harry stumbled, his legs unsteady as he blinked into the bright afternoon light. The air was crisp and cool, and the sound of birds chirping filled the air. They stood on a quiet street lined with picturesque houses, some with colorful flowers blooming in their front yards. A narrow canal ran alongside the road, its still water reflecting the surrounding greenery. It was peaceful, calm, so unlike anything Harry had ever known. Welcome to Aalsmeer, Xander said, smiling warmly as he steadied Harry. We're home. Harry looked around, his heart still pounding from the sudden transport. He hadn't known what to expect, but the sight of Xander's house surprised him. It was large, with ivy climbing the pale brick walls, wide windows letting in warm sunlight, and the front yard brimming with flowers that seemed to have minds of their own, swaying in the breeze as if dancing. The atmosphere was welcoming, a stark contrast to the oppressive air of the Dursleys' home. Is this where you and Snape live? Harry asked, not quite able to believe it. The idea of his strict, sour potions profe. Living anywhere remotely pleasant was hard to grasp. Xander chuckled. Severus, yes, though I think you'll find he's a bit different here. Harry wasn't convinced. No version of Snape could ever be described as different, unless it was in how creatively unpleasant he could be. Still, he was here now, in Amsterdam, living with his professor's husband and their apparently large family. Let's get inside, Xander said, guiding Harry up the cobblestone path. I think the kids are excited to meet you. The kids, Harry repeated, suddenly reminded of Xander's earlier mention. He hadn't been sure what Xander meant before, but now, as they reached the front door, a knot of anxiety twisted in his stomach. Snape had kids, adopted kids, sure, but still, 6 of them. Harry barely had time to process it when the front door flew open. And a boy a few years older than him, tall and lanky, burst out with a wide grin. Hey, you must be Harry, the boy greeted, bounding forward like an overexcited puppy. I'm Daniel, come on, we've been waiting for you. Daniel grabbed Harry's hand in a firm handshake, his grin never fading as he pulled Harry inside the house with surprising enthusiasm. The entryway was warm and spacious, with soft lighting and the smell of something delicious wafting from the kitchen. Harry barely had time to take it all in as Daniel continued talking excitedly. "We're really glad you're here. You're going to love it. Xander's the best at cooking. Though don't let Severus hear me say that," Daniel added with a mischievous grin. "He's not bad at it either, but Xander's way better. Do you like Quidditch? We've got a pitch nearby, where we play sometimes. Oh, and Amsterdam is amazing. There's so much to see. I can show you around if you want." Harry blinked, trying to keep up with the onslaught of words. Daniel was like a human golden retriever, all energy and friendliness, and Harry couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. "Daniel," came a quieter, more composed voice from behind. "Give him a moment to breathe, will you?" Harry turned to see a girl standing at the edge of the hallway, arms crossed, a book clutched against her chest. She had dark hair, different from Daniel's blonde head, and wore an expression that was much more serious. This had to be Tess, the second oldest. Daniel grinned sheepishly. "Right, sorry, I just got excited." Tess rolled her eyes, stepping forward with a calm grace. "I'm Tess," she introduced herself, her tone soft but polite. "You'll get used to Daniel. Eventually." Hi," Harry said awkwardly, feeling a bit out of place. This family already felt so different from the one he'd left behind. Before he could say more, a loud crash echoed from the living room, followed by a boy's voice shouting, "Oi! Tess, stop throwing things at me. That's Max," Daniel explained with a chuckle, his grin widening again. They entered the living room, where Harry spotted Max sprawled on the floor, trying to fend off an attack from a flying pillow. He looked up at Harry with a mischievous glint in his eye. "So you're the new kid, Harry, right?" Max said, pushing himself up from the floor. He had a smirk that immediately made Harry think of the Weasley twins. "Welcome to the madhouse. Don't worry, we're all mostly normal." "Mostly," Tess muttered under her breath as she walked past. Max snorted, tossing the pillow aside. "Tess just doesn't like people." "I like people just fine," Tess retorted, shooting Max a glare. "I just don't like you." Harry wasn't sure whether to laugh or feel even more nervous. The dynamic between these siblings was chaotic but oddly comforting. It was so different from what he had known, and despite the overwhelming introductions, it felt welcoming. As Harry tried to process it all, a quieter figure entered the room. A boy who seemed about a year younger than Harry, with dark hair and sharp eyes, stood by the door, observing. He didn't rush forward like Daniel or tease like Max. Instead, he offered a simple, "Hello. I'm Sal." "Hi," Harry said, giving a nod. There was something about Sal's composed demeanor that made him stand out from the others. He was calm, almost too calm, and Harry could immediately tell that Sal was much more like Snape than the rest of the family. "Sal's really into experimenting," Daniel said helpfully. "He's always with Dad. Severus." Harry felt a strange jolt at the casual mention of Snape as Dad. It was hard to imagine the same man who scowled at him in potions class being called that. As Harry was about to respond, a new burst of energy swept into the room. A bubbly girl with wild curls and a grin even wider than Daniel's skipped forward. "Hi, I'm Nika," she announced brightly, her voice full of excitement. Before Harry could say anything, Nika threw her arms around him in a tight, enthusiastic hug. Okay," Harry managed, taken aback by her forwardness. "Nika," Tess sighed, "don't suffocate him." Nika released Harry, still beaming. "I'm just so happy he's here. I've never met anyone from Xander's family besides Graham." "She's like that with everyone," Max said, nudging Harry with his elbow. "Better get used to it, Potter." "Please don't call me that," Harry said, feeling uncomfortable with all the attention. The last introduction came quietly. A little girl, no older than 10, peeked around the doorway, half hiding behind the frame. Her big, doe-like eyes peered at Harry with shy curiosity. Nika waved her over. "That's Lynn," Nika explained. "She's the youngest, and she's an absolute angel." Lynn stepped forward hesitantly, her hands clasped in front of her. "Hello," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Harry smiled at her. "Hi, Lynn." Her face lit up at his response, and she gave him a small, shy smile in return before quickly darting behind Nika. The whole scene was overwhelming, but Harry couldn't deny that there was something warm and comforting about it. He had never known what it felt like to be part of a large family, and now, here he was. Surrounded by 6 siblings, each with their own personalities and quirks. It was chaotic, but in a good way. Before Harry could say more, the sound of familiar, measured footsteps echoed down the stairs and into the hallway leading to the living room. Harry felt his stomach tighten. He knew that walk. Severus Snape appeared in the doorway, his black robes sweeping the floor as he entered the living room. His presence immediately brought a hush over the room, and the children, while not afraid, seemed to settle down a bit. Snape's dark eyes fell on Harry, and for a moment, neither of them spoke. It was strange, seeing him here, in a house that radiated warmth and comfort, when all Harry had ever known was Snape's cold, sneering expression in the dungeons of Hogwarts. "Potter," Snape greeted, his tone as cool as ever. But there was something else there, something Harry couldn't quite place. "Professor," Harry replied automatically, standing a bit straighter under the man's intense gaze. Xander appeared behind Snape, gently placing a hand on his husband's shoulder. "Severus, don't scare him," Xander said lightly. "We're going to make dinner soon. So why don't you help Harry get settled in his room?" Snape's expression remained unreadable, but he gave a short nod. "Follow me, Potter." Harry wasn't sure what to expect as he followed Snape through the hallway. He felt tense, like he was walking into some sort of trap. But when they reached a door at the end of the hall, Snape gestured for him to enter. The room was simple yet comfortable, with a cozy bed at its center. A large window overlooked the canal, and beside it stood a wooden desk with a few books and papers. Across from the bed, a modest closet stood slightly open. It wasn't much, but it was 1,000 times better than the cupboard under the stairs. "I trust you'll keep your belongings organized," Snape said, his voice sharp. Harry nodded, unsure of what else to say. Snap. He turned to leave but hesitated at the door. "Dinner will be served shortly, settle in and come downstairs when you're ready," he said quietly. "After dinner I shall show you around." With that, Snape swept out of the room, leaving Harry alone to contemplate the strange situation he found himself in. Settling in, as Harry sat on the edge of his new bed, staring out the window at the peaceful canal that ran behind the house. His mind raced. It felt surreal to be in Aalsmeer, far away from the suffocating atmosphere of Privet Drive. The Dursleys' dark glances and disdainful comments were, for now at least, nothing but a distant memory. But the sudden change also left him feeling anxious, like he was floating without an anchor. In the last few weeks, everything had turned upside down. He'd survived another year back at Hogwarts, fought a basilisk, and even gone up against Voldemort, or whatever that thing in the diary was. And yet, here he was, faced with something entirely new, the prospect of living with a family who didn't see him as a freak. It felt both wonderful and terrifying. "Dinner is ready," Xander called from downstairs, interrupting Harry's thoughts. The sounds of and light banter echoed through the house, beckoning him to join. Harry rose, smoothing his clothes nervously before heading down the hallway. When he entered the dining room, the table was set for everyone, and the aroma of something delicious wafted through the air. "Harry, sit here," Nika exclaimed, pulling out a chair next to her. Daniel took the seat across from Harry, while Max settled in beside him. "Tonight, we're having lasagna," Xander announced with a flourish as he served the food from a large casserole dish. "My special recipe. Special or not, it's still better than what you made last week," Max quipped, earning a playful glare from Xander. Tess looked up from her book, her eyebrow raised. "I thought you were going to make us pizza instead." "Wasn't that the plan?" "Plans change, Tess," Xander replied with a wink. "Besides, I think we can all agree that this is a win." As they dug into their dinner, laughter and stories filled the room. Harry felt himself relax amidst the chatter, enjoying the camaraderie that felt foreign yet comforting. "So, Harry," Daniel said, a piece of lasagna halfway to his mouth, "what's the coolest thing at Hogwarts?" Harry hesitated, unsure how to respond. "I guess playing Quidditch is pretty fun," he finally said, glancing at Max. "Quidditch? You're joking, right?" Max laughed. "You should join me and Danny to play sometimes." Before Harry could reply, A stern voice cut through the chatter. Quidditch may be enjoyable, but it is hardly the most crucial aspect of your existence, Mr. Potter. Harry turned to find Severus Snape standing in the doorway, arms crossed, an expression as unyielding as ever. He hadn't realized the man had entered the room. Xander sighed, looking between Harry and Snape. Severus, let the boy enjoy his dinner. Yes, well, Snape replied curtly, stepping into the room. Said boy shouldn't lower himself so much. Snape strode to the table, taking his seat at the head. The room quieted somewhat as the children shifted their focus. Harry noticed how naturally Snape fit in here, though his coldness from Hogwarts still seeped through in his voice and posture. Xander smiled and served him a plate without a word, but the glance they exchanged spoke volumes. There was a silent understanding between them, an easy rhythm in the way they moved together that caught Harry off guard. He had never imagined Ed Snape as someone who could belong in a family like this. After the meal, as promised, Snape guided Harry around the house, showing him the library, the garden, the study, and the greenhouse where he grew an assortment of magical herbs. Though Harry tried to focus on Snape's words, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by how different Snape was here, still stern and critical, but somehow less harsh, more human. As the evening wore on, Harry found himself alone in his room again, staring out at the moonlit canal. The quiet night was a stark contrast to the bustling dinner table, but the peace was welcome. Harry's mind whirled with questions about what the rest of the summer would hold. Living with Snape and his family was bound to be a strange experience, but for the first time, Harry wondered if maybe it wouldn't be as awful as he had initially feared. There was still a lot he didn't understand: why Snape had agreed to this arrangement, what Xander's true intentions were, and what the Dursleys had really been trying to avoid. But as Harry drifted off to sleep, he realized that, despite all the uncertainties, this summer might be the most extraordinary one yet. Of rules and werewolves, Harry woke up to a sharp knock on his door. He blinked, groggy and disoriented, momentarily unsure where he was. Then it hit him. The room, the bed, the dresser, and it was all his. A real room, not a cupboard, not a hand-me-down cot. He still couldn't believe it. Potter, came the familiar clipped voice from the other side of the door. It's 7:30. Freshen up and come downstairs for breakfast. Harry quickly sat up, eyes wide. Snape. He still couldn't wrap his head around the fact that Snape, Severus Snape, was now part of his everyday life. Or that this wasn't just a weird dream. He'd spent years convinced Snape hated him, and now he was being called down for breakfast by the man himself. Weird doesn't even begin to cover it, Harry thought, climbing out of bed. He splashed water on his face in the small adjoining bathroom, then hurried to get dressed. I have a bathroom connected to my room. Mental. When Harry made his way downstairs, he paused in the doorway of the kitchen. What he saw nearly made him choke. Xander, his cousin, who looked like he could bench press a mountain, was standing at the stove wearing a bright red apron that read, "Kiss the cook." He was currently trying to sneak a kiss from Severus, who, Harry realized with a jolt, was wearing clothes that were far too big for him. Definitely Xander's. And Snape, no, Severus, was making breakfast. Flipping eggs. He was somehow managing to look both annoyed and resigned as Xander hovered behind him, trying to nuzzle his cheek. Morning, Xander said, spotting Harry and grinning like a cat that got the cream. Look who's up. Come on in, kid. Breakfast is almost ready. Severus, still holding the spatula, glanced briefly at Harry. Potter, he said, acknowledging him with a nod, though his usual sharpness was absent. Harry wasn't sure if it was the apron or the fact that Snape was cooking that made him hesitate, but he stood there, wide-eyed and still half convinced this was some sort of bizarre dream. Xander, however, was clearly feeling mischievous. He smirked at Harry, then turned back to Severus with a grin. Sev, don't you think we should show the kid what true love looks like? He needs stable role models. Before Harry could protest, Xander reached over and cupped Harry's face with both hands, squishing his cheeks together until his face puffed out like a chipmunk. Look at him, Xander said dramatically, his voice mock serious. Poor kid doesn't know what love is. He needs to see it, Sev. He needs examples. We need to lead by example. Harry, cheeks still squished in Xander's grasp, mumbled something that sounded like, I'm fine, really, but came out as a garbled mess. Severus looked thoroughly unimpressed. If you're quite done, Alexander, I'd like to finish breakfast without you mauling the boy. He turned back to the stove, pointedly ignoring Xander's exaggerated pout. Xander released Harry, shrugging. I try, Sev, I try. Soon, the kitchen bustled with activity as the kids filtered in. All chattering and vying for spots at the table. Daniel, Tess, Max, Sal, Nika, and Lynn greeted Harry like they'd known him for years, making him feel like he wasn't an outsider. Max, ever the troublemaker, immediately leaned over to Harry with a grin. Oi, Harry, Max said, you wanna join the local football team with me? We could use a good seeker, even if it's, football. Harry blinked, caught off guard. I've never played football. Even better, Max exclaimed. That means you're a blank slate. We can train you. Harry wasn't entirely sure how to respond to that, but he mumbled something vaguely agreeable, feeling both nervous and oddly flattered. As breakfast continued, Harry couldn't help but be amazed. Here he was, sitting at a real table, eating eggs and bacon that Snape, Severus, had cooked. The kids talked and joked around him, and for the first time in a long while, Harry felt like he belonged. Like this wasn't some strange, temporary kindness. After breakfast, Xander and Severus pulled Harry aside into the living room. The air shifted, becoming more serious as they sat him down on one of the sofas. Xander dropped heavily onto the couch, patting the seat next to him for Harry to sit, while Severus stood nearby, arms crossed and looking unusually calm. Right, Xander began, grinning. So, there's something you should probably know about me. Harry's stomach dropped. Was he about to be told he had to leave? That this was all a mistake? I'm a werewolf. Harry stared, utterly dumbfounded. What? Quote. Xander leaned back, arms spread wide. Yep, big bad werewolf. Once a month I get all hairy, howl at the moon, scare the neighbors. The usual. Harry blinked, not sure how to process that. Werewolves are real. Severus sighed. Yes, Potter, werewolves are real, but Alexander is perfectly safe 99% of the time. The transformations are controlled with potions, and we have precautions. Xander waggled his eyebrows. Precautions like a really strong cage. And if that doesn't work, Severus makes sure I don't eat anyone. Harry's eyes widened. You eat people? Xander burst out laughing. No, Sev would kill me before that happened. You're safe, I promise. Severus shot his husband a sharp look. Stop scaring the boy, Alexander. I'm not scared, Harry blurted, though his heart was still racing a bit. The way Severus explained it, though calm and reasonable, made it all seem far less terrifying than it could have been. You're part of this family now, Severus said, his voice softer than Harry had ever heard it. And that means knowing the truth. Alexander is a werewolf, and we handle it as a family. Harry looked between the two of them, processing. After a moment, he nodded slowly. Okay, I think I get it. Xander clapped him on the back with a grin. See, you're tough, kid, you'll fit in just fine. Once the wolf talk was over, Severus turned to Harry, crossing his arms once more. There are a few rules you need to follow while you're living here. Harry immediately straightened, prepared for the worst. First, Severus began, ticking off each point with a finger. Keep your room clean. I will not tolerate sloppiness. Harry nodded quickly. That one seemed reasonable. Second, you are never to go into my lab. Understood. Harry's eyes widened, nodding fervently. He had no interest in whatever potions-related disaster waited in Snape's, Severus's, lab. Third, if you're going into town for any reason, inform either Xander or me. If we're not available, leave a note on the fridge. Xander chimed in, preferably a sticky note. We like organization around here. He grinned, clearly teasing Severus, who gave him a dry look but continued. Fourth, no flying in bad weather. Harry frowned at that one. Who would fly in bad weather? Max, Severus said flatly, not even bothering to hide the annoyance in his voice. He flew during a storm once and nearly got struck by lightning. It was epic, Xander added. Grinning, Severus shot Xander a glare before continuing. Fifth, don't be rude to the house elves. We have two Nina and Jacko. 6th. Don't slam doors. And 7th, Severus added, giving Harry a sharp look, try not to punch Max. Harry blinked. Why would I punch Max? Severus merely gave him a knowing look. Trust me, you'll understand soon enough. Xander chuckled under his breath. He's got a point, though. Harry wasn't sure if he was supposed to laugh or be concerned. Probably both. And finally, Severus added, his tone softening, every Sunday is family vacation day. We pick a place to visit together as a family. If there's somewhere you'd like to go, let one of us know. Harry stared, still reeling from everything. This family was unlike anything he'd ever imagined. There were rules, yes, but they came with a warmth he hadn't expected. He wasn't being punished for existing, he was being welcomed. Even by Snape. I understand, Harry said finally, offering a tentative smile. I'll follow the rules. Xander grinned and clapped him on the shoulder. That's the spirit. Welcome to the family, kid. Severus gave Harry a long look, then nodded. Good. After laying down the rules, Xander clapped his hands, startling Harry out of his thoughts. Right then, you survived the talk. That's a good sign. He winked, leaning back on the couch with his usual easy grin. Now, on to more important matters. How do you feel about pancakes tomorrow? Harry blinked, trying to keep up with Xander's sudden shift in tone. I like pancakes. Good answer, Xander said with a laugh. Tomorrow's pancake day. It's kind of a tradition around here. Sev makes them from scratch. Severus, who was still standing nearby, rolled his eyes. I mock. Eat them because if you were left to your own devices, Alexander, the kitchen would likely burn down. Xander didn't deny it. Fair point. But, to be fair, I make the best toppings. Chocolate, fruit, whipped cream, you name it, kid. Harry felt the corners of his mouth tug into a small smile. He had never had a pancake day before, much less any kind of special tradition. The idea was so normal. It was both comforting and surreal. Do you have any other, traditions? Harry asked cautiously, still trying to get a read on how this family worked. There was something so natural about the way they interacted, a rhythm that was so different from what he was used to at the Dursleys. Severus exchanged a glance with Xander before answering. Aside from Sunday outings and the occasional holiday bickering between the children, we try to keep a relatively peaceful home. Xander chuckled. Oh, and Friday game nights. We play board games, sometimes charades. You've been warned. Board games. Harry raised an eyebrow, unable to picture Snape. Severus, doing something so mundane. Don't look so surprised, Potter, Severus said, arching an eyebrow. We do manage to live outside of the classroom. Xander grinned. He cheats at Monopoly. It's tragic, really. Severus gave him a sharp look. I do not cheat. I merely know how to manage resources better than you. Right, Xander teased, because making us bankrupt in 10 minutes is totally resource management. Harry's mind reeled. Monopoly, pancakes, game nights. This didn't sound like the Snape he knew at all. The man was normal here. At home, Severus Snape, who at school was sharp-tongued and always irritated, was still snarky, but also something else. Harry wasn't sure what to make of it. Before he could dwell on it any longer, the sound of footsteps thundered down the stairs, and in a whirlwind of energy, Max burst into the room, followed by Sal and Daniel. Oi, Harry, Max called, bouncing on his heels. We're going to the park in a bit. Wanna come? Harry blinked. Sure. What park? It's just down the road, Daniel explained, leaning against the doorway. We usually go after breakfast on Saturdays. Sometimes we play football or just hang out. You should come. Yeah, you gotta come. Max added excitedly. We can show you around. Harry hesitated, surprised by the open invitation. The Dursleys had ever included him in anything unless it involved chores, and here were these kids, who barely knew him, already trying to pull him into their world. It felt strange. Good, but strange. Sure, Harry said, offering a tentative smile. I'll come. Max cheered. Yes, we're gonna crush it. Sal, the quietest of the bunch, simply smiled. You'll like it, Harry. It's nice to get out, and besides, he added with a sly grin, We've got to show you how not to let Max talk you into crazy things. I heard that, Max said, glaring at his brother. The banter between the kids was so light and natural that Harry felt a warmth settle in his chest. It was clear that, even though they bickered, the family was close-knit. It reminded him of how he'd always imagined a real family would be, something he had never had growing up. Later, at the park, Harry found himself on the sidelines of a casual football game, watching Max and Daniel argue over who got to be goalie. Tess and Lynn were sitting on the grass, braiding each other's hair, while Nika and Sal kicked the ball back and forth, occasionally calling out for Max to stop his whining. Xander and Severus had opted to stay home, which was just well. Harry couldn't imagine Severus in the middle of this chaos. Yet, a part of him wondered if maybe, just maybe, Xander could get Severus to join in one day. "Oi, Harry," Max called, interrupting his thoughts. "Come be on my team. We need a striker." Harry blinked. "I've never played football." Max rolled his eyes. "Neither have I, really. But we make it up as we go. It's more fun that way." "Just try not to get in Max's way," Sal advised with a smirk. "He tends to bulldoze anyone who gets near him." Max gave an indignant huff. "I do not bulldoze. You nearly took Lynn out last time," Daniel pointed out. "It was an accident." Max groaned. Despite himself, Harry laughed. It felt good. These kids were chaos, but they were good chaos. By the time they returned home, muddy and laughing from their impromptu football match, the kitchen smelled heavenly. Xander was back in his kiss the cook apron, whipping up something in a pot, while Severus stood by the counter, chopping vegetables. Harry felt his stomach rumble. He still wasn't used to being around so much food without being told he couldn't have any. "Ah, you lot are back," Xander said, glancing over his shoulder with a grin. "Had fun." Max plopped down into a chair. "We crushed it." "Well, I crushed it." Daniel snorted. "You tripped over the ball 3 times. Details." Max waved him off. Harry slid into a seat, feeling more at ease now than he had that morning. It wasn't just the food or the warmth of the house, it was the feeling of being wanted. Included. Like he belonged. As they settled in for lunch, Severus cleared his throat. "Potter." He hesitated, then corrected himself. "Harry." Harry looked up, surprised. Snape. Severus had never called him by his first name before. "Have you any thought to what you'd like to do tomorrow?" Severus asked, his tone more casual than Harry had ever heard it. Harry blinked, caught off guard. "What's tomorrow?" "Family Day," Xander reminded him with a grin. "You get to choose where we go, if you want." "Really?" Harry asked, surprised. He was allowed to choose. Severus gave a small nod. "It's tradition. If there's somewhere you'd like to go, let us know." Harry sat there for a moment, trying to process everything. They were asking him, what he wanted. It was such a simple thing, but to Harry, it felt monumental. After a beat, he gave a tentative smile. "Can we, maybe go somewhere quiet, like a forest or a park?" Xander grinned. "A hike, then. Sounds like a plan." Severus, though as stoic as ever, gave a small approving nod. "That can be arranged." Harry's smile widened as he glanced around the table. This was real. This family was real. Into the woods we go. Sunday morning dawned bright and clear, with a crisp breeze fluttering through the trees. Outside the Bouchard Snape house, Harry was still adjusting to the concept of waking up in a warm bed and being surrounded by a family that wasn't actively trying to make his life miserable. It felt like stepping into an alternate universe, one where Severus Snape was a sarcastic but decent father figure, and Xander, a werewolf, no less, was practically a walking ball of chaotic energy. Harry was downstairs by 8, just in time to find Severus in the kitchen, sipping tea and looking at the weather report as though the day's forecast might personally offend him. Xander was sitting at the table, polishing his hiking boots with a casual air of someone ready to scale a mountain. "Morning," Xander greeted, far too chipper for someone who had just woken up. "Seve." Russ eyed him with his usual look of mild exasperation. "Must you insist on being so energetic at this hour?" Xander grinned, unbothered. "It's family day, Sev. Gotta have the enthusiasm." Harry sat down, glancing between the two men. So, where are we going for the hike? Severus set down his cup of tea. The Blackwood Forest. It's quiet, not too far, and mostly isolated. Good for keeping a werewolf out of trouble. Xander added with a wink. Severus didn't miss a beat. Good for keeping you from attempting to wrestle a bear. Harry blinked. Wait, are there bears? Relax, Xander said with a laugh, I'll wrestle them for you. Severus gave Harry a look. You'll be safer with the bears. By mid-morning, the whole family had gathered, dressed in hiking gear and carrying backpacks. The kids were buzzing with excitement. Even Max, who was usually too busy bouncing off walls to focus on anything for long. Lynn was adjusting her hat as Tess braided her hair. I hope we see some animals, Lynn said, her voice soft but hopeful. Max counts as an animal, right? Sal joked, ducking as Max swung at him. Xander chuckled, slinging his arm over Severus' shoulders. See, they're already in the wild spirit. Severus merely sighed. Let's get this over with. The Blackwood Forest was beautiful in the early morning. Tall, ancient trees reached up to the sky, their leaves whispering in the wind. While sunlight filtered through the branches in dappled patterns. A well-worn path led them deeper into the woods, with the earthy scent of pine and moss surrounding them. It was quiet, save for the occasional bird call or rustle of leaves in the distance. Harry found himself walking alongside Severus, who kept a steady pace, while Xander led the kids up ahead, pointing out interesting flora and fauna like an enthusiastic tour guide. I didn't know you liked hiking, Harry said, glancing at Severus, who seemed far more at ease than Harry had ever seen him at school. Severus raised an eyebrow. I don't, but I tolerate it, Harry smirked. You seem pretty good at tolerating things. Severus gave him a sideways look, one that carried just a hint of approval. It's a skill, one you'd do well to learn, Potter. Harry bit back a grin. He didn't miss the fact that Severus was trying, however subtly, to call him by his first name. It wasn't easy for the man, but he was making the effort. Up ahead, Xander was crouched down, pointing something out to the kids. Harry could hear snippets of the conversation. See that tree over there? That's an old oak. You can tell by the bark. And that bush over there. Don't eat anything off it unless you fancy getting sick. Max immediately leaned closer to the bush. Why? What happens if you eat it? You'll probably hallucinate, Xander said with a grin. Ask Sev about that sometime. Severus groaned. Must you tell them that story? Xander looked back over his shoulder, clearly amused. What? It's educational. One time, Severus muttered, it happened one time. Harry was trying not to laugh. He wasn't sure if he wanted to know the details of that story, but the idea of Severus Snape hallucinating in the middle of a forest was too good to ignore. As they hiked deeper into the woods, the conversation shifted to the kids' favorite past family hikes, which apparently included an incident where Max tried to chase down a wild rabbit, only to end up covered in mud. It was heroic, really, Xander said, recounting the event with mock seriousness. He was so determined, but the mud had other plans. Max, looking slightly embarrassed but mostly proud, added, I almost caught it. Though, you didn't, Sal corrected with a smirk. You face planted. Details, Max huffed. The important thing is I tried. Lynn, who had been quiet for most of the hike, suddenly spoke up. I like this place, she said softly, her eyes wide as she looked around. It feels peaceful. Severus nodded, his expression softening as he glanced at his daughter. It is. Harry felt the oddest pang in his chest as he watched the family interact. It was like something out of a dream, this quiet, peaceful life where people actually cared about each other. He was still trying to adjust to the idea that this was his life now, that he was part of this family. Hey, Harry, Max called from up ahead. You ever climbed a tree before? Not really, Harry admitted. Max grinned, his eyes glinting with mischief. Wanna try? Severus cleared his throat, sending Max a pointed look. Absolutely not, Max groaned. Come on, Dad, I'll let you chase another rabbit if you behave, Severus said dryly. Max immediately perked up. Deal. Harry couldn't help but laugh, his nervousness easing with every step. He still wasn't used to calling Severus Dad, like the other kids did. But it was becoming less weird as the days went on. As they reached a small clearing by a brook, Xander declared it was time for a break. They spread out blankets on the grass, and Xander pulled out a small bag of snacks, mostly fruit, but there were a few chocolate bars for the kids. Anyone fancy a swim? Xander asked, eyeing the brook. Severus gave him a look that could only be described as fond exasperation. You're not swimming in that. It's freezing, Sal added with a smirk. Xander looked mock-offended. You lot are no fun. Harry, watching the exchange, was struck by how natural it all felt. This was a family, his family now. They weren't perfect, but they were his. And somehow, that made everything a little brighter. As they sat down to eat, Max leaned over to Harry and whispered, "You're going to love game night. Dad cheats, but it's still fun." Harry grinned. "I'll keep that in mind." Severus, overhearing, arched an eyebrow. "I do not cheat." Max winked at Harry. "Right. Keep telling yourself that, Dad." By the time they made their way back to the house, the sun was beginning to set, casting a warm golden glow over the landscape. Harry was tired, his legs sore from the hike. But it was the good kind of tired, the kind that came from doing something fun, something that mattered. As they walked up the path to the house, Xander threw an arm around Harry's shoulders, pulling him into a half hug. "Good hike, Xander said with a grin. "Not bad for your first family day." Harry smiled, feeling something warm settle in his chest. "Yeah," he said quietly. "Not bad at all." Severus, trailing behind with the rest of the kids, gave Harry a small nod as they reached the front door. "Welcome home, Potter." For once, Harry didn't mind the use of his surname. This was home now. He just hoped they didn't regret him. Friday game night. Game night at the Bouchard-Snape house was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced before. To begin with, Y had never really played a proper game with other people, not a board game, card game, or even something as simple as tag, at least not with any real joy. The Dursleys made sure of that. But here, in T, his house filled with warmth and laughter, game night was a sacred family tradition, an event held every Friday without fail, no matter what else was going on. The kids had started talking about it at breakfast. Their excitement barely contained. They chattered on about last week's charades, where Max had nearly broken the coffee table trying to act out a wild dragon, and how Lynn had somehow won every single round of Wizards chess the week before that. Harry, sitting quietly at the table, had only half listened, still a little too overwhelmed by this whirlwind of family life he'd been dropped into. But when Severus Snape, Harry still called him that in his mind, had informed him that he was expected to participate in tonight's game night, Harry had felt the beginnings of both excitement and dread stir in his stomach. "Don't worry," Daniel had said with a grin, clapping Harry on the back hard enough to nearly knock him into his plate of toast. "We take it easy on newbies. You'll be fine." "Well, mostly." Xander had given Severus a look from over his cup of tea. "I take it easy. You, on the other hand, are a menace during games." Max, who had been wolfing down bacon at an alarming rate, had leaned over to Harry and whispered, "He cheats." Harry had snorted, quickly covering it with a cough when Severus' sharp gaze flicked toward him. By the time dinner was cleared away and the living room was transformed into a game night headquarters, Harry felt a strange mixture of nerves and excitement. He was still adjusting to the chaos of family life, to the constant presence of people who didn't seem to mind that he was there, but game night seemed safe, in a way. Fun, maybe. The large coffee table in the center of the room had been cleared, and several game boards were set up, along with a pile of colorful cards, dice, and a few bags of snacks. The room itself was cozy, with large, overstuffed couches that looked like they had seen better days but were perfect for sinking into after a long day. A fire crackled in the fireplace, adding to the warm, inviting atmosphere. Max and Sal were already arguing over who got to pick the first game, their voices rising as they tried to outshout each other. "You picked last time," Sal said, crossing his arms and glaring at his brother. Max, ever the instigator, grinned and poked Sal in the side. "Yeah, and you lost last time. So, I should pick." "I didn't lose. You cheated." Xander, ever the peacemaker, or perhaps more accurately, the chaotic mediator, strolled in with a giant bowl of popcorn. All right, calm down, boys. We're all winners here." Nika, standing by the bookshelf with his arms crossed, raised an eyebrow. "Speak for yourself." Spoken like someone who lost Wizard's Duel 3 weeks in a row, Tess piped up, grinning at her little sister. That's because Dad cheats, Nika deadpanned. Severus, on his part, looked affronted, dramatically clutching his chest. I do not cheat. I simply bend the rules, strategically. You do cheat, Max muttered, earning a cuff to the back of his head from Xander. All right, Harry, Tess said, pulling Harry into the circle of chaos, since you're the newest member of the family. You get to pick the first game. Harry blinked, suddenly feeling the weight of everyone's attention on him. Oh, I don't really know any of these games. Perfect, Xander declared, plopping down onto the couch beside Severus, who looked like he was ready for a nap. That means you're unbiased. Go on, pick one at random. It's all about fun anyway. Harry hesitated for a moment, his eyes scanning the collection of games. There were a few he recognized, chess, exploding snap, but most of them were entirely foreign to him. Eventually, he reached out and picked up a box that had bright colors and what looked like a spinning wheel in the center. What's this one? Harry asked, holding it up. Lynn perked up, peering over Tess' shoulder. Oh, that's Spinners and Spells. It's really fun but really messy. Messy, Harry repeated, a little wary now. Severus sighed, standing up from his spot on the couch and picking up the empty tea mug he'd left on the side table. Messy is an understatement, but at least it doesn't involve flinging food across the room. We only play that one outside. Spinners and Spells it is, Xander said, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. It's like a mix between Twister and Spellbound, only instead of your body contorting, it's your spells that get tangled. Harry's eyebrows shot up. Spells. You'll see, Sal said, grinning as he started setting up the game. It didn't take long for Harry to realize that Spinners and Spells was every bit as chaotic as the rest of the Bouchard-Snape family. The board had several concentric rings, each filled with different challenges, some physical, some magical. The goal, apparently, was to spin the wheel and then cast a spell to land in the correct challenge spot. But if you miscast, your spell could backfire in spectacular ways. Harry spun the wheel for the first time, feeling a bit of trepidation as it clicked into place. It landed on a spot marked Feather Charm, easy. Relief washed over him. He'd learned the Feather Charm back in first year, no problem. He pointed his wand at the tiny figurine in front of him and cast the spell. Wingardium Leviosa. The figurine floated effortlessly into the air, and Harry let out a small breath of relief. That was easy. Beginner's luck, Sal teased, leaning back against the couch. The game continued, with each family member taking turns spinning the wheel and casting spells. Harry found himself laughing more than he had in years, especially when Max accidentally mispronounced a charm and sent his piece flying across the room, only for it to get stuck on the ceiling. You see, Max said, gesturing wildly. That was supposed to happen. Right, Tess said with a grin, because getting stuck to the ceiling is totally part of the plan. Max stuck his tongue out at her, then glanced at Harry. Hey, new guy, think you can get it down? Harry looked up at the small piece dangling from the ceiling, then raised his wand. Accio. The piece flew back down into Max's hand, and he grinned. See, I had it all under control. Xander leaned over to Severus and muttered, that's your kid. Severus, not even looking up from his tea, replied, he's your clone. The games continued in full force, with spells flying and laughter filling the room. Harry found himself easing into the rhythm of it all, his nerves fading with every round. He even started getting competitive, trying to outdo Max and Sal in casting spells and seeing who could land on the trickiest challenge spots. At one point, Xander spun the wheel and landed on the dreaded prank spell, difficult. Oh, no, Severus groaned, already rubbing his temples. Here we go. Xander grinned, practically bouncing in his seat. Watch and learn, kids. This is where Dad shows off his skills. Tess groaned. We know where this is going. Xander flicked his wand, and the next thing Harry knew, Max's hair turned bright pink and started floating above his head like it was filled with helium. Oi, Max yelped, grabbing at his head as if trying to hold his hair down. Dad, Xander was laughing so hard he could barely speak. You should see your face. Max, to his credit, was grinning too, even as his hair floated around like a balloon. Severus sighed, setting his cup down and drawing his wand. Finite incantatum. Max's hair dropped back into place, still pink, but at least no longer defying gravity. You always do this, Tess said, shaking her head at Xander. And yet you still play with me, Xander shot back with a wink. Because I make it fun. Severus stood, grabbing the box for spinners and spells and putting it away before anything else could get out of hand. I think that's enough chaos for one night. Ah, come on, Sev. Xander called after him. It was just getting good. You're about to set the house on fire, Severus replied dryly. We're switching to cards before someone loses an eye. The transition to card games was smoother, and Severus seemed infinitely more relaxed once the spells were put away. They played a game called Snapdragon next, which was a strange mix between Muggle Go Fish and a magical version of exploding cards. Harry watched as Lynn, quiet and focused, managed to collect every single matching pair of cards without breaking a sweat. She played with an intensity that reminded him of Hermione, and by the time the game ended, she had won by a landslide. Xander leaned back on the couch, shaking his head. That kid is scary. She learned from the best, Severus said, smirking slightly. Lynn just shrugged, already reshuffling the deck for the next round. You're all just bad at cards. Tess snorted, ruthless. As the night wore on, Harry found himself feeling more and more comfortable. There were no raised voices, no cruel words, no punishments for making mistakes. When he messed up a spell, or lost a round of cards, the worst thing that happened was someone teasing him, but it was always in good fun. It was strange, this feeling of belonging. Strange, but good. By the time the last game was over, and everyone was starting to wind down, Harry felt a sense of contentment that he hadn't known he was missing. The fire in the hearth had died down to glowing embers, and the room was filled with the comfortable quiet of a family that had played hard and was now ready to sleep. Xander stretched, yawning dramatically. All right, I'm calling it. Game night's officially over. Max groaned from where he was sprawled out on the floor. 5 more minutes. Nope, Xander said, standing and pulling Max to his feet. It's late, and you've got chores tomorrow. Max grumbled but didn't argue as he made his way toward the stairs, and soon enough the others followed. As Harry climbed the stairs to his room, still carrying the warmth of tonight's laughter with him, he paused at the threshold of his door. It still felt a bit odd calling this room his, like he was still waiting for someone to come along and tell him it wasn't really for him. That he didn't belong here. But no one ever did. He stepped inside and made his way to the bed, peeling back the blankets. The cool sheets felt comforting as he slid underneath, and the familiarity of the routine was settling. His mind still buzzed from the excitement of game night, every laugh, joke, and spell playing on repeat in his head. He had never imagined nights like these, nights where everyone got along, where he didn't feel like the odd one out, where he wasn't just tolerated but truly welcomed. As he lay back against the pillow, staring at the ceiling, there was a soft knock at the door. Before Harry could respond, the door creaked open, and Severus stepped inside, a quiet presence in the dimly lit room. You're not asleep yet? Severus asked, his voice softer than Harry had ever heard it at Hogwarts. Harry blinked in surprise. No, not yet. Severus crossed the room and approached the bed. It wasn't an unfamiliar sight. Harry had seen Severus go through this routine with Max, Tess, Sal, and Lynn earlier in the night. It was subtle, Severus' way of being there for his children without making a big fuss. A quiet ritual of tucking them in, saying goodnight, and making sure they were settled for the night. Harry didn't expect it for himself. He wasn't sure he was even part of that ritual. But here was Severus, standing by his bed, looking down at him with an unreadable expression. I thought I'd check in, Severus said, smoothing out an invisible wrinkle in the blankets as he pulled them up slightly over Harry's chest. You've had quite the evening. Harry swallowed, not entirely sure how to respond. It was fun. I've never had a game night before. Severus hummed, nodding slightly. You seem to enjoy it. He tugged the covers just a bit higher, making sure Harry was properly tucked in. You did well, adapting to the chaos. Harry shifted under the blankets, feeling an odd mixture of warmth and nervousness. I was worried I'd mess things up, he admitted quietly. Severus paused for a moment, his sharp eyes softening slightly as he looked down at Harry. "You didn't," he said firmly. "You're part of this family now, Harry. And we don't expect perfection. We expect effort." Harry blinked up at him, the words sinking in. Part of the family. It was still strange to hear, stranger still to believe. But Severus didn't say things he didn't mean. Not like that. Severus shifted, sitting down lightly on the edge of Harry's bed. He didn't speak for a moment, and the silence was comfortable, not awkward. Just the crackling of the fireplace downstairs. The quiet of the house settling around them. "Max tells me he cheated," Severus finally said, his voice carrying a hint of dry humor. Harry let out a surprised laugh, the sound soft in the quiet room. "He did, but I think that's just normal for him." "Undoubtedly," Severus muttered, shaking his head, though there was no real exasperation in his tone. "You'll learn that each of them has their quirks. Their ways of bending the rules." Harry smiled, feeling a bit more relaxed as Severus leaned over and straightened the edge of the blanket again, more out of habit than necessity. It was such a simple gesture, but one that carried more care than Harry was used to. Severus looked at him for a moment longer, then sighed softly. "If you need anything during the night, don't hesitate to ask. The house can feel large at first. It takes time to adjust." Harry nodded, feeling the warmth of the covers and the quiet presence of Severus by his side. "I will." There was another brief pause before Severus stood, smoothing his robes. "Good night, Harry." "Good night, Severus," Harry replied, his voice quieter now as sleep began to tug at the edges of his consciousness. Severus hesitated at the door, looking back once more before nodding to himself and quietly closing the door behind him, leaving Harry in the gentle darkness of his room. For the first time in his life, Harry felt truly at ease as he drifted off to sleep, his mind filled not with nightmares, but with the simple comfort of knowing that someone had tucked him in, that he was safe, and that he belonged. A dark revelation. Harry Potter sat at the kitchen table, his fingers tracing mindless circles into the wooden surface. He couldn't quite shake the feeling of unease that had settled over him the moment Snape and Xander sat him down for this conversation. It wasn't like he had expected a quiet, peaceful summer staying at Aalsmeer with Snape, of all people, but something in their EYs told him that whatever they had to say was going to change everything. Again, honestly, living with Snape and his family wasn't so bad. Actually, it was far better than anything Harry could have imagined. Compared to the Dursleys, this place felt like a completely different world. The house was warm and welcoming, filled with the kind of noise and laughter Harry had only ever dreamed of. Xander and the kids made sure he felt included in everything, from family meals to games, and even the simple, quiet moments together. Harry couldn't remember ever feeling so accepted. Even Snape, though still sharp-tongued and strict, wasn't nearly as awful as he was at Hogwarts. In fact, there were moments, small, fleeting ones, when Snape almost seemed nice. Maybe that was wishful thinking, but Harry found himself liking it here. A lot more than he expected. So when he was called downstairs, his curiosity sparked. What could they want to talk about now? Xander sat across from him, as calm and poised as always. His dark hair framed his face neatly, his sharp, intelligent eyes focused on Harry with concern. Snape, in contrast, stood rigidly by the window, his arms crossed tightly against his chest. The tension radiating from him was palpable, and Harry could feel his heart rate spike just by looking at the man. "Harry," Xander began gently, his voice smooth but carrying an undercurrent of seriousness. "There's something important we need to discuss." Harry's stomach dropped. The way Xander said it made his heart skip a beat. "What is it?" Xander glanced at Snape, who remained silent, his pitch black eyes burning into Harry with an intensity that made him feel small and vulnerable. Finally, Snape's low, cold voice broke the silence. "Have you ever heard of Sirius Black?" The name meant nothing to Harry. He shook his head. "No. Who's that?" Snape's lips pressed together into a thin line, and Harry saw the muscle in his jaw clench before he responded. "A dangerous man. He recently escaped from Azkaban." Harry's heart stuttered in his chest. "Azkaban. The wizard prison." His voice was trembling now. Why are you telling me this?" Snape's eyes flashed as they met his. "Because he's coming for you." A chill ran down Harry's spine. "What? Why? What does he want with me?" Snape's voice hardened, each word laced with bitterness. Sirius Black is responsible for your parents' deaths. He was their secret keeper. He betrayed them to the Dark Lord. For a moment, Harry couldn't breathe. His mind couldn't process the words fast enough. What? His voice cracked, disbelief twisting his features. No, no, that's not possible. Voldemort killed them. Yes, Snape hissed, but he found them because Black told him where they were. Your parents trusted him, and he repaid that trust by handing them over to be slaughtered. Harry felt like the ground had fallen out from under him. His stomach churned, his heart thudded in his chest so violently that it hurt. He gripped the edge of the table as if it would steady him. He betrayed them. His voice broke, the thought of it too overwhelming to grasp. They were his friends. Snape's sneer twisted with disgust. Some friends are worse than enemies. Potter. Black was the Potter's closest ally, and he turned on them when it mattered most. The world felt like it was spinning around Harry. Everything he thought he knew, everything he had believed about his parents' deaths, it was unraveling before his eyes. How could someone they trusted so deeply betray them? Why would anyone do something like that? Why? Harry managed to choke out, his voice barely audible. That, Snape said icily, as the question. But it doesn't matter now. What matters is that he's escaped, and he's coming for you. Harry felt a wave of panic surge through him. He could feel his pulse in his throat, his hands trembling slightly as he gripped the table harder, his knuckles white. But, why? Why, now? Xander leaned forward, his voice softer. But his words didn't ease the fear gnawing at Harry's insides. Harry, there's a possibility that Sirius Black was framed. Framed. Harry's head jerked up, his eyes wide. Framed. But, Snape just said. I know, Xander said, his tone patient. But we don't have all the facts. Black was thrown into Azkaban without a trial. He never had the chance to defend himself. There are people in the wizarding world who might have wanted him out of the way. Harry's thoughts were racing, his heartbeat thundering in his ears. It didn't make any sense. His parents' betrayal, the escape of a dangerous criminal, and now the possibility that the person responsible for their deaths might have been innocent. It was too much. But if he's innocent, Harry said, his voice wavering, why would he run? Why not prove it? Because, Snape interjected, his voice colder than ever, guilty or not, Black is dangerous. And if he's coming after you, there's more to this than we know. Harry's head was spinning. He wanted to scream, wanted to demand answers, wanted to know why this was happening. Why, after everything he had been through in the last 2 years, did this feel like another nightmare he couldn't wake up from? But, why me? He asked, his voice cracking with frustration. Why would he come after me? Snape's expression darkened, his gaze locking with Harry's. Because of a prophecy. A prophecy. Harry's heart sank further, fear and confusion gripping him. What prophecy? Snape's eyes narrowed, and for the first time, there was something in his expression, something raw, painful, that Harry couldn't quite place. The reason your parents were targeted, Potter, wasn't just because of their defiance against the Dark Lord. It was because of a prophecy made before your birth. A prophecy that foretold the downfall of the Dark Lord, at the hands of a child born at the end of July. The words hung in the air, suffocating Harry as the meaning slowly sank in. A child, Harry whispered, his voice barely audible. That was me. Snape's voice grew sharper, his tone biting. Yes, you were born to the people that had thrice defied him, at exactly the last stroke of midnight before August came. You, a mere baby, barely old enough to walk, were the one the Dark Lord feared. That is why he came for you, why your parents died protecting you. Harry felt a deep, bone-chilling cold settle over him. He couldn't breathe, he couldn't think. But how do you know all this? Snape's face hardened, and for a moment, there was something unreadable in his eyes. His next words came slowly, painfully. Because I am the one who told him. Harry's world shattered. His entire body felt like it had been plunged into ice. His vision blurred with sudden, furious tears. What? You told him? He said in a quiet voice. It was barely a whisper, but it spoke volumes. Snape's voice was strained. I overheard part of the prophecy. I didn't know. You didn't know. Harry's voice cracked, rising in fury. You told Voldemort about a prophecy that led him to my parents, and you didn't know what. That he'd kill them. That he'd try to kill me. The anger and betrayal bubbling inside Harry were too overwhelming, threatening to explode out of him. You're the reason they're dead, he shouted, his voice trembling. You're the reason they're gone. Snape didn't utter a word. His face was impassive, that same cold, detached mask he always wore. But Harry could feel the weight of what Snape had just confessed hanging in the air, suffocating him. His blood was boiling, his HEA-RT thudding so hard in his chest that it drowned out everything else. And before he even knew what he was doing, he stood up, his fists clenched tight. The anger surged through him like wildfire, uncontrolled and burning. You told him. Harry's voice cracked, barely able to believe what he'd just heard. You told Voldemort. His throat felt tight, every word painful to force out. Snape's expression didn't change, his dark eyes giving nothing away. He didn't flinch, didn't shift uncomfortably, just stood there as though Harry's question was an inevitability he'd always been preparing for. Yes, he said quietly, with a calm that enraged Harry further, I did. Harry's whole body trembled, fists clenched at his sides. How could you? His voice wavered, raw with emotion. They were my parents. His voice broke. The weight of the words too much. They died because of you. And there it was. The thing Harry had been holding back since this conversation began, the truth he'd been trying to avoid saying aloud. But now that it was out, it felt both cathartic and hollow at the same time. The rage he had expected to feel didn't quite match the deep, painful ache in his chest. He wanted Snape to react, to defend himself, to yell, something. Anything that would match the storm of emotions raging inside Harry. But Snape stood still, his face composed, his eyes as cold and unreadable as ever. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, carrying no trace of defensiveness. No anger, only a truth that somehow made Harry's anger feel even more futile. I didn't know, Snape said softly. I didn't know it was them. I didn't know it was you. You knew enough. Harry's young voice cracked again, his hands shaking so hard that his fingernails dug painfully into his palms. You knew enough to tell him. You knew what he was capable of. You were one of his. How could you not know what he'd do? Snape's face shifted, his lips tightening for just a moment, as if the ion stung more than Harry's failed attempt at a punch. Yes, he said, his voice full of self-loathing. I was one of his. I made terrible mistakes, and I will never be able to undo what I've done. But, don't think for one moment that I didn't try to stop it. I did everything I could once I realized what was at stake. Harry let out a frustrated growl, shaking his head as tears burned behind his eyes. That doesn't make it better, he shouted, his voice cracking with the strain of his emotions. The tears finally fell, and he could do nothing to stop them. You're the reason I don't have parents. His chest heaved, struggling for air through the sobs that were threatening to overwhelm him. You're the reason they're dead. Silence filled the room, a suffocating heaviness that made it hard to breathe. Snape didn't respond, his face an unreadable mask. Harry felt like the ground was crumbling beneath his feet. His world, his understanding of who his parents were, who Snape was, and who he was unraveling, piece by piece. And he had nothing left to hold onto. Harry couldn't stand it. The anger, the grief, it was boiling over, a maelstrom of emotions that demanded release. He moved without thinking, charging at Snape with fists raised, his body driven by nothing but sheer, overwhelming emotion. He punched him. Well, he tried. He was shorter than Snape by a fair amount, and his fists barely connected with Snape's stomach in a weak thud. It wasn't strong, it wasn't impressive. Harry wasn't built for this kind of thing, but the frustration behind it was real, as was the raw emotion fueling his actions. Harry didn't care. He punched him again, and again, each strike weaker than the last, his frustration pouring out of him in futile blows. And still, Snape stood there, unmoving, like a stone wall. Harry was panting, his hands trembling as he threw punch after punch until he had nothing left. Suddenly, Snape's arms came around him, firm but gentle, pulling Harry into an embrace. Harry struggled at first, thrashing against him, but then the fight drained out of him. He was too tired, too broken to keep going. He slumped into Snape's hold, shaking with sobs he could no longer control. And then, in the silence that followed, Xander spoke. "Harry, there's something else you need to know." His voice was gentle, as if he were trying to guide Harry through the storm of emotions he was drowning in. Harry turned his tear-streaked face toward Xander, Snape's arms loosely around his body, his vision blurry. "What?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Xander stepped forward, his expression soft with concern. "The prophecy," he said quietly, "it might not be real." Harry blinked, trying to process the words. "What do you mean?" "The prophecy was made by Sybil Trelawney," Xander explained. "She's not exactly known for her accuracy. There's a chance the prophecy was never meant to be taken seriously." Harry's mind reeled. "But Voldemort believed it," he said hoarsely. "He killed my parents because of it." "Yes," Xander said, his voice steady. "But that doesn't mean it was true. The prophecy might have been nothing more than a misunderstanding, or worse, a fabrication." Harry stared at him, his heart pounding. Could it really be true? His parents had died, because of something that wasn't even real. His whole life, the loss he had endured, the loneliness, it had all been because of a prophecy that might not have even been legitimate. "I don't." Harry's voice cracked, his mind spinning. "I don't know what to think anymore." Snape, still holding Harry, spoke then, his voice cold and sharp. "Whether the prophecy was true or not doesn't change anything. The Dark Lord believed it, and that's why your parents were targeted. And Black believed it too," Xander added, his voice grave. The weight of their words settled on Harry's shoulders, almost unbearable. His parents had died for something that might not have even been real. And now, the man who was supposedly responsible for betraying them was on the loose, hunting him down. "What am I supposed to do?" Harry asked, his voice trembling, feeling more lost than he ever had before. "You stay vigilant," Snape said firmly. "Black is dangerous. Whether he was framed or not, he's a threat. And if he's coming after you, we must be prepared." Xander moved closer, resting a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. "We'll protect you, Harry. You're not alone in this." But Harry felt alone, more alone than he ever had. His parents were gone, their deaths tangled in a web of betrayal, fear, and lies. And now he was left standing in the aftermath, unsure of what was real, unsure of who to trust, and unsure of where to go from here. All he could do was try to hold on, even if the world around him felt like it was falling apart. The weight of the prophecy. The next morning dawned early, but Harry hardly noticed. He had spent the rest of the day in bed, but hadn't slept much at all, the remnant of a few fitful hours clinging to him like cobwebs. His mind was still racing from the conversation with Snape and Xander. They'd tried to explain so much, but every word had left him feeling more overwhelmed. Like he was drowning in a sea of confusion. No matter how much they had said, Harry couldn't grasp it. It was like trying to catch smoke with his bare hands. Lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, his chest felt tight. As if the very walls of his small room were closing in. He hadn't moved from under the covers, hadn't even tried to go downstairs. He couldn't face them again, not yet. His mind churned relentlessly, thoughts swirling in a chaotic storm he couldn't control. Snape. Harry clenched his fists at the mere thought of the man. He had hated him for years. Now, for being cruel, unfair, and spiteful at every turn. But this betrayal was on another level. Snape hadn't just been mean. He hadn't just insulted Harry or docked points from Gryffindor unfairly. He had told Voldemort about the prophecy. Given the information that had led to the deaths of Harry's parents. Snape had caused the very thing that haunted Harry every single night. And yet, Snape had stood there last night, looking almost remorseful. As if that could undo anything. As if it would make the hurt any less. Harry's anger at Snape burned in his chest, but now, there was something more twisted beneath the rage, confusion. Because part of Harry, a part he hated, was starting to wonder if Snape had really regretted it. If there was even the tiniest sliver of truth to what the man had said. Snape claimed he hadn't known it was his parents, hadn't realized what he was setting into motion. But how could Harry believe him? How could he believe anything Snape said after everything that had happened? Yet there had been something raw in Snape's eyes, something dark and haunted that Harry couldn't ignore. And that made it worse. It made it so much worse because Harry didn't want to feel anything but hate for the man who had taken his parents away from him. But now he wasn't sure what to feel. And then there was Sirius Black. Harry rolled over, closing his eyes as the name buzzed like static in his mind. A dangerous criminal. The man who betrayed his parents, the reason they were dead. He should hate him, too, right? He wanted to hate him. But then Xander's words came back to him, sowing seeds of doubt that Harry didn't know how to deal with. Framed, Xander had said. What if Sirius Black wasn't the one? What if the man Harry was supposed to hate more than anyone else, more than Snape, more than Voldemort, hadn't actually betrayed his parents? What if the real traitor was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike again? Harry's heart raced at the thought, his head pounding with the weight of everything. None of this made sense anymore. Every truth he'd held onto about his past seemed to be unraveling. First Snape, now Sirius Black. Who was he supposed to trust? What was he supposed to believe? He turned over in bed again, staring blankly at the wall. He wanted to scream, to punch something, to do something that would make this chaos inside him go away. But there was nothing he could do. No one who could fix this. Not even Xander, as much as Harry liked him. Not even Snape, no matter what apologies he offered. Harry sat up suddenly, unable to stand the press of confusion and hurt that weighed on him. The betrayal, the prophecy, how was he supposed to make sense of any of it? He reached for his glasses, his hands shaking slightly, and shoved them onto his face before pushing out of bed. He couldn't stay in this room. Not another second. As he made his way downstairs, the quiet of the house felt oppressive. Snape and Xander were nowhere to be seen. Nor were their kids, probably still in bed. He moved into the kitchen, his feet dragging against the wooden floors. Every step felt heavy. He paused at the window, staring out at the garden. The early light filtered through the leaves, dappling the grass, but it did nothing to lift the leaden weight in his chest. His parents. How had it come to this? How had they died, really? The memory of last night before rushed back, the image of Snape's guarded face as he explained the prophecy. The prophecy that had sealed their fate. The prophecy between you and the dark. Lord, it was the reason they were targeted, Snape had said. His voice had been cool, but there had been something in his eyes, something almost haunted. Harry felt his stomach twist painfully as he thought about it again. A prophecy. His parents had died because of some vague, cryptic words, because Voldemort believed in it. But did it even mean anything? Was it real, or was Xander right? Was it just a lie, a fabrication? Something meant to manipulate the course of events. The door creaked behind him, and Harry tensed, quickly wiping at his eyes, though he hadn't realized he'd been crying. Couldn't sleep. Harry turned. It was Xander, standing in the doorway, his expression softer than usual, concerned. He was in a pair of red pajamas with black stripes, his dark hair tousled from sleep, There was a warmth in his presence that was comforting. Harry swallowed and shook his head. No, he muttered, looking back out the window. Too much to think about. Xander nodded, moving quietly into the room. He didn't speak at first. Just poured 2 cups of tea before sliding one across the table toward Harry. Harry didn't touch it. For a few moments, the silence between them stretched out. The tension in Harry's chest grew. The thoughts in his head swirling faster. How am I supposed to deal with all of this? Harry finally blurted out, his voice rougher than he intended. It's too much. Sirius Black, the prophecy. My parents. It's like everything I thought I knew. His voice broke, and he gripped the edge of the table tightly, trying to keep control. Xander watched him closely, his expression softening even more. It's not fair, he said quietly. You shouldn't have to deal with all of this at your age. Harry's throat tightened, and he pressed his lips together. But I do, don't I? Somehow I always do. The bitterness in his voice surprised him, but it was the truth. It was always him. Voldemort had been after him since he was a baby, and apparently, this prophecy had set it all in motion. Everything was connected to him. His parents' deaths, this criminal who had escaped Azkaban, the prophecy, it was all his fault. I don't know what to believe anymore, Harry said, his voice small. You and Snape, you both said so many things last night, and I just I don't know if it's real. If any of it's real. Xander sighed, leaning back in his chair, studying Harry for a long moment. I wish I could tell you what's true, he said gently. I really do. But some things, they're complicated. The wizarding world is full of shadows, Harry. And sometimes, the truth gets lost in them. Harry clenched his fists, frustration boiling inside him. But it's my life, he snapped, louder than he meant to. It's my parents, my future. How am I supposed to just accept that? Xander didn't flinch at Harry's outburst. He looked at him with understanding. You don't have to accept it, not yet, not until you're ready. He paused. But I think you should know, whatever the prophecy says, you have a choice in how you face it. Harry stared at him, his heart pounding. A choice. Xander nodded. Yes, prophecies. They don't control you, Harry. They're interpretations. They're only one version of the future. And people like Voldemort, people who live in fear, try to force them to come true. But you can decide who you are, what you do with your life. That's the part they can't take from you. Harry swallowed hard, feeling the weight of Xander's words settle over him. Could that really be true? Could he have a choice? It felt like everything had already been decided for him. Like his life had been set on a path before he was even born. I don't feel like I have any control, Harry admitted quietly. It's like everything's already happened, and I'm just stuck in it. Xander reached across the table, placing a hand on Harry's arm. It was a simple gesture, but it grounded Harry, pulling him out of the storm in his mind, just for a moment. You're not stuck, Xander said, his voice firm. You're not. It feels overwhelming now because there's so much you don't know yet. But you're strong, Harry. Stronger than you realize. And when the time comes, you'll make the right choice. I believe that. Harry looked up at him, meeting Xander's steady gaze. There was something in his eyes that made Harry want to believe him. To believe that he could have control over his own life. That he wasn't just a puppet, moving along to some prophecy's tune. But it was hard. It was so hard to push away the fear that was gnawing at him, the fear that he was just a pawn in a game he didn't understand. What if I'm not strong enough? Harry whispered. Xander's grip on his arm tightened slightly. You are. I've seen it. And Severus has too, though he might not say it. Harry couldn't help but snort softly at that, a weak smile tugging at the corner of his mouth despite everything. Snape. Xander chuckled, leaning back. Yes, even him. He might not show it, but he knows you're capable of more than you think. The smile faded from Harry's face as he thought about Snape. Last night, when Snape had confessed that he had been the one to tell Voldemort about the prophecy. Harry had felt something inside him crack. Snape, the man who had hated him for so long, had played a part in his parents' deaths. How was he supposed to feel about that? I don't know if I can forgive him, Harry said softly. Snape. He told Voldemort about the prophecy. He's part of why my parents are dead. Xander's expression grew serious, his eyes darkening. I understand, he said. It's not something you have to decide now. Or maybe ever. But know this, Sev has lived with that guilt every day since. He's not the same man he was back then. He's done things to try and make up for it, to protect you in ways you might not see. Harry swallowed hard, feeling the weight of Xander's words settle heavily on him. The anger, the hurt, it was all still there, swirling inside him. But Xander was right. He didn't have to figure it all out right now. He didn't have to forgive Snape today, or maybe ever. But at least he understood a little more. At least he knew the truth. And maybe that was a start. Nightmares and bonds. The silence of the night weighed heavily on Harry as he lay in bed, his body stiff beneath the covers. After the talk with Xander, he had drifted between sleep and consciousness, and now, in the dead of night, the darkness of the unfamiliar room was suffocating him. It wasn't Privet Drive, yet his mind conjured the same suffocating memories. His aunt's sharp voice, his uncle's looming figure, the cupboard's cold walls pressing in. Each memory stabbed into him, twisting until he could barely breathe. In the depths of his sleep, Harry found himself back at the Dursleys. He was small again, crouched inside the cupboard, listening to the thud of heavy footsteps. His stomach clenched with dread as Vernon's voice boomed through the house, "Boy, get out here." Harry's heart pounded as the door flew open. the light from the hall blinding him. He felt the sharp sting of his uncle's anger, the crushing weight of isolation as the cupboard door slammed shut once more, trapping him in darkness. But the nightmare twisted, morphing into something far darker. He was no longer in the cupboard but at Hogwarts, the familiar walls turning sinister. In his hands, he held a wand, but it felt heavy, foreign. A voice, cold, serpentine, whispered in his ear, "Kill him, Potter. You know you want to." Voldemort. His scar flared, burning hot, and Harry gasped in pain as images flashed, people's bodies, limp and lifeless on the ground. Harry bolted upright, gasping for air, his body drenched in sweat. The walls of the unfamiliar room pressed in on him, and for a terrifying moment, he wasn't sure where he was. The cupboard, Hogwarts, Voldemort, it all blurred together in a suffocating wave of panic. His breaths came in short, desperate gasps, his chest constricting painfully as he struggled to pull himself out of the terror that gripped him. In the hallway, a faint hum of magic stirred, a delicate spell that Severus had cast over the children's rooms when each of them had first arrived. It was a protective charm, designed to alert him to any distress or danger. That soft, steady hum suddenly spiked, like an alarm, pulling Severus from his own sleep. Instantly alert, Severus slipped out of bed and made his way to Harry's room. His mind raced, the remnants of his own nightmares mingling with concern for the boy. When he opened the door, the sight before him made his heart clench. Harry sat on the edge of the bed, his small frame trembling violently, his breaths shallow and fast. His green eyes were wide, glazed with terror as he stared ahead, not seeing anything in the room but the horrors that still plagued his mind. "Harry," Severus called softly, stepping closer, his voice low and calm. Harry flinched at the sound, snapping out of his daze just enough to realize where he was. But the fear was still raw, and the weight of the nightmares clung to him like a dark cloud. He turned toward Snape, a flicker of recognition in his eyes, but anger boiled beneath the surface. The prophecy. The words burned in his chest, reminding him why he could never fully trust Snape, even if he was here now, even if he had saved him more times than Harry could count. "What do you want?" Harry muttered, his voice hoarse, the anger there but barely masking the raw fear underneath. Severus hesitated for only a moment before moving to sit beside him. He could feel the fear radiating from Harry, the boy's frame still trembling from the intensity of the nightmare. For a brief moment, Severus's gaze softened. He remembered this kind of terror, waking up drenched in sweat, gasping for air, feeling utterly alone. "You had a nightmare," Severus said quietly, his voice carrying no hint of judgment, only understanding. "I could feel it in the wards." Harry didn't reply, his hands balled into fists, still trying to shake the lingering panic. "I know what it's like," Severus continued, watching Harry's small frame shiver under the weight of his emotions. "To wake up from something that feels so real, something that claws at your mind even after it's over." Harry swallowed hard, not meeting Snape's gaze. His voice was rough, defensive. "I don't need your pity." "It's not pity," Severus replied evenly, "it's understanding." The words hung in the air between them. Harry's heart raced, and the anger still simmered just below the surface, but something in Snape's tone caught him off guard. It wasn't the sharp, cutting voice he was used to. This was different. It was Voldemort, Harry finally muttered, almost reluctant to admit it. "In the dream, I was back at the Dursleys, but then I saw him. He told me to." Harry's breath hitched as the memory surged forward, making him feel small and powerless all over again. "He told me to kill someone." Russ's eyes darkened at the mention of Voldemort. He knew all too well the weight of those nightmares, the creeping terror that his once master left in his wake. But instead of snapping at Harry, Severus's tone softened further, surprising even himself. "Nightmares are powerful things," he murmured, glancing briefly at the floor, then back at Harry. "But they're not real. They can't hurt you. Not here, not now." Harry still didn't look at him, his fists clenched so tight that his knuckles were white. "It felt real," he whispered, his voice cracking slightly. "Like I was right back there, in the cupboard, at Hogwarts. Like Voldemort was inside my head, controlling everything." Severus could see the vulnerability in Harry, how much the boy was struggling to hold himself together. It struck him. Harry didn't remind him of James. This fragile, Haunted Boy was not the arrogant, untouchable child of his schoolyard nemesis. He was alone, just like Severus had been once. "You're not alone," Severus said quietly, surprising even himself. "I've lived through those nightmares, too." Harry's gaze flickered toward him, eyes wide and questioning. "You have?" Severus nodded slowly. "I've lived with them for years. The Dark Lord, he leaves scars on everyone he touches, some more visible than others." Harry stared at him, disbelief and confusion swirling in his expression. The idea of Snape, the harsh, cold man he had always known, suffering from nightmares was almost unfathomable. Severus hesitated for a moment, then spoke again, his voice quieter now. "After Voldemort targeted your parents, after Lily." His breath hitched slightly at her name, but he pushed forward. "I made a vow, Harry. A vow that bound me to protect you, no matter what." Harry's heart skipped a beat. A vow. Severus's eyes darkened with the weight of the memory. "An unbreakable vow. After he targeted your family, I made an unbreakable vow with Dumbledore. I swore that I would protect you from him, at all costs. And when one day he returns, I would be Dumbledore's spy." Harry's mind spun as the words sank in. "You made an unbreakable vow. For me, not just for you," Severus admitted, his voice betraying a rare vulnerability. "For her, for Lily." The name hit Harry like a punch to the chest. "My mother." Severus nodded, his gaze distant, haunted by the past. "I failed her. I couldn't save her from the Dark Lord. But I swore I would save you. And that vow, it still binds me." For a long moment, Harry couldn't find his voice. The revelation was overwhelming. He had always viewed Snape rough a lens of suspicion and resentment, but now, Snape had been protecting him, not out of obligation or hatred, but out of a promise to his mother. "Why are you telling me this now?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Severus looked at him, his expression unreadable. "Because you need to know that no matter what you face, you're not alone. You never were." Harry's throat tightened. He had spent so long feeling like the weight of the world was on his shoulders, that no one truly understood what he was going through. But here, in this moment, with the man he least expected, why felt something he hadn't in a long time. He wasn't alone. Severus got up and turned toward the door, but before he could leave, Harry's quiet voice stopped him. "Do the nightmares ever stop?" Harry's words were barely above a whisper. But the question hung in the air, heavy with uncertainty and fear. Severus paused, his hand resting on the doorframe. He thought about his own nightmares, the ones that had plagued him for decades. The images of Lily, of the choices he had made, of the dark path he had once walked, they were all still there, lurking in the shadows of his mind. But over time, he had learned to live with them. They never truly went away, but they lost their power, their ability to consume him entirely. "No," Severus said finally, his voice soft but honest. "They don't stop, but you learn to live with them. And eventually, they lose their hold over you." Harry didn't respond right away, but Severus could sense the weight of the words sinking in. The boy had been through so much already. But he was still standing. Still fighting. And perhaps, in time, he would find the strength to face his nightmares without fear. Severus returned to Harry's bed and sat at the edge of it. The tension in Harry's body slowly ebbed as Severus remained by his side, silent but present. Eventually, the exhaustion won out, and Harry's eyes fluttered shut. His breathing evened out, the or of the nightmares fading into the background, replaced by a strange sense of security he hadn't felt in years. "I'll be nearby if you need anything," Severus said slowly as he ran his hand through Harry's unruly hair. Severus stayed there, tucking him back into bed and watching over him. The fragile trust between them was new, but for the first time, Severus felt something more than the burden of his promise. He felt a connection, a bond that had begun to form, built on understanding and shared pain. As he sat there, the memory of the unbreakable vow echoed in his mind. Protecting Harry had been his duty, but now, it felt like a choice. The boy's fragile trust was an unspoken responsibility he had never expected to carry, and he silently vowed to honor it, no matter what challenges lay ahead. As Harry drifted back into sleep, Severus sat beside him, his mind whirling with the weight of everything that had transpired. He had spent years keeping Harry at arm's length, hiding behind the veneer of cold indifference, but now, Things were changing. The boy was no longer just James Potter's son, a reminder of Severus's past mistakes. He was a young man haunted by similar demons, weak, head down by the same scars that Severus carried, albeit from different battles. The room was silent again, save for the soft sounds of Harry's steady breathing. Severus stood, his movements slow and deliberate, his eyes lingering on the boy who had been thrust into a war not of his own making. How much had been stolen from him? His childhood, his innocence, his family, all gone. And yet, there was a resilience in Harry. Something unbreakable despite all the horrors he had faced. The following morning, the first light of dawn filtered through the windows, casting a soft, golden glow across the room. Harry stirred, blinking groggily as he slowly sat up in bed. The weight of the previous night's events pressed down on him, but there was something different in the air, a sense of clarity, of understanding. He couldn't quite shake the memories of the nightmares, the darkness that had clawed at his mind, but the conversation with Snape lingered with him just as strongly. The idea that Snape, of all people, had endured similar pain, that he had made an unbreakable vow for Harry's protection, was staggering. It shifted something inside him, something fundamental in how he viewed the man who had been such a constant, if antagonistic, presence in his life. As Harry climbed out of bed and began to dress, he couldn't help but think about what Snape had said. That he wasn't alone. That despite everything, despite the prophecy, the war, the weight of his destiny, there were people who had his back. He wasn't just a weapon or a pawn in the grand game of the wizarding world. He was someone worth protecting. For so long, he had felt isolated, like no one could possibly understand the burden he carried. But now there was a glimmer of something different. He wasn't sure if he could call it trust, not yet. But there was a bridge being built between him and Snape, however fragile. Downstairs, the kitchen was quiet, the scent of tea brewing filling the air. Severus sat at the table, his dark eyes scanning over a morning paper, though his mind was clearly elsewhere. He had always prided himself on his control, on keeping his emotions tightly locked away where they couldn't be used against him. But last night, something had shifted. In that moment with Harry, when he had seen the boy so vulnerable, Severus had felt the old barriers start to crack. He hadn't meant to reveal so much. The unbreakable vow, his connection to Lily, it wasn't something he had planned to share. But seeing Harry in that state had brought back memories Severus had long tried to bury. The helplessness, the fear, the crushing isolation. He couldn't stand by and watch the boy go through that alone. Not when he knew exactly what it felt like. The sound of footsteps interrupted his thoughts, and he looked up to see Harry standing in the doorway, hesitating for a moment before stepping into the kitchen. The boy looked tired, dark circles under his eyes, but there was a determination in his expression that hadn't been there before. "Morning," Harry said quietly, his voice still a little hoarse from the night before. Severus inclined his head in acknowledgement. "Good morning." There was a brief silence as Harry sat down at the table. The two of them sitting in a sort of awkward stillness. The events of the previous night hung between them, unspoken but palpable. "Thank you," Harry said suddenly, his voice quiet but sincere. Severus glanced at him, one eyebrow raised. "For what?" For last night," Harry replied, his fingers tightening around the handle of his cup. "For telling me the truth." Severus studied him for a moment, then gave a small nod. "You're welcome." Another silence fell, but it wasn't as uncomfortable this time. There was a tentative understanding growing between them. Something neither of them had anticipated but could no longer deny. "About the nightmares," Harry began, his voice hesitant. "You said they don't go away, but how do you deal with them? How do you stop them from controlling you?" Severus considered the question carefully before responding. "You face them. You don't run from them or pretend they don't exist. You acknowledge them for what they are, just memories. Just fear. They may feel real in the moment, but they can't control you unless you let them." Harry listened intently, his gaze focused on Severus, absorbing every word. He hadn't expected Snape to be so forthcoming, but there was a raw honesty in his voice that Harry found strangely comforting. "And you're not alone in this," Severus added, his tone softer than Harry had ever heard it. "You have allies, people who care about you, even me, whether you believe it or not." Harry blinked, surprised by the admission, but he didn't argue. He didn't know how to respond, not yet. But something shifted inside him, a small, cautious spark of hope that perhaps, just perhaps, he didn't have to carry this burden entirely on his own. Just as Severus was about to rise, Harry spoke again. His voice quiet and small. "I don't hate you. I shouldn't have said that. You didn't kill them. You didn't know. Thank you for trying to help." The words hung in the air, and Severus froze mid-movement, his back to Harry. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then, slowly, Severus turned to face him, his expression unreadable but his eyes reflecting something deeper, something long buried. Harry's gaze didn't waver. He meant it. His anger, distrust, and resentment he'd had for the past 2 days toward Snape had started to fade, replaced by a reluctant understanding, and maybe, in time, something close to respect. Severus's throat tightened, but he nodded, his voice rough with emotions he hadn't expected to feel so early in the morning. "Xander should wake up soon, and he does tell him to make pancakes and then to meet me in the lab." "Yes, sir," Harry said, and the potions master nodded. He didn't stay to say more, but Harry watched as the door to the basement closed softly behind him. A sense of peace settling over the room. The morning sun crept through the window, casting a gentle glow, and for the first time in a long while, Harry felt that maybe, just maybe, things were starting to change for the better. Family and Quidditch. The morning sunlight filtered through the windows of the house as Harry, Severus, Xander, and their kids gathered around the dining table, finishing the last bits of breakfast. It was an unusual sight for Harry, this bustling, vibrant family dynamic that he was still getting used to. The laughter, the teasing, the noise, as different from the silence that usually hung around the Dursleys' table, where any sound from him was unwelcome. He was still wrapping his head around what had happened at breakfast, the way Max and Daniel had managed to get into a competition over who could eat more pancakes, with Lynn and Tess egging them on while Severus had shot the boys a look that clearly said they would regret it later. Yet, Harry had found himself laughing along with the others, feeling like he belonged here, in this strange and wonderful household. As the plates were cleared, Xander clapped his hands together and declared, "All right. Time for a little fresh air. What do you lot say to some Quidditch?" Harry's heart skipped a beat. Quidditch. He hadn't played in ages, and the thought of flying again filled him with a giddy sort of excitement. The kids cheered immediately, and even Tess, who usually preferred books to broomsticks, looked eager. Severus, however, raised an eyebrow from his seat at the table. "I will not be participating in this," he said flatly, crossing his arms as if the very idea of mounting a broom offended his sense of dignity. "Oh, come on, Severus," Xander teased with a grin. "It'll be fun." Severus's expression didn't change. "Absolutely not. Come hell or high water, I will not be getting on a broom." The kids erupted into giggles, and Harry couldn't help but smile at the image of Severus Snape, stern and dignified, refusing to join the chaos of a family Quidditch match. Fine, Xander said with a mock sigh of defeat. The sky above was a brilliant blue, unmarred by clouds, with a light breeze that made it perfect for a game of Quidditch. After breakfast, they all trooped outside to the expansive backyard, which had been magically expanded to resemble a mini Quidditch pitch. The kids were already buzzing with excitement, tossing a quaffle between them while Harry eyed the setup with a mix of curiosity and excitement. "All right, who's captaining the teams?" Max asked, bouncing on his toes. Tess snatched the quaffle from him mid-throw and grinned. "I'll captain one team. First time playing with actual fun people, huh?" Max said with a smirk, nudging Harry in the side. "I won't go easy on you." Harry grinned, trying to suppress his nerves. "We'll see about that. I can hold my own." Okay, no need to get cocky," Tess chimed in, twirling her broom in hand. Nika giggled. "I'll beat you all to the goalpost. Just watch. Keep dreaming, Nika," Sal called from the sky, already hovering above them. "I've got my eye on you lot." As they took off, Xander me led at the sight of them laughing and teasing one another. He hovered on his broom just behind the kids, watching over the game with a playful glint in his eyes. Harry was right in the middle of it all, laughing as Max tried to outmaneuver Tess, only for Lynn to steal the quaffle from him with ease. "That was a cheap shot," Max yelled, pretending to be outraged. Lynn flipped her hair dramatically. Skill, my dear brother. Pure skill. Daniel zoomed by, shouting, less talking, more playing, Lynn. And tried to block her from scoring, but she dodged him, sending the quaffle through the hoop effortlessly. While the kids flew through the air, tossing the quaffle back and forth, Xander drifted down toward where Severus stood on the ground, arms still crossed, a perpetual frown on his face. You sure you don't want to join, love? Xander teased, throwing Severus a wink. You might enjoy it. Severus stood off to the side, arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. He had already made it very clear that he would not, under any circumstances, be mounting a broomstick today. I'm perfectly content observing from the ground, Severus said, his voice dry but not unkind. Xander stood beside him, grinning like a cat who had swallowed a canary. Severus shot him a look that could have frozen fire. No, all right, just checking. Xander chuckled, raising his hands in mock surrender. If we make a run for it, they wouldn't even know. I miss you, baby. He grinned. Severus shot him a sideways glance. And if one of the cretins gets hurt, I'd rather not. Oh, come on, Xander said, his voice dropping to a rougher, more husky tone. What's the worst that could happen to them? I'll make it quick. You know I can. Severus raised an eyebrow but said nothing, but there was a tint of redness coloring the pale cheeks. Xander leaned in just slightly, lowering his voice further, almost conspiratorial. Besides, you're awfully good at standing here, looking broody. It's almost unfair how attractive you make it look. How much you make me want you. For the briefest of moments, Severus' lips twitched, though he quickly smothered the hint of a smile. Flattery will get you nowhere. Xander chuckled. Won't it, though? Severus shook his head, but his posture relaxed ever so slightly, the rigid line of his shoulders softening. He glanced up at the kids soaring above, his expression shifting from exasperation to something gentler, though he'd never admit it. You know, Xander continued, leaning closer, they wouldn't notice if we left. Highly unlikely, Severus replied dryly. You never know, Xander said, his voice lilting. We can have some fun, just you and me. Severus sighed, but his gaze lingered on the sky a little longer, as though considering the possibility of letting Xander have his way. Then he turned to Xander, his eyes narrowing. You're insufferable. I know, Xander said, grinning as he wrapped his arms around Severus. That's part of my charm. Back in the air, the kids were in full swing, with Harry now chasing after Nika, determined to stop her from scoring again. Get her, Harry, Max yelled, his face flushed with excitement. Don't let her show you up twice. I'm trying, Harry called back, his breath catching in his throat as he pushed his broom faster. Tess darted in suddenly, intercepting the quaffle before Harry could grab it. Too slow, Potter. Harry groaned in frustration, but before he could react, Daniel swooped in, catching Tess by surprise and stealing the quaffle from her. Not so fast, Tess. Daniel laughed as he sped toward the goalpost. Hey, Tess protested, chasing after him. No fair. Everything's fair in Quidditch. Sal shouted from across the pitch, laughing as Daniel scored. By midday, the game wound down, and the family gathered under a large oak tree, the picnic blanket spread out, and baskets of food magically appearing. Sandwiches, fresh fruit, pumpkin juice, and other snacks filled the air with delicious smells. They lounged on the grass, passing around plates and talking over each other in that easy way families often do. Harry, you've got to try this, Max said, handing him a sandwich piled high with strange meats and vegetables Harry didn't recognize. What is it? Harry asked, eyeing it with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. No idea, but it's good. Max grinned and took a big bite, nodding enthusiastically. Harry hesitated for a second before shrugging and taking a bite. To his surprise, it was delicious. See, told you, Max said through a mouthful of food. I would have scored more if Sal hadn't been blocking me every 5 seconds, Nika grumbled, though her smile betrayed her good mood. Sal shrugged innocently. What can I say? I'm just that good. Harry sat in the middle of it all, smiling as the conversations flowed around him. For once, he wasn't just the outsider looking in, he was part of something. He had a family, even if it wasn't conventional. After lunch, the board games came out. Severus laid out wizard's chess, exploding snap, and gobstones, and soon the living room was filled with laughter, shouts of triumph, and groans of defeat. The house was alive with joy. "You're cheating," Sal accused, narrowing his eyes at Nika, who only grinned back. "I'm not. I'm just better than you," Nika replied, sticking her tongue out. "Lynn, back me up here," Sal pleaded, but Lynn only giggled, clearly siding with her sister. Even Harry found himself caught up in the fun, trying to navigate the rules of a game he had never played before while Max explained the intricacies with way too much detail. "You see, Harry, the key is strategy. You've got to think 3 moves ahead, like chess," Max said, moving his pieces around with a flourish. "Max, you don't even know how to play chess," Tess interrupted, rolling her eyes. "You just make things up as you go." "That's called creativity," Max defended, but everyone laughed, even Harry. As the sun began to set, casting long golden rays over the garden, the conversation shifted toward dinner. "So, what's for dinner?" Nika asked, stretching out on the blanket. Xander raised an eyebrow. "Why, whatever your heart desires." Max sat up, eyes gleaming with mischief. "How about pizza?" Everyone turned to him, intrigued by the suggestion. "I've never had pizza before," Harry admitted quietly. Max's eyes widened. "What? That's unacceptable. We need to fix that immediately." Severus, overhearing the conversation, raised an eyebrow. "Pizza, yes, pizza, it's perfect. Everyone loves pizza," Max insisted. "Come on, let's order every single one on the menu." "Every single one," Harry repeated, laughing. "Isn't that a bit much?" "Nonsense. We'll get a variety, and you can try them all," Max declared, already pulling out a menu from a nearby stack. And so, by some magical feat, or rather, Xander's enchanted order spell, they soon found themselves surrounded by pizza boxes of every kind: cheese, pepperoni, vegetarian, Hawaiian, and even some strange concoctions that no one could quite identify. "This one's got anchovies," Daniel said, squinting at a slice. "Don't knock it till you try it," Xander said, taking a huge bite. They spent the rest of the evening sampling slice after slice, everyone offering their opinions on which was the best. Harry, for his part, tried as many as he could, laughing at Max's ridiculous pizza critiques and listening as Lynn and Nika debated whether pineapple belonged on pizza or not. As the night drew to a close, they all sat back, stuffed and content, the empty boxes scattered around them. Harry felt an overwhelming sense of warmth and belonging. It wasn't just the food or the games, it was the fact that, for the first time in a long while, he felt like part of a family. "Not bad, right?" Max nudged him, grinning. "Not bad at all," Harry agreed, smiling softly. Severus, sitting nearby, watched them all with a quiet expression. He didn't say anything, but there was a look of contentment in his eyes as well, a rare moment of peace amidst the chaos. After the long and eventful day, Harry climbed into bed, his heart still light from all the laughter and the experiences he'd shared with this strange, wonderful family. Severus entered the room quietly, holding a blanket in one hand as he approached the bed. "How did you like the day?" Severus asked, his voice softer than usual as he began to tuck Harry in. Harry looked up at him, his eyes bright with happiness. "It was brilliant. I've never done anything like that before. The Quidditch, the picnic, the board games, and the pizza. I never knew pizza could be so good." Severus's lips quirked up slightly at Harry's enthusiasm. "I'll take it, then, that the competition over the pancakes earlier wasn't your favorite part." Harry chuckled. "No, but I liked that too. It was fun." There was a pause, and Severus finished tucking the blanket around Harry. "I'm glad," Severus said quietly. Harry's smile faltered a little, and for a moment, he seemed to hesitate. As Severus turned to leave and reached for the lamp to turn off the light, Harry spoke, his voice almost a whisper. Could you leave the light on?" Severus paused, his hand hovering over the switch. He turned to look at Harry, noticing the boy's slight blush and the way he fidgeted with the blanket. Severus nodded, understanding without asking why. "Of course," Severus said gently, stepping back from the lamp. "But perhaps," he added, reaching into his pocket with a knowing smile, "we can do even better than a simple light." With a flick of his wand, The ceiling and walls transformed into a soft, glowing night sky filled with hundreds of tiny, shimmering stars. Harry gasped in awe, sitting up in bed to take it all in. The stars twinkled softly, casting the room in a gentle, comforting glow. "There," Severus said, tucking his wand back into his robes. "This should help you sleep." Harry smiled widely, his eyes shining in the glow of the stars. "Thank you, sir. It's perfect." Severus's expression softened as he stood by the door. "Good night, Harry. Sweet dreams." As Severus turned to leave, Harry whispered, "Good night, Severus." Severus froze. Just for a second, he didn't correct Harry, nor did he respond aloud, but as he closed the door gently behind him, he couldn't help but feel the smallest of smiles tug at his lips. As Harry lay back on the blanket, staring up at the stars beginning to appear in the sky, he realized something: he didn't just have people who cared about him. He had a family who loved him just the way he was. And for the first time in a long time, Harry felt truly at home. After leaving Harry's room, Severus moved down the hall to check on his other children. First was Daniel's room. At 16, Daniel should have been far past the age of wanting to be tucked in, but Severus knew better. As he entered, Daniel was already snuggled up under the covers, pretending not to notice Severus coming closer. Severus raised an eyebrow. "You're not too old for this, are you?" Daniel grinned sheepishly. "Maybe, but don't tell anyone." With a rare, affectionate smile, Severus pulled the blanket up and gave it a little tug to straighten it. "Your secret's safe with me." Daniel's grin widened, and as Severus turned to leave, the teenager mumbled, "Night, Dad." "Good night, Daniel." Next came Tessa's room. When Severus entered, he found her, as expected, deeply engrossed in a book. He approached the bedside and gently tapped the cover. "It's late, Tess. Time to put the book down." Tess barely looked up, her eyes glued to the page. "Just one more chapter." Severus sighed. "That's what you always say." He made a half-hearted attempt to take the book from her, but Tess only clutched it tighter, her eyes wide with a mix of defiance and pleading. Severus gave up with a quiet chuckle. "Fine, but you're going to sleep after 11. You need your rest." Tess smiled triumphantly. "Thanks, Dad." Severus shook his head but left the lamp on, knowing there was no winning this particular battle. Next was Max. The boy was sprawled out across his bed, already half asleep but stirred when Severus entered. Max squinted up at him, a mock scowl on his face. "Do you have to tuck me in?" he mumbled, half-heartedly pushing the blanket away. Severus smirked. "If I don't, how will you ever sleep?" Max huffed, though there was no real protest in him. "Fine, but don't tell anyone I enjoy it." "Wouldn't dream of it." Max grinned, already drifting back into sleep as Severus pulled the blanket over him. In Sal's room, Severus found the boy sitting cross-legged on his bed, wide awake. He grinned as Severus entered, skipping the pleasantries. "You'll let me help with the potions for the Hogwarts infirmary, right?" "You promised." Severus nodded, smoothing the blankets as Sal lay down. "I did promise, and I expect you to follow every instruction carefully. Potions are not to be taken lightly." Sal grinned mischievously. "I won't let you down." Severus gave him a fond look. "Good night, Sal." Finally, Severus made his way to Nika and Lynn's room. The girls were already bouncing with excitement as he entered. Blankets pulled up to their chins, eyes wide. "Can you read us a fairy tale, Daddy?" Lynn asked eagerly, while Nika nodded enthusiastically. Severus sighed, though the soft glint in his eyes betrayed his affection. "One story, then sleep." He settled on the edge of the bed, pulling out a well-worn book of fairy tales, and began reading. Both girls listened intently, their eyes drooping as the familiar story unfolded. By the time he finished, both were fast asleep, tiny smiles on their faces. Severus closed the book quietly, brushing a hand through their hair before leaving the room. After all the kids were finally settled, Severus made his way to his own bedroom, his shoulders relaxing now that the day's duties were done. When he opened the door, he found Xander already sprawled on the bed, a playful glint in his eyes. Xander propped himself up on his elbows, grinning. "There you are. I was starting to think you were going to spend the whole night with them." "They're asleep," Severus said with a small sigh of relief, starting to undress. Xander pouted dramatically. "You spend all day with them, and I get nothing." I want my time, too. Severus rolled his eyes but couldn't suppress a small smile as he climbed into bed. Xander immediately curled up against him, wrapping his arms around Severus like he was claiming what was his. Kisses, Xander demanded softly, his tone playful but his eyes serious. Severus leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to Xander's lips. You're impossible, Xander grinned. That's why you love me. Severus didn't respond verbally, but the way he held Xander close and kissed him again said everything. The stars in his room. Harry lay still, listening to the faint hum of the house around him. His eyes were wide open, fixed on the ceiling, where the magical stars softly twinkled. They were nothing like the real stars outside, those were distant and cold, unreachable. But here, in his room at Severus and Xander's house, these stars seemed warm and inviting. They reminded him of how this place felt, different from anything he'd ever known. He pulled the blanket up closer to his chin, enjoying the cozy feeling that wrapped around him. It was hard to believe he was still in the same world where he used to live with the Dursleys. How could everything feel so different in just a matter of weeks? A part of him was still waiting for it all to fall apart, like it always had before. But for now, lying in this bed, in this strange but welcoming home, he let himself think it could last. He allowed himself, for just a moment, to believe this could be his reality. His thoughts drifted to his arrival at Aalsmeer. He hadn't known what to expect. Severus Snape wasn't exactly the kind of person he associated with warmth and kindness. But Xander had been the first surprise. From the moment they'd arrived, Xander had taken care of Harry like he'd been part of the family for years. And then there were the kids. 6 of them. 6 people Harry had never met but who welcomed him in their own ways. His lips curled into a faint smile as he thought about them. Daniel was like a walking sunshine, talkative, sweet, and always eager to involve Harry in whatever he was doing. Then there was Tess, quiet but sharp, always with a book in her hands, but Harry could tell she was taking everything in. Max, with his trouble-making grin, reminded Harry of Fred and George. Always up to something but never in a mean-spirited way. Sal was the serious one, much like Severus, always in the middle of some potions experiment. Nika, the social butterfly, was full of energy and enthusiasm, and she seemed to have decided that Harry was her new best friend. And finally, Lynn, sweet, innocent Lynn, who could melt even the coldest heart with just a smile. Harry turned over in his bed, shifting onto his side as he remembered those first few days. He had been nervous, more than nervous, really. Terrified. He didn't know how to act around them. Didn't know if they would treat him like a guest or like a burden. But slowly, they had drawn him in. The kids, in their own way, had made him feel like he belonged, like he wasn't some outsider looking in. And Severus, Harry couldn't help but think about him. The man had always been so hard to figure out. At school, Severus had been distant, cold, and at times, downright cruel. But here, in this house, Harry had seen something else. Something softer. He had seen a man who cared deeply for his family, who took the time to explain things patiently, even to Harry, when he knew he didn't have to. It was strange. This version of Severus Snape. Harry still didn't know how to feel about it. A part of him wanted to trust this new side of Severus, to believe that this was the real man behind the professor's mask. But another part of him was still wary, afraid that once school started again, everything would go back to the way it was. He didn't want that. He didn't want this summer to end and find himself back in the castle, looking at Severus across the great hall as just another one of his students. He didn't want to lose this, the warmth, the acceptance. The family. The word made Harry pause. Family. It was a word he'd never really had for himself, not in the way it was supposed to be. But now, lying here, thinking about everything that had happened, it felt like maybe, just maybe, he'd found one. His thoughts shifted again, this time to Sirius Black, his godfather. The idea still left him reeling. He'd barely known anything about Sirius until recently. It was like discovering a missing piece of himself he hadn't known was missing. But there was so much about it that didn't make sense. Sirius, a murderer, the man who had betrayed his parents, the man who had killed their friends. And yet, Xander had mentioned that there was more to the story than Harry knew. The night Severus had explained it, Harry had been shocked to learn that Sirius had once been one of his dad's closest friends, practically family. But now, Harry didn't know whether to feel hatred or pity toward the man. Was he really a murderer, or had something gone horribly wrong? Harry didn't know if he'd ever find out, but the uncertainty gnawed at him. As if that wasn't enough, there was the prophecy. The words that had sealed his fate long before he was even aware of it. The prophecy that connected him and Voldemort, and more startlingly, the prophecy that involved Severus. Harry had been angry at first, furious even, when he'd learned that Severus had played a part in that, however indirectly. It was hard to get over the idea that someone he now saw as part of his life had once been a part of the chain of events that led to his parents' deaths. But somehow, over the past few weeks, that anger had faded. He couldn't be angry at Severus anymore, not after everything. Not after seeing how much the man had done to protect him. The unbreakable vow. Harry still didn't understand everything about it, but he knew enough to realize that Severus had risked his life to keep Harry safe. That kind of sacrifice wasn't something Harry could easily dismiss. And then there was Xander. Harry felt a sense of warmth as he thought about him. Xander had been there through all of it, always with a reassuring smile, always making sure Harry knew he was safe. The way Xander and Severus worked together, the way they balanced each other, it was something Harry admired. He had never seen that kind of partnership before, that level of trust and love between two people. It was something he hoped to have one day, though it felt like a distant dream. Harry sighed, feeling a little overwhelmed by his own thoughts. It had been such a whirlwind of emotions, of revelations. But despite all of that, he felt lighter. He felt like he could breathe in this house. For the first time in a long time, Harry didn't feel like he was walking on eggshells, waiting for something to go wrong. Here, he was just Harry. Not the boy who lived. Not the savior of the wizarding world. Just Harry. He closed his eyes for a moment, thinking about the day they'd spent together as a family. The games, the laughter, the teasing, it had all felt so normal. So right. Harry had never known what it was like to be part of something like that, to be surrounded by people who cared about him simply because he was there. And Severus. The way Severus had tucked him into bed that night, leaving the enchanted stars glowing softly in his room. It had been such a small thing, but to Harry, it had meant everything. Severus cared, not because he had to, but because he wanted to. I hope things don't change, Harry whispered into the dark room. He hoped that when summer ended and he returned to Hogwarts, things would stay the same. He didn't want to lose this feeling of belonging, of being part of a family. He rolled over onto his back again, staring at the stars once more. Maybe I could spend all my summers here, he thought aloud. The idea made him smile. He could picture it already, coming back here every summer, being with the people who didn't see him as a freak or a hero. Just Harry. The thought of Ron and Hermione crossed his mind. They probably had no idea where he was right now. They were likely worried, wondering what had happened to him. He really should write to them, let them know he was safe. Maybe not everything about Sirius or the prophecy, at least not yet. But he could tell them the basics. That he was staying with his distant cousin and his family, and that they had welcomed him into their home. He'd write to them tomorrow. Breakfast conversations. By next morning, Xander was already up, bustling in the kitchen, the smell of pancakes spreading through the house. As Severus emerged, his face worn from spending the night down at the lab, Xander gave him a knowing look. "How's the potion?" he asked, flipping a pancake expertly. Severus exhaled. "Getting there." Xander nodded before pausing for a second, considering something. "What are you thinking about?" Xander asked with a small smile forming at his lips as he flipped another pancake. Severus sighed. He's far too small and fragile for a boy his age. The potion's master put his hands on his head. A headache was already starting and it wasn't even 8 yet. Xander turned off the stove, put the pancakes on the counter and hugged his husband from behind, wrapping one of his hands on Snape's chest and the other near his waist. "I love you," the man whispered in the potion master's ear as he started kissing his neck. "Everything is going to be fine." Snape turned around, his black eyes meeting Xander's. "You don't know that," he whispered softly. Xander planted a kiss on Snape's forehead and proudly said, "Oh, but I do. I've got powerful senses and all." Quote, "You're an idiot," Snape said as he tried to push Xander's head away, a soft smile playing on his lips and raised an eyebrow at Xander's smirk, but before he could retort, Xander leaned in, his lips brushing against Severus's with a gentle, familiar touch. The warmth of the kiss, so soft yet filled with a quiet passion, momentarily melted the tension that had settled between Severus' shoulders after the long night. He found himself relaxing into the embrace, his own lips moving against Xander's in response, a soft hum escaping his throat. When they pulled back slightly, Severus caught the glint of red in Xander's eyes, a subtle reminder of his husband's heritage. It was a sight he'd grown used to, but it never failed to ignite a thrill within him. Xander's smirk deepened, the playful challenge in his gaze obvious. "I'm your idiot," Xander whispered, his voice a low, teasing murmur that only Severus would hear. His hands lingered on Severus's waist, drawing him closer, as though the rest of the world had faded away, leaving only the two of them. Severus let out a quiet chuckle, something rare and reserved only for moments like this. "Indeed," he muttered dryly. Though there was undeniable affection laced within his tone, he began to lean in for another kiss, craving just a bit more of that warmth, when thud, the sound from upstairs was sudden and loud, breaking the quiet intimacy of the moment. It was followed by a muffled groan, and Severus immediately straightened, the comfortable softness between them vanishing as concern washed over him. He knew that sound all too well. "Harry. Bloody hell," Severus cursed under his breath, pulling away from Xander, though his hand lingered for just a second longer on his husband's arm, an unspoken apology for the interrupted moment. Xander let out a breathy laugh, amusement twinkling in his eyes. "Seems your charge is in need of rescuing again," he quipped, but his tone held understanding. He gave Severus a small nudge toward the stairs as he returned to the stove. "Go on, I'll make sure our hell spawns have food." Severus didn't need further encouragement. He was already halfway up the stairs as he reached Harry's room. The sight that greeted him made him shake his head in exasperation. Harry was tangled in his blankets on the floor, his glasses askew on his face, his hair messier than usual, and his expression a mix of irritation and grogginess. "You've got to be joking," Harry grumbled, attempting to untangle himself from the sheets, only to fail miserably. Severus crossed his arms, his familiar stern expression firmly back in place, though there was a trace of amusement in his dark eyes. "Clearly, gracefulness is not one of your skills, Mr. Potter." Harry shot him a glare, though it lacked any real bite. He was about to respond when his gaze drifted over to Severus' outfit. The oversized shirt, clearly not his own, paired with the ridiculously mismatched green NTS with vertical and horizontal black stripes, caused something unexpected. Harry laughed. A real, unguarded laugh burst out of him, and he quickly clapped a hand over his mouth, trying to stifle it. It didn't work. Snape, frowning, crossed his arms. "What on earth is so amusing, Mr. Potter?" he said in his usual, "Professor," voice that lacked any real bite. Harry tried to speak through his laughter, but all he could do was point. It took him a few seconds to calm down, and then he gasped out, You're wearing that." Severus glanced down at his own attire, realizing the absurdity of it in the moment. It was hardly his usual intimidating presence. He gave Harry a withering look, though the usual sharpness was somewhat dulled by the corner of his lips twitching in amusement. Severus sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Consider yourself fortunate that I'm still too tired to hex you, Potter." Harry snickered, finally managing to free himself from the mess of blankets. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes and pushed his glasses up his nose, still grinning. "No hexes needed, I'll keep it to myself." Severus shot him a dry look before nodding toward the door. "Get downstairs. Breakfast is almost ready, and knowing Xander, if we delay too long, the children will devour everything before you get a chance to eat." Harry and Severus went downstairs, the scent of eggs and bacon drawing them to the kitchen, where the rest of the family was already seated. Nika and Lynn were giggling over something, while Sal was busy dissecting a small experiment by the counter. Max and Daniel were engaged in some playful banter, with Tess quietly sipping tea, a book open beside her plate. Finally, Max declared as he spotted Harry and Severus, We thought you'd gotten lost up there. Severus S. Hot Max a warning glance but said nothing as Harry slid into a chair, still grinning from their earlier exchange. Morning, Harry greeted, helping himself to a plate of pancakes. Xander joined the table, a plate of food in hand. Harry, we've been talking, he began, settling beside Severus. I think it would be a good idea to take you to Gringotts today for a checkup. I don't really trust the Dursleys. And the goblins have a way of detecting things that others can't. Harry blinked, surprised. Gringotts, for a checkup. Tess, who had been listening, chimed in, it's not just for Harry. We should all get one. I read in Arcane Mysteries of Magical Health that some spells, potions, and curses can only be detected by goblins. They even perform inheritance tests, which can reveal a lot. It's better to be safe. Severus looked at Xander, then back at Harry. She's right. Hogwarts hasn't been the safest place for you, and the Dursleys, well, I don't trust them either. Harry hesitated, looking between them. I've never been to Gringotts for anything like that before. Just to get money. Xander smiled warmly. That's all the more reason to go. And we'll all get checked, just to be sure. It's routine, really. Tess nodded, setting her book aside. It would also be good to know if anything strange is affecting any of us. You never know what might come up. Plus, inheritance tests are useful for understanding magical abilities, or in case there's anything we missed. Severus sighed. We'll go after breakfast. It's a good idea. He glanced at the children. And everyone is getting tested. Max groaned dramatically, earning a chuckle from Nika. I'll bet we're all perfectly fine. I'd rather know for sure, Sal muttered, ever the cautious one. Xander explained. We'll go to the London branch of Gringotts. Since the one here in Amsterdam is under construction, they're expanding it to accommodate Muggle parents, so they can enter the magical world alongside their children. Harry perked up. Wait, there's a Gringotts in Amsterdam. Of course, Tess replied. But today, it's London for us. Once they finished their eggs and bacon, the family gathered in the living room. Xander and Severus discussed logistics briefly before they were off, using a portkey to transport them directly to the grand doors of Gringotts in Diagon Alley. Inside the bank, the familiar clink of gold and the scurrying of goblins greeted them. Severus led the way to the counter, where a goblin glanced up sharply. We're here for a set of inheritance and blood tests, Xander said, his tone respectful but firm. And we'd like to speak with Griphook and Ironclad. Griphook handles Harry Potter's account, and Ironclad handles the Bouchard Prince account. The goblin blinked, his sharp eyes studying them before nodding curtly. Wait here. He scurried off, leaving the family in anticipation. Within minutes, Griphook and Ironclad appeared, their expressions professional. Griphook gave Harry a small nod, and Ironclad acknowledged Severus with a respectful bow. Mr. Potter, Mr. Bouchard Prince, Griphook began. You wish to proceed with both inheritance and blood tests. Xander stepped forward. Yes. Harry is under my guardianship, and we'd like the tests for the entire family. The goblins exchanged a glance before motioning them deeper into the bank. Follow us. They were led into a secure room far below the main halls. It was large, cold, and lit by enchanted torches. Griphook and Ironclad set up the testing quickly, getting blood by every single member. The results came in waves. First, Xander and the kids' tests came back clean. Everything as expected, with no unusual spells or hidden curses. But Severus and Harry's results were another matter. Griphook's voice was steady as he read off Severus' test. Severus Tobias Bouchard Prince. Parentage. Tobias Snape Father Eileen Snape née Prince Mother. Magical abilities. Legilimency, Occlumency, Shadow Magic, Elemental Magic not activated. Creature Inheritance. Najutsun. Spells, Potions, Curses. Compulsion spells, Loyalty Potion, Loyalty Spell, Magical Leech. Xander's eyes narrowed. Najutsun. Why didn't you tell me about that? Severus frowned, ignoring the jab. The loyalty spells and potions. Those are far more concerning. Ironclad turned to Harry's test next. Hadrian James Potter. Parentage. James Potter, Father. Lily Evans née Potter, Mother. Sirius Black, Blood adopted father, current godfather. Magical abilities. Parcel Magic partly activated, Elemental Magic not activated, Creatu. Re-inheritance. Dragon Shifter not activated. Spells, potions, curses. Compulsion spells, loyalty potion, loyalty spell, magical leech curse, obedience potion, reckless behavior spell, hero complex spell, core leech. All of them were listed under the caster's name, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The room was suffocatingly silent as Griphook finished reading Harry's test results, his "Whoa" RDS lingering in the air like a bad dream. Harry stared at the goblin, his face pale and eyes wide, the weight of the revelation pressing down on him like a heavy boulder. Dumbledore. His mind couldn't grasp it. It felt impossible, unreal. The man who had guided him, who had cared for him, how could he have orchestrated this? How could he have tampered with Harry's life so cruelly? Beside him, Severus stood in stunned silence. His usual sharpness dulled into something resembling shock. He wasn't angry, at least not yet. He was too blindsided to feel anything but a deep, hollow confusion. He had known Dumbledore for decades. Known him as a manipulator, yes, but this. Severus had never imagined that the man he had served, begrudgingly or not, could have hidden such dark and controlling intentions. He couldn't move, couldn't speak. The reality of what he'd heard hadn't fully settled in yet, leaving him numb. Harry, his voice barely more than a whisper, asked the question he dreaded hearing the answer to. Why? Why would he do this? Why would he? His words broke off, his throat closing with the flood of emotion that threatened to choke him. His green eyes, wide and glistening, flicked toward Severus, searching desperately for an answer, for some kind of clarity. But Severus had none. He swallowed hard, his lips parted as if to speak, but no words came. His mind raced, searching for some hidden explanation, some way to make sense of what had just been revealed. But he came up empty. There was no logic here, no reasoning that could justify what Dumbledore had done. He looked at Harry, eyes soft with the same bewilderment that Harry felt. For once, he had no sharp retort, he didn't know what to say. Harry's face crumpled, his confusion bleeding into heartache. He had trusted Dumbledore with everything, his life, his safety, his future. Now, that trust felt shattered, ground into dust. I thought he cared, Harry whispered, his voice raw with hurt. I thought he was on my side. Xander stepped forward, breaking the oppressive silence, his hand resting gently on Harry's shoulder. We'll figure this out, he said softly, his voice steady but laced with emotion. I don't have all the answers. But we'll fix this. Harry's breath hitched, his thoughts swirling in a storm of disbelief. How was he supposed to move forward from this? The man he had idolized had manipulated him all along. All the self-sacrifice, the battles, the burdens, had any of it been real, or was that a lie too? Severus, his jaw tight, glanced down at the floor. He felt helpless in this moment, unsure of how to comfort Harry or himself. He had always been the one who had seen through others' deceptions, the one who could decipher the hidden motives. But this betrayal had blindsided him too. I didn't know, Harry. Severus finally managed to say, his voice low, almost apologetic. I never imagined. The weight of those words hit Harry harder than he expected. He had always believed that Severus saw everything, knew everything, but here they both stood, blindsided by the truth neither of them had been prepared to face. Then what do I do? Harry asked, his voice small, his expression one of pure vulnerability. How do I move forward from this? Severus looked at him, and for the first time in his life, he didn't have an answer. Xander's fists tightened at his sides. Because he needed you to be obedient, he said in a low, controlled voice, though the fury in his tone was unmistakable. He needed you to play the role of the perfect martyr. To walk straight into whatever trap he had in mind without questioning it. This is how he ensured your loyalty. And yours as well, he added, glancing at Severus. He clearly wanted to fully control you. These spells and potions were meant to keep you both in line. Severus closed his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. The compulsion spells and loyalty potions, he muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. All these years, his voice trailed off, and he cast a glance at Xander, his eyes desperate. Griphook cleared his throat, breaking the tense silence. The leech curse is particularly concerning, he said, his sharp eyes locking onto Severus. It drains the victim's magical core slowly over time. If not removed, it could lead to permanent damage. Xander nodded grimly. We'll deal with that immediately. Ironclad, the other goblin, stepped forward, looking between them. The removal of these spells and potions will not be simple, he explained. Some may require ritualistic cleansing. The Leech Curse, in particular, will need an advanced counter curse. Then we'll do it, Severus said firmly. He wasn't going to let Dumbledore's treachery linger any longer than it had to. His protective instincts surged to the forefront as he glared at the list of spells, vowing silently to remove every trace of Dumbledore's manipulations from his and Harry's life. Harry, still reeling, looked up at the goblins. What about the hero complex spell? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. What does that mean? Ironclad's gaze softened ever so slightly. The hero complex spell is designed to heighten one's natural inclination toward self-sacrifice. He explained, it pushes the victim to prioritize others' needs above their own safety, even when it's not rational to do so. Harry's stomach twisted. That was exactly how he had felt for as long as he could remember. Always feeling like it was his job to protect everyone, his responsibility to fix everything, even when it put him in harm's way. He had that was just who he was, a part of being the boy who lived. But now it seemed like it had been manufactured, manipulated. Severus stepped closer to Harry, his expression softer than usual. The anger still simmered beneath the surface. You are not a pawn, Harry, he said quietly. Not for Dumbledore, not for anyone. We will remove these spells, and you will have the chance to decide your own fate. Harry swallowed hard, his emotions swirling in a chaotic storm. He didn't know what to think, how to feel. Part of him was relieved that there was an explanation for why he had always felt so pressured, so driven to sacrifice himself. But another part of him was heartbroken that someone he had trusted, someone he had looked up to, had done this to him. Xander gave Harry's shoulder another reassuring squeeze. We're with you, Harry, he said gently. We'll figure this out together. Harry nodded, his throat tight with emotion. He didn't know how he would ever come to terms with this betrayal, but he was grateful that he wasn't alone in this, that he had people who cared about him, who would help him get through it. Severus turned to the goblins. Begin the process, he ordered. Whatever it takes, I want every trace of these spells removed. Griphook nodded. We will begin immediately. Please follow us to the ritual chamber. That one thing. Xander had never expected this. Another cousin. This time, Harry Potter of all people. The name itself had carried only a vague weight in Xander's mind, known to him mostly through the occasional grumblings of Severus. Horrible student, Severus had often muttered, though not without a certain fondness hidden beneath his usual harsh tones. But Xander knew his husband better than anyone. Beneath that tough exterior, Severus had a soft spot for family, always had, and even though Harry wasn't technically their responsibility, the idea that the boy was living in such a terrible situation gnawed at Xander's heart. The Dursleys. It was enough to make him wince just thinking about them. He didn't even have to set foot inside their sterile, picture-perfect house at Privet Drive to know he wouldn't like it. But when he had, the reality was even worse. The place reeked of cleanliness, so much so that it stung his nose, the overwhelming scent of cleaning products masking what felt like a suffocating atmosphere of fakeness. Then there were the Dursleys themselves. Their cheerful, plastic smiles vanished the moment Harry spoke. Xander's gut churned with anger, knowing this was the family that had raised his cousin. When Harry agreed to come with him, Xander felt an odd mix of relief and guilt. The boy was so eager to leave, and Xander couldn't blame him. But when Harry's eyes widened as he learned about Severus and the home waiting for him, Xander couldn't help but laugh. Harry's expression, half shock, half confusion, was priceless. The transition into their makeshift family wasn't without its bumps. But Harry was resilient. In a short time, Xander could see how the boy slowly found comfort with them. He'd smile, rarely at first, but it was there. That made it worth everything. It was only a week after Harry had settled in when news about Sirius Black arrived. The headlines were everywhere, and Xander knew they couldn't keep it from him. Both he and Severus had agreed, Harry deserved to know the truth. No matter how painful. They sat him down, explaining everything. Harry didn't take it well, of course. How could he? The anguish in his eyes, the confusion, it ripped Xander apart to see him like that. For 2 days, the house was quieter than usual, a somber air settling over them all. It was on the 3rd morning that a small but significant change happened. Xander was sitting at the kitchen table, sipping his coffee, when Harry walked in, a soft smile pulling at his lips. "Snape's down in the lab," Harry said. "He told me to tell you to make pancakes and drag him out when they're done." Xander chuckled, glad to see the boy easing back into something like normalcy. Pancakes it was. After breakfast, they played Quidditch in the yard. Xander knew Severus wouldn't participate. He never did, but that didn't stop him from trying to coax him out. Still, the man was as stubborn as ever, shooting down every attempt. Eventually, Xander gave in, sitting with Severus on the sidelines and planning to sneak him off to bed later, even if Severus could sense his schemes from a mile away. That day, they had a picnic, and afterward, the games continued well into the evening. Max, always the instigator of fun, suggested getting pizza. The suggestion was innocent enough, but Harry's quiet admittance, "I've never had pizza before," hit Xander like a punch to the gut. The rage he felt toward the Dursleys flared again. No pizza, the simplest of pleasures, denied. He wanted to storm back to Privet Drive and hex them into oblivion, but he held himself back. Instead, they ordered every single pizza on the menu. It was a wild, messy, delicious night. Harry's eyes lit up with every new slice he tried. The joy on his face was enough to soothe some of Xander's anger. But the next morning brought another heavy realization. A sudden idea had struck Xander, taking Harry to Gringotts for a checkup, just to make sure the boy was okay. It seemed simple enough. He hadn't expected the entire family to end up getting checked out. The results left him cold. He and the kids were fine, of course, but Harry and Severus, they weren't. Xander's hands clenched into fists as he left the bank that day. Dumbledore. That old man had too many secrets, too many plans that always seemed to revolve around Harry, and now Severus, too. The rage simmered low in his gut, but Xander knew one thing for sure, no matter what. He would protect his family. Unbreakable promises. Severus Snape had never been fond of surprises. In fact, he despised them. And yet, life seemed to enjoy throwing them at him. Particularly in the form of his husband, Xander. When Xander first told him that Harry Potter, was a distant cousin of his, Severus' first reaction had been disbelief. How could the boy who had haunted his classrooms, who represented every grievance Severus had with James Potter, be connected to Xander's sprawling family tree? But fate, it seemed, had a cruel sense of irony. At first, Severus dismissed the notion of taking the boy in. Harry already had a family, even if it was the Dursleys. But Xander's compassion was relentless, and it didn't take much to sway Severus. Deep down, despite all the bitterness he harbored toward Harry's father, he knew the boy wasn't at fault for any of it. He didn't hate Harry, not really. He was, as he had told Xander, a good kid but a horrible student. That much was true, and then there was the matter of Severus' own desires. He had always longed for a large family, something he would never admit aloud. Xander knew this about him, of course. They had already built a home together, already had their children. What was one more, especially when Xander's mind was already made up? If Harry needed a place to stay, well, Severus couldn't turn his back on him. Not this time. The day Harry arrived at their home, Severus had been bracing himself for trouble. He expected awkwardness, anger, or at the very least, defiance. Instead, Harry seemed timid. The boy was quiet, hesitant, clearly uncomfortable, but there was no sign of the arrogance Severus had once associated with him. Instead, Severus found himself watching as Harry adjusted to their family life with surprising ease. It was unnerving at first, seeing the boy who once stared at him with confusion in class now quietly helping Max with his homework or chatting with Xander in the kitchen. Yet, as the days passed, Severus couldn't deny that something was shifting inside him. His perception of Harry, of the boy, not the student, was changing. It started subtly, a flicker of protectiveness when Harry was quiet at dinner, a twinge of concern when the boy looked tired. Severus caught himself more than once watching Harry during these moments, studying him, trying to piece together the life the boy had endured with the Dursleys. And then there was that day when Harry learned the truth about his parents' deaths. Severus had dreaded it. He and Xander had agreed to tell Harry everything. And when the time came, Severus found himself caught between two conflicting urges: the need to shield Harry from the harsh truth, and the cold, practical side of him that knew the boy had to face it. As they sat across from Harry, revealing the details of his parents' deaths and the role Sirius Black had played, the role Severus had played, he could see the pain etching itself deeper into the boy's already burdened heart. The look in Harry's eyes haunted him for days after. It was a look Severus recognized all too well, one of betrayal, confusion, and loss. He remembered feeling it himself. Once upon a time, he hated seeing Harry like that, even if he knew it was inevitable. He wanted to tell him that it would get better, that the pain would dull with time, but those were empty promises. Severus knew better than anyone that some wounds never healed. But then, 2 nights later, the wards woke him. A nightmare, coming from Harry's room. Severus hesitated only a moment before going to the boy, unsure of what comfort he could offer. He found Harry trembling in bed, and without thinking, Severus sat beside him and spoke. He told the boy things he hadn't told anyone, not even Xander. He spoke of his regrets, his guilt. He would tell Xander later. He had to, but for now, Harry needed to hear it. Severus didn't expect it to help. But to his surprise, it did. The next morning, Harry came into the kitchen with a small smile on his face. "Severus," he said. "Severus, not Snape, not Sir, but Severus. I don't hate you." How could the boy not hate him? After everything, Severus didn't respond but simply handed Harry a message for Xander. "Snape's down in the lab," Harry said with a bit of humor. "He told me to tell you to make pancakes and drag him out when they're done." Hearing Harry relay the message with a lightness Severus hadn't expected, he felt something strange: relief. The boy wasn't broken. Not yet, at least. The more Severus observed Harry, the more he saw glimpses of Lily. It wasn't just the eyes. It was in the way Harry smiled when he thought no one was looking, in his quiet resilience. But there was also something else. Harry had grown up hard, and that hardness, that edge, reminded Severus of himself. The day was spent playing. Severus found himself watching Harry play Quidditch with the children, though he never joined in. The idea of participating in such a light-hearted activity felt alien to him, though Xander tried, oh, how he tried, to coax him into it. But Severus couldn't bring himself to give in, not when he was so used to guarding himself, even from those closest to him. What Xander didn't know was that Severus' refusal wasn't just about pride. It was fear. Letting Harry into their home, into their family, had already unsettled him. Letting himself be drawn in any deeper, that was dangerous. Then came the day at Gringotts. The trip had been Xander's idea, a harmless checkup for Harry that quickly spiraled into something much more. When the results came back and Severus realized that both he and Harry were far from fine, something inside him snapped. He'd known there was something wrong, of course, but seeing it laid out so plainly was another blow. And worse, it wasn't just his own health that was compromised, it was Harry's too. His mind immediately went to Dumbledore. The old man had always kept secrets, always played his little games. But this time, the stakes were higher. This time, it was Severus' family at risk. Severus clenched his fists, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. He had always been a pawn in Dumbledore's plans, but Harry, their Harry, was no longer just some student. He was part of their family now, and Severus would do whatever it took to protect him. No more games, no more lies, hidden scars. By the time he was 9 years old, Harry Potter understood that the Dursleys hated him. He couldn't remember a time when it wasn't that way. They never tried to hide it, the constant insults, the harsh chores, the way Aunt Petunia looked at him like he was dirt. Harry didn't know why they despised him so much, but by then, he had learned not to ask questions. What he did know, though, was that something about him was different. Strange things happened whenever he got scared or angry. Like the time Dudley had chased him, and he somehow ended up on the roof of the school. Or when Aunt Petunia's favorite vase suddenly shattered after she'd yelled at him. He didn't know how it happened, but he could feel it. It wasn't normal. But normal didn't seem to be in the cards for Harry. He had accepted that. All he wanted was to stay out of trouble, do what the Dursleys asked, and avoid Dudley's bullying. Magic, wizards, that was a storybook thing, not something real. So, when the letters from Hogwarts started arriving, it felt like a mistake. A joke. But when Hagrid showed up and told him that he was a wizard, that magic was real, and that he wasn't a nobody, it changed everything. At first, Hogwarts had seemed like a dream. A place where he didn't have to be afraid, where he wasn't just the unwanted boy living in the cupboard. But that feeling didn't last. People whispered about him in the corridors, treating him like he was something special, but Harry didn't feel special. He was just trying to get by, like always. And then there was Snape, Professor Snape. From the first day, Snape had made it clear that he didn't like Harry. He had no idea why, but it didn't seem to matter what he did. Snape always found fault with him. In his first year, everything was overwhelming. He made friends in Ron and Hermione, but there was always something hanging over him, the mystery of his parents' deaths, the truth about Voldemort. And by the end of that year, Harry had faced dangers he never could have imagined. The Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort, it all made him question whether coming to Hogwarts had really been the escape he thought it would be. His second year wasn't any better. The whispers started again, this time about him being the heir of Slytherin. The way people looked at him, it reminded Harry of the Dursleys. Suspicion, fear, even Ron and Hermione, his best friends, seemed wary of him for a while after he spoke Parseltongue in front of everyone. And then the attacks started, petrifying students. The weight of being suspected, of feeling so alone in a school filled with people, pressed down on him. By the time he faced Tom Riddle and the Basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, Harry felt more isolated than ever. It wasn't just that people thought he was dangerous, it was that he started to believe it too. Maybe there was something wrong with him, something bad. But then, after all of that, he was pulled into something completely unexpected. When Xander, Professor Snape's husband, had come to get him from the Dursleys, everything changed again. At first, Harry didn't know what to think. He had been so used to people treating him like he didn't matter. Like he was a burden, that the idea of someone coming to take him away because they wanted to, felt unreal. And Xander wasn't just taking him anywhere. He was bringing Harry into his family. Snape's family. That part had been a shock. Harry had never imagined Snape had a family, let alone that he would be part of it. The whole situation was strange, but the Dursleys had made it clear they didn't want him back. And Harry wasn't going to say no to an escape from Privet Drive. His first few days with Xander, Severus, and their children felt like stepping into another world. It was so different from anything Harry had known. There was laughter, noise, warmth, things he had never experienced with the Dursleys. And it wasn't just Xander who surprised him, Severus did, too. Harry had braced himself for awkwardness, for more coldness from Snape, but instead, he found someone who was quiet, reserved, yes, but not unkind. But then came the hardest part, the truth about Sirius Black and his parents' deaths. When Xander and Severus sat him down to explain everything, Harry had been overwhelmed. They didn't just tell him about Black's betrayal. They told him about Severus' role, too. At first, Harry hadn't understood. How could Severus, who had been sitting right there, who had let him into his home, be involved in the events that had led to his parents' deaths? But Severus had been honest, blunt, even. He told Harry how, when he was younger, he had passed on information to Voldemort, information that had ultimately led the Dark Lord to his parents' hiding place. He had tried to explain that he didn't know the Potters were the ones Voldemort was hunting, but the guilt and regret in Severus' voice were unmistakable. Harry could tell that Severus had been carrying that weight for years. The betrayal stung. Harry had sat there, numb, as Severus explained how he had begged Dumbledore to protect Lily after realizing the danger she was in. It didn't make sense to Harry. Why had Severus, who seemed to hate him so much, cared about his mother? But the more Severus spoke, the more Harry saw how much it pained him. There was no hiding the Remorse in Severus' eyes. Harry didn't know how to process it. The truth left him feeling hollow, confused. He wanted to hate Severus for what he had done, wanted to lash out, to scream, but he didn't. He couldn't. Instead, he spent days after the conversation in a fog, replaying the words over and over in his mind. And yet, something else began to creep into Harry's thoughts: pity. Severus had been part of the reason his parents were dead, yes. But it was clear that he had been suffering, too. It was the look in Severus' eyes that kept coming back to him, the regret, the guilt that had shaped so much of his life since then. It reminded Harry of himself, of how he carried the weight of things beyond his control. Then, after that nightmare, the one that had Severus coming into his room to comfort him, things started to change. Harry had never seen that side of Severus before. The man who had always seemed so cold and unfeeling had sat with him, talked to him, opened up in a way Harry didn't expect. Severus had told him things he had never shared with anyone, and it made Harry see him in a different light. Maybe Severus wasn't the villain Harry had thought he was. Maybe he was just human. Life with Xander and Severus wasn't perfect, but it was more than Harry had ever imagined for himself. The moments they shared, making pancakes in the morning, playing Quidditch in the yard, the way they all teased each other over board games, felt almost too good to be true. Even small things, like when they got every single pizza on the menu because Harry had never had it, were moments Harry hadn't thought he'd ever get to experience. Then came the bombshell: Dumbledore. It had started as an idea Xander had one morning, to take Harry to Gringotts for a checkup, to make sure he was all right after everything he had been through. But the trip revealed more than anyone could have imagined. The goblins' tests had shown something strange. Harry wasn't just suffering from malnutrition and the effects of the abuse he'd endured at the Dursleys. No, there were traces of spells and potions that had been used on him, lingering. Effects that made Harry feel off. And it was Dumbledore's name that had come up in connection with those spells. Dumbledore, the man Harry had trusted, who had guided him through his first 2 years at Hogwarts, had been manipulating him. Harry couldn't believe it at first. The old headmaster had always seemed so kind, so wise. But the goblins' tests didn't lie. Dumbledore had placed enchantments on him, spells to dull his emotions, to keep him compliant, docile. Potions that suppressed his magical growth. It felt like the floor had been ripped out from under him. Why? Why would Dumbledore do that? Harry's mind spun with questions. Was it to keep him weak, to make sure he couldn't become a threat like Voldemort? Or was it something else, some grand plan that Dumbledore had been keeping from him all along? The sense of betrayal was overwhelming. Dumbledore had been one of the only adults Harry had thought he could trust. And now, he didn't know what to believe anymore. Sirius Black sat alone in his dark cell, the cold of Azkaban seeping into his bones, as if the very stone walls sought to freeze his soul. The wind howled outside, carrying with it the endless wails of despair. It was the same wind he had heard for 12 long years, each gust a reminder of the crime he hadn't committed, of the life stolen from him. He clenched his fists as the sound of approaching Dementors sent a fresh wave of dread through him. They drifted past his cell, their presence like an icy hand closing around his heart. Sirius felt their pull on his mind, their attempt to feed on the misery within him. But he couldn't let them in, not now. He had to stay focused. He had to escape. His thoughts turned to Peter Pettigrew, the traitor, the one who had framed him, the one who had led James and Lily Potter to their deaths. The name burned inside him, fueling his will. Closing his eyes, Sirius forced himself to breathe, to find that small spark of magic buried deep beneath the pain and bitterness. Slowly, he felt the familiar shift in his body as he transformed into his animagus form. Padfoot, his other self, the black dog, emerged, and the oppressive cold seemed less severe. His senses sharpened, and the suffocating despair of the prison dulled slightly. He waited for the right moment. When the door to his cell creaked open, Sirius bolted like a shadow in the night, his paws barely making a sound as he moved through the corridors. The prison was a maze, but his mind was clear, his goal singular: freedom. As he neared the edge of the prison, the sound of crashing waves filled the air. The scent of saltwater hit him, a welcome change from the damp, musty stench of Azkaban. Without hesitation, he leapt from the cliff into the sea below. The freezing water hit him like a wall, but he swam, he had no choice. The icy waves were relentless, crashing over him, but with each stroke, Sirius fought back against the numbness creeping into his limbs. The image of Pettigrew kept him going. The thought of vengeance drove him through the water. Exhaustion weighed on him, but the fire inside wouldn't let him stop. Finally, after what felt like hours, his paws found solid ground beneath them. He dragged himself onto the rocky shore of Yesnaby, collapsing onto the cold sand, his body trembling with fatigue. For a moment, he lay there, staring up at the sky, the stars blurred by exhaustion. But he couldn't rest, not yet. He found a small sheltered spot to hide, eating what little he could. Scavenge from the shoreline. The food barely registered, but it was enough to fuel the flame of his resolve. The next day, as he struggled to continue, the weight of his escape finally caught up with him. His body collapsed, and darkness claimed him. When he woke, warmth enveloped him, a sensation so foreign that for a moment, he thought he was still dreaming. A soft blanket was draped over him, and the smell of food filled the air. Confused, Sirius blinked, his gaze darting around the unfamiliar room. Before he could move, a voice broke the silence. "Where do you think you're going, Mr. Black?" Sirius froze. Slowly, he turned to the source of the voice. An older woman, perhaps in her 60s, stood by the fire, holding 2 plates of food. Her hair was streaked with gray, but her eyes, sharp and clear, pierced through him. She wasn't holding a wand, but there was no mistaking the authority in her presence. "Shift back, and we'll talk like humans, yes," she said, as if his magus form was nothing out of the ordinary. "There are clothes in the next room. Change and join me in the dining room." Her tone was calm, commanding. Sirius hesitated for a moment, his mind racing with suspicion. But his body was too weak to argue. He complied, transforming back into his human form. The clothes she had provided were simple but comfortable, fitting him almost perfectly. Too perfectly. When he entered the dining room, the old woman was already seated, a plate of steaming food set in front of her. Another plate sat across from her, waiting for him. Sirius eyed her warily as he took his seat. The food smelled incredible, but he forced himself to remain cautious. She watched him closely, as though weighing every move he made. They ate in silence. Each bite tasted like heaven after the meager rations in Azkaban. But Sirius didn't allow himself to enjoy it fully. His mind was racing, trying to figure out who this woman was and what she wanted. After they finished, she spoke, her tone calm but firm. "My name is Catherine Bouchard. I'm the alpha of the Bouchard pack. And you, Mr. Black, may or may not be a threat to someone very important to me." Sirius's heart thudded in his chest. "I'm not a threat," he said quickly, his voice rough from disuse. "I'm looking for Peter Pettigrew. He's the one who betrayed James and Lily Potter. He framed me for their deaths. I need to find him, to stop him." Catherine's eyes narrowed slightly. "Peter Pettigrew, the man the world thinks you killed." Sirius nodded, his hands tightening into fists on the table. "He's alive. I swear it. He's been hiding in his animagus form all these years. I have to find him before he hurts anyone else. Before he hurts Harry." Catherine's gaze didn't waver. "Hadrian James Potter," she said slowly, watching for his reaction. "What is your connection to him?" Sirius leaned forward, his voice thick with urgency. "I'm his godfather. I was supposed to protect him. But I was sent to Azkaban before I could. Please, I need to know that he's safe." For a long moment, Catherine said nothing. Then, she sighed, her expression softening just a little. "Harry is safe. He's being taken care of by my son, Alexander, and his husband. He's loved and well protected." Relief surged through Sirius, so powerful it almost knocked the wind out of him. "Thank you," he whispered, his throat tightening. "But Pettigrew is still out there. I need to see Harry. I need to protect him." Catherine's expression turned serious again. "You'll see him, but on my terms. I need to know that you're not a danger to my pack. If you're telling the truth, if you're truly innocent, I'll help you. But you must earn that trust. My loyalty is to my family first." Sirius met her gaze, the weight of her words sinking in. "I understand," he said, his voice steady. I'll do whatever it takes to prove myself. Catherine nodded, her gaze never leaving his. Good, because if you betray my trust, you'll wish the Dementors had taken you. Sirius swallowed hard but didn't back down. I won't. I promise you, I won't fail again. Sirius sat at the large oak table in Catherine's study, the firelight flickering against the walls. His eyes were fixed on the photograph in front of him, an innocent image at first glance. The Weasley family, wide smiles on their faces, standing in front of the ancient pyramids in Egypt. But Sirius wasn't focused on the happy expressions or the desert backdrop. His gaze was locked on Ron Weasley, the youngest boy, holding a rat in his hands. That's him, Sirius whispered, his voice thick with disbelief and rage. His finger hovered over the small figure of the rat. That's Peter Pettigrew. I'd recognize him anywhere. Catherine leaned over his shoulder, her brows furrowed as she studied the photo. She had heard the story of how Pettigrew had escaped, how he had hidden as a pet for years, living comfortably in plain sight while Sirius rotted in Azkaban. It was almost too surreal to believe, yet the evidence was undeniable. The Weasleys are still in Egypt, according to the papers, Catherine said, her voice calm but measured. If we move quickly, we can track them down before they leave. But this won't be easy. Egypt is crawling with wizards, and Pettigrew is cunning. Sirius's jaw tightened. I don't care how hard it is. We have to do this. If we miss him now, he'll slip through our fingers again. I can't let him get away. Catherine regarded Sirius for a moment, her gaze thoughtful. You'll need to keep your emotions in check, Sirius. Pettigrew isn't just any criminal, he's a cornered rat, literally. Desperation makes creatures unpredictable. Sirius nodded but couldn't fully mask the hatred simmering inside him. He won't escape me this time. Catherine stood, moving, to a large map of Egypt pinned to the wall. With a flick of her hand, the map shimmered, coming to life as magical icons and landmarks hovered above the surface. We'll need to locate the Weasleys' exact location. They're likely staying at one of the magical inns close to the pyramids, but we'll have to do some reconnaissance before we make a move. We can't afford to spook Pettigrew. Sirius rose to his feet, the familiar pulse of adrenaline coursing through his veins. I'll be ready. We need to leave as soon as possible. Catherine and Sirius wasted no time. Within hours, they were on a flight, enchanted. Of course, heading toward Egypt. While they traveled in relative silence, Sirius's thoughts were turbulent. His mind kept returning to the image of the rat perched comfortably in the boy's hands. The idea that Pettigrew had lived among wizards, even children, while he had endured 12 years of hell, twisted Sirius's stomach with anger. He had been robbed of so much. His freedom, his reputation, and his ability to protect Harry. But now, finally, he had a chance to right some of those wrongs. By the time they landed in Cairo, night had already fallen. The city was vibrant, its iron streets bustling with life despite the late hour. Sirius, still in his human form, and Catherine walked through the streets, cloaked and disguised. They blended into the night, moving purposeful. Wide toward their destination, a magical hotel known as the Enchanted Oasis, where they believed the Weasley family was staying. Catherine, ever the strategist, led the way, her sharp eyes scanning every corner. We'll take the alley behind the hotel first, she murmured. We need to confirm they're here before we do anything drastic. Sirius nodded, his instincts on high alert. His animagus form itched just beneath his skin, ready to emerge at any sign of danger. They moved silently through the narrow streets, the cool desert air carrying with it the faint sounds of distant music and conversation. When they reached the back of the hotel, Catherine stopped, her eyes narrowing at the rows of windows above them. A few glimmered with soft candlelight, but most were dark. She pulled a small enchanted device from her pocket, something that resembled a miniature telescope. With a flick of her wrist, she peered through it, scanning the building's upper floors. There, she whispered, handing the device to Sirius. Sirius looked through it and immediately saw the Weasley family's room. A few of them were asleep in their beds, and there, curled up on a pillow near Ron, was the rat. Pettigrew. His heart pounded in his chest. That's him, Sirius breathed, his voice low but filled with intensity. We need to get inside. Not yet, Catherine said, her tone commanding. We need to plan this carefully. One mistake, and Pettigrew will vanish. Sirius forced himself to take a deep breath. She was right. Rushing in head first had never served him well in the past. This needed to be methodical. Back at their temporary hideout, Sirius paced while Catherine laid out their next steps. "We'll wait until the middle of the night, when the Weasleys are asleep," Catherine began, her voice calm and collected. "You'll transform into Padfoot and enter the hotel. The wards around the building are weak, mostly for Muggle deterrence. You should be able to get inside unnoticed." "And Pettigrew?" Sirius asked, his voice tight with anticipation. Catherine gave him a pointed look. "We'll switch him with another rat. A harmless one. Pettigrew won't notice until it's too late. If we're lucky, he'll be in his rat form, unaware of our presence." Sirius clenched his fists. "And if he's not?" Catherine met his gaze, her expression unflinching. "Then we subdue him quickly. But our goal is to avoid confrontation. The last thing we want is to wake the Weasleys or any other guests. This needs to be clean." Sirius nodded, though the desire for confrontation, facing Pettigrew, confronting him, and finally ending this, gnawed at him. But Catherine's plan was sound. They couldn't afford to make a scene, not in a foreign country, surrounded by wizards who would surely side with the Weasleys. The hours passed slowly. Midnight came and went, and by the time the moon had reached its peak, the hotel was silent. Sirius, in his animagus form, padded silently toward the building. His black fur blended into the shadows, making him nearly invisible as he moved toward the entrance. The wards around the hotel flickered faintly, but they weren't designed to detect magical creatures. He passed through them easily, his heart pounding with anticipation. Inside, the hotel was dark, its corridors empty. Sirius moved quickly, his paws silent on the stone floors as he made his way toward the Weasleys' room. Sharp canine senses picked up the faint sounds of breathing from the rooms he passed, but no one stirred. When he reached the door to the Weasley family's suite, he hesitated for only a moment before nudging it open with his nose. The door creaked softly, but no one inside woke. The room was dimly lit by the soft glow of a candle near the window, and Sirius's eyes quickly adjusted to the darkness. Ron Weasley was asleep in one of the beds, his arm draped over the side. And there, perched on the pillow next to him, was Pettigrew. The rat's small body was curled up, its whiskers twitching slightly as it slept. Sirius's heart raced as he took a step closer, his instinct screaming at him to lunge, to end it now. But he forced himself to remain still. Pettigrew was still in his rat form, unaware of the danger lurking just feet away. Sirius edged closer to the bed, his movements slow and deliberate. From the corner of the room, Catherine emerged, her wand raised. She had already prepared the switch. A normal, harmless rat sat quietly in her hand, ready to take Pettigrew's place. With a flick of her wand, the switch was made. Pettigrew, still fast asleep, was levitated gently off the bed and into a small enchanted cage that Catherine had prepared. The ordinary rat was placed in his spot, none the wiser. It was done. By the time they returned to Catherine's house in Scotland, dawn was breaking over the horizon. Sirius, still in his dog form, trotted ahead, his eyes locked on the small cage that contained the sleeping form of Peter Pettigrew. The journey back had been tense, but Pettigrew remained unconscious, trapped in his animagus form. Sirius had wanted to transform and confront him immediately, but Catherine had insisted on waiting until they were safe behind her wards. Once inside, Sirius shifted back into his human form, his breath coming in short, angry bursts. He stared at the cage, his heart pounding with anticipation. Catherine set the cage down on the table and turned to Sirius. "Are you ready?" she asked, her voice calm but edged with something darker. Sirius didn't answer. Instead, he stepped forward, his eyes never leaving the small rat inside the cage. With a flick of his wand, he forced Pettigrew to transform. The rat shifted, its small, furry body growing and changing until, within seconds, the crumpled form of Peter Pettigrew lay on the table. His eyes fluttered open, confusion and terror filling his expression as he realized where he was, and who stood before him. Sirius," Pettigrew stammered, his voice shaking. You don't understand. I can explain." But Sirius didn't want explanations. He had waited 12 long years for this moment, and he wasn't going to let Pettigrew talk his way out of it. Pettigrew lay sprawled on the table, his watery eyes darting between Sirius and Catherine, panic etched into every line of his face. His small, rat-like features were even more pronounced in human form, a perfect mirror of the coward had betrayed James and Lily Potter all those years ago. Sirius, please, Pettigrew began, his voice trembling. Shut up. Sirius's voice was a low, dangerous growl, thick with years of pent-up anger and frustration. He stepped closer, his hands clenched into fists. You don't get to talk, Peter. Not after what you did. Peter's hands shook as he raised them defensively. I had no choice. You have to believe me. He was going to kill me. Voldemort was too powerful. Sirius's wand was out in a flash, its tip glowing with a faint, ominous light. Don't you dare say his name. He hissed. You sold James and Lily to him. They trusted you. We all trusted you, and you. They would have killed me too. Peter cried, scrambling back on the table, his voice breaking. Voldemort. He was going to destroy everything. Sirius. I didn't have a choice. Catherine stood back, her arms crossed as she observed the exchange. Her expression remained impassive, but her sharp eyes were watching Pettigrew closely. She could see the layers of fear and guilt in him, but also the sly cunning beneath it. Pettigrew was a survivor, and survivors like him could be more dangerous than they appeared. Sirius took a deep breath, trying to calm the storm raging inside him, but it was impossible. All those years in Azkaban, every tortured moment, every memory of his best friends' deaths, came rushing back. He had dreamed of this moment, of finally confronting the traitor who had stolen everything from him. James and Lily died because of you, Sirius whispered, his voice cold and venomous. Harry, he's been alone because of you. And I was locked away for 12 years, for a crime I didn't commit. Tears filled Pettigrew's eyes as he cowered beneath Sirius's gaze. Please, Sirius, you have to understand. I never wanted any of this. I was scared. I thought. You thought about yourself, Sirius spat. Just like you always do. There was a tense silence as Sirius raised his wand higher, the light at its tip flaring brighter. For a moment, it looked like he might strike Pettigrew down right then and there. But Catherine spoke, her voice steady and firm. Sirius, stop. Sirius turned, his eyes blazing with fury. He deserves to die, Catherine. You know that. And he will, Catherine said, her tone cold but measured. But not like this. We need him alive, for now. Sirius hesitated, his chest heaving with the weight of his emotions. Catherine's words cut through the haze of rage clouding his mind. She was right. Pettigrew wasn't just a traitor, he was also their only link to the Death Eaters. And perhaps even to Voldemort himself. Killing him now, though tempting, would only bring temporary satisfaction. Catherine stepped forward, her gaze fixed on Pettigrew. You have two options, Peter, she said calmly. You can cooperate, tell us everything you know, and maybe, just maybe, you'll be spared. Or, we hand you over to the Ministry. I'm sure you know what Azkaban is like, but this time, you won't escape. Pettigrew shuddered at the mention of Azkaban. His eyes flickered to Sirius, who stood there like a shadow of vengeance, and then back to Catherine. He knew he was cornered. Please, Peter whimpered, his voice breaking. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Just don't send me back there. Not to Azkaban. I can't go back there. Sirius sneered in disgust. Funny, you never thought about that when I was rotting away in that place, did you? Catherine ignored the exchange, her focus solely on extracting information. Start talking then, she commanded. We want to know everything about Voldemort, the Death Eaters, and how you managed to stay hidden for so long. Peter swallowed hard, glancing nervously between the two of them. His mind raced as he tried to piece together a story that might spare his life. He had no choice now. He was trapped. I've been in hiding ever since that night, Peter stammered. After Voldemort was defeated, I knew they'd come after me. The other Death Eaters, they blamed me for his fall. I had to disappear. I've been living as a rat ever since, hiding among wizards who would never suspect me. And the Weasleys? Sirius asked, his voice tight with barely contained anger. You've been living with them for years. Peter nodded, trembling. I became their pet. Scabbers. They had no idea. It was the perfect cover. Pathetic, Sirius muttered under his breath. Catherine's eyes narrowed as she pressed further. And what about now, Peter? What do you know about Voldemort? Where are the remaining Death Eaters? Peter hesitated, his fear growing. I don't know, he cried. Voldemort's gone. I haven't heard anything about him since that night. The Death Eaters are scattered, hiding. They've been waiting for a sign, any sign, that he might return. Sirius growled in frustration, his grip tightening around his wand. You're lying. Peter's eyes widened in terror. I'm not. I swear, I haven't had contact with any of them. Since everything fell apart. They went into hiding, just like I did. I've been living in fear ever since. Catherine tilted her head, her expression thoughtful. He's telling the truth, at least about some of it. But there's more you're not saying, isn't there, Peter? Peter's mouth opened and closed, his rat-like features twitching nervously. He looked like he wanted to bolt, but there was nowhere to run. His eyes darted toward Sirius, pleading. I don't know what else you want from me. I've told you everything. Sirius took a step forward, his wand still raised. You haven't told us enough. How did you manage to frame me? How did you manipulate everyone? Pettigrew's shoulders slumped, and for a moment, it looked as if he might break down completely. I had to, he whimpered. When Voldemort found out about the Fidelius charm, he ordered me to tell him where James and Lily were hiding. He threatened to kill me if I didn't. I couldn't refuse him, Sirius. I was scared. And framing me? Sirius asked, his voice sharp. That wasn't fear, that was self-preservation. Peter's face twisted into something between a grimace and a sob. I needed someone to take the fall. If they caught me, I knew I wouldn't last long in Azkaban. But if they thought it was you, they'd never suspect me. I'm sorry, Sirius. I didn't want it to be you. Sirius let out a bitter laugh, the sound harsh and full of pain. You didn't want it to be me. Is that supposed to make me feel better? You destroyed my life, Peter. You destroyed everything. I'm sorry, Peter cried, tears streaming down his face now. Please, Sirius. I didn't know what else to do. I was scared. I made a mistake. Sirius's hand trembled as he raised his wand higher, his anger threatening to overwhelm him. But Catherine's calm voice cut through the tension once again. We've heard enough, she said, her eyes cold as they flickered between Sirius and Peter. For now, Sirius turned to her, his expression one of disbelief. You can't be serious, Catherine. We can't let him live. I never said we would, Catherine replied, her voice steady. But we need him alive for now. There's more we can learn. And his death won't bring James and Lily back. Think about Harry. This isn't just about revenge. It's about making sure nothing like this ever happens again. Sirius clenched his jaw, his whole body trembling with barely controlled rage. He wanted to kill Peter, to end this once and for all. But Catherine's words lingered in his mind. She was right. Killing Peter now wouldn't fix the past. And Harry needed him to be smarter than that. Sirius lowered his wand, though every fiber of his being screamed against it. Fine, he said through gritted teeth. But mark my words, Peter. Your time will come, and when it does, I'll be the one to finish this. Peter let out a shuddering breath, collapsing in relief. Catherine nodded, satisfied. We'll keep him under guard. I'll contact some of them. Why allies? They'll want to know about this. She looked to Sirius, her expression softening slightly. We'll get justice, Sirius. But we'll do it the right way. Sirius nodded, though the fire of anger still burned bright in his eyes. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. But for now, Peter Pettigrew would live. As they locked Peter Pettigrew in the basement, Sirius felt a rush of mixed emotions, relief that they finally had him. But also a bitter, unquenchable anger that still simmered in his chest. Peter had pleaded, cried, and tried to justify his actions, but it hadn't changed the past. Catherine placed strong, enchanted restraints on Pettigrew, ensuring he wouldn't be able to escape or transform back into his animagus form. The basement was cold and bare, the stone walls seeming to close in around Pettigrew as he sat there. Defeated, Catherine gave Sirius a final glance before turning to leave. Don't worry, she said softly, her voice calm yet unyielding. He's not going anywhere. Sirius didn't answer. His eyes lingered on Pettigrew one last time, his mind racing with the weight of 12 years of betrayal. There were still so many questions. So much pain. But now was not the time for more violence. He followed Catherine out of the basement, feeling the heavy door slam shut behind them. The magical wards crackled with energy, sealing Peter away. Chapter end notes. Sue. This came out as a bit long-ish. At first it was supposed to be 2 chapters, but one thing led to another and I ended up with a 29K chapter. Hope you enjoyed. The chamber deep within Gringotts was cool and dimly lit. The ancient stone walls covered in glowing runes, thrumming with energy that seemed to resonate through the room. Harry stood in the center, his shoes scuffing lightly on the floor as he shifted nervously. He wasn't sure what to expect from this ritualistic cleansing, but if it rid him of Dumbledore's manipulations and the lingering spells that had twisted his mind, he was ready. Next to him, Severus's face was a stony mask, but Xander, who was standing with the kids near the edge of the room, could see the tightness in Severus's posture. The tension in his shoulders betrayed how much he was holding back. His gaze flicked between Harry and the goblins who were preparing the ritual, his dark eyes filled with an undercurrent of worry. This should cleanse the dark magic and manipulations that have been embedded in both of you, Griphook explained as the final preparations were made. It will take time for everything to be purged, but by the end, you should be free of all external magical influences. Harry nodded, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling gnawing at his gut. He couldn't help but wonder how much of who he was had been shaped by those spells and potions. Would he still be Harry once it was all gone? Would anything feel different? He caught Severus glancing at him, and there was a flicker of something in his eyes. Understanding. Because Severus was in the same boat, trying to unravel the pieces of his life that had been controlled by another. Are you ready? Griphook's voice broke the quiet, his sharp gaze scanning both of them. As ready as we'll ever be, Harry muttered under his breath. Severus merely inclined his head, ever the composed one, though the tension was still visible in the lines of his face. The ritual began with a rush of power that swept through the room like a gust of wind. Harry could feel it wrapping around him, pulling at something deep inside. The glow from the runes intensified, casting long shadows across the wall. As the goblins chanted in their ancient language. The sensation wasn't painful, more like a tugging at the core of his being, as if something was being unraveled, thread by thread. Severus stood rigid beside him, his breath shallow as the magic washed over him. Xander, standing with the children, caught the faintest twitch of Severus's fingers, something only he would have noticed. He knew Severus hated the feeling of being vulnerable, especially in front of Harry and the children. The burns on his hands, hidden under long sleeves and constant potions, must have been throbbing under the cleansing magic, but he said nothing. Xander gave a tiny sigh. Always the martyr, he thought, making a mental note to drag Severus to bed later and demand a proper explanation for why he kept getting hurt while brewing and never taking care of himself. He'd likely have to resort to some dramatic ploy, kisses or perhaps threats of withholding them until Severus agreed to rest properly. That usually worked. When the light around Harry finally dimmed, leaving only the soft glow of the runes, the room fell silent. Harry could feel the difference already, like a weight he hadn't even known he was carrying had been lifted. The relief was tangible, as though his very soul had been scrubbed clean. Griphook stepped forward, beginning the health evaluations. The cleansing is complete. Now, we'll check for any lingering effects, physical or magical. One by one, the goblin healers scanned through the family. Xander and the kids were cleared quickly, though Griphook gave Tess a serious look. You'll need glasses soon. Tess rolled her eyes but nodded. Yeah, I've been seeing double for a week. Thought it was just a fluke. And Max, Griphook continued, your magical core indicates you might be coming down with the flu. Max's face twisted into a mixture of horror and defiance. Flu, me, but I'm not invincible, Severus finished for him, his voice dry but affectionate. Max huffed, crossing his arms. Fine, I'll rest, but only because Harry needs me in one piece, he added, tossing a grin at Harry, who chuckled weakly in response. Severus's evaluation came next. Minor burns, Griphook said almost casually, as though listing something inconsequential. From brewing, I assume. Neglected to heal them. Severus. Xander's voice was filled with mild exasperation, his eyebrow raised. I was preoccupied, Severus muttered defensively, his tone suggesting that being preoccupied was a perfectly reasonable excuse to ignore his own injuries. Xander shot him a knowing look. We'll have a talk about that later. His voice held just enough teasing to take the edge off, though the concern was there. Finally, they turned to Harry. Griphook's expression became serious as the goblin began listing off the findings. Several broken bones that have healed incorrectly. Bruised ribs, consistent with repeated trauma. Multiple head injuries, many of which should have been fatal. Severus's grip tightened on the back of the chair in front of him, his knuckles turning white. Tess and Daniel exchanged nervous glances, while Max's carefree expression faltered. How is he alive? Daniel whispered, his voice shaky. Magic, Griphook said simply, as though that explained everything. Harry stood silently, his hands fidgeting at his sides, unsure what to say. His gaze flickered toward Severus, whose face had gone rigid with controlled anger. There's more, Griphook continued, gesturing to Harry's forearm. A basilisk bite. What? Xander blurted, stepping forward in disbelief. How did we miss that? Harry offered a sheepish smile, as if the whole thing were no big deal. Oh, that. Fox healed it when the monster in the Chamber of Secrets almost killed me. Severus's eyes widened, his voice low and strained. You were almost killed by a basilisk and you didn't think to mention that. Well, you know, the spirit of Tom Marvolo Riddle, Voldemort, ordered it to attack me. But don't worry, I killed it. It's fine now. Fine, Severus repeated, his voice tinged with disbelief. You call nearly being killed by a basilisk fine? Harry shrugged, feeling the weight of everyone's stares. I dealt with it, Xander groaned, rubbing his temples. You dealt with it, Harry. That's not something you just deal with. Severus, who had been trying to process this new information, turned abruptly to Griphook. Are you absolutely certain the hero complex spell has been removed? Griphook nodded, unfazed. It has. What Harry's dealing with now is trauma. There was a collective silence, broken only by the sounds of the children shifting uncomfortably. Harry tried to force a smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. Trauma was right. It wasn't just the spells that had affected him. He was still processing the sheer weight of everything he'd been through. And one more thing, Griphook said, his voice grim. Harry has a Horcrux inside his scar. For a moment, the world seemed to freeze. Severus's breath hitched, his face paling. Xander's expression darkened with a mix of anger and horror. Tess and Daniel exchanged wide-eyed looks, while Max, Nika, and Lynn immediately rushed forward, wrapping Harry in a fierce group hug. They might not fully understand the gravity of the situation, but they knew enough to know Harry was in danger. Harry stood stiffly, his mind reeling as the arms of his siblings enveloped him. He could feel the tremors in their small bodies, their silent fear as they clung to him, and it took everything in him not to break down then and there. Severus's voice, though quiet, was filled with barely suppressed rage. Can it be removed? Griphook gave a firm nod. We can do it now. Before the goblin could even finish speaking, Harry's voice rang out, steady and determined. Do it. The room descended into tense silence as the goblins worked to remove the Horcrux. 2 hours stretched on for what felt like days, each minute dragging as they watched, hoping, fearing. Harry lay still, his face pale, the weight of the dark magic being purged from his body evident in every strained breath he took. Finally, it was over. The goblins held up the dark shard of Voldemort's soul, now contained and powerless. It was destroyed with a flash of fire and magic, and Harry's scars seemed to soften, as though the darkness that had inhabited it for so long was finally gone. Harry collapsed into a nearby chair, utterly exhausted but free. Severus was the first to move, crossing the room to place a hand on Harry's shoulder. The gesture was simple, but it spoke volumes. Harry looked up at him, the weariness in his eyes unmistakable, but there was something else there too, relief. Thank you, Harry whispered, his voice hoarse. Severus squeezed his shoulder lightly. You're safe now. The family gathered around him, the unspoken understanding of what they had just endured together heavy. They thanked the goblins and made their way back home, carrying bags of drinks, fire whiskey for Severus and Xander, juices for the kids. The weight of the day hung over them, but it was a different kind of weight. They had faced something horrible and come out the other side, together. At home, the pizza from the night before waited, and they all settled into the familiar comfort of food. Nika was the first to speak after dinner. "Can we watch a movie?" No one had the energy to focus. But it was the distraction they needed. They all agreed, sinking into the couch together. As the movie played, their minds were elsewhere, each of them grappling with the emotio. Null turmoil still lingering from the day. Severus glanced at Harry, who sat nestled between Max and Tess, a quiet strength about him despite everything. Xander reached for Severus's hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. They had come so far. But this was only the beginning of the healing process, for all of them. The kids were finally upstairs, tired but relaxed. Xander watched them disappear behind their bedroom doors. Grateful the kids didn't pick up on the subtle shift in his scent, not yet. It was Severus who noticed. Of course it was. Xander had barely turned away from Harry's door when Severus's hand landed gently on his arm. The touch was electric, sending a jolt through his body. Xander's breath hitched as he met Severus's knowing gaze. "It's starting, isn't it?" Severus asked quietly, his voice a low, steady hum that did nothing to calm the need rising within Xander. Xander nodded, his throat tight. The words felt heavy, almost dangerous, on his tongue. "I can feel it." Severus's dark eyes softened, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "Then we'd better take care of it before it takes care of us." There was no teasing in his voice, just an understanding that made Xander's heart ache. The way Severus accepted him, his wolf and all, was something Xander never took for granted. But it didn't make the pull any less fierce, any less overwhelming. His blood pounded in his ears, heat spreading through his veins as Severus stepped closer, the scent of potions and home filling Xander's senses. Xander growled low, a sound torn between desire and restraint. His hands twitched at his sides, desperate to reach out, to grab, to take. The tension coiled tighter inside him, like a spring ready to snap. "Severus," he managed to rasp, his voice rough, raw with need. Severus smirked, raising an eyebrow. "I'm not made of glass, Xander." And that was all the permission he needed. With a snarl, Xander pulled Severus against him, crushing their lips together in a searing kiss. His hands roamed over Severus's body, fingers digging into the fabric of his robes as if trying to ground himself, to keep some small part of his mind from being completely overtaken by the primal need surging through him. Severus moaned softly into the kiss, his arms wrapping around Xander's neck as he pressed closer, his body pliant against Xander's. The scent of Severus, rich and intoxicating, flooded Xander's senses, sending a fresh wave of heat through him. He couldn't hold back any longer. With a growl, Xander scooped Severus up, carrying him effortlessly toward their bedroom. Severus clung to him, his breath coming in shallow gasps as Xander's steps quickened, urgency driving every movement. The door slammed shut behind them, and in an instant, Xander had Severus pinned against the bed. Their bodies flush against one another as he pressed down, claiming Severus with a hunger that left him breathless. Every kiss, every touch felt like fire under his skin, burning hotter and brighter with each passing second. Severus's fingers tangled in Xander's hair, his own breath quickening as Xander's lips trailed down his neck, nipping and sucking at the sensitive skin. His UAL sharp tongue was replaced by soft gasps and moans, his body arching into Xander's touch, urging him on. The wolf was taking over now, and Xander didn't fight it. He didn't want to. All that mattered was Severus, touching him, tasting him, making him his. The world outside their bedroom faded away, leaving nothing but the two of them, the heat of their bodies and the wild, consuming desire that raged between them. Severus's clothes were gone in an instant, discarded in a blur of movement as Xander's hands explored every inch of him. Severus writhed beneath him, his skin flushed, his eyes dark with lust as Xander's hands traced the contours of his body, memorizing every curve, every scar, every inch that belonged to him. "Xander," Severus breathed, his voice barely a whisper, but it was not to shatter the last thread of Xander's restraint. He moved with a ferocity that left them both gasping, his need to claim, to possess, driving every motion, every thrust. Severus's cries filled the room, a symphony of pleasure that only spurred Xander on, his body moving faster, harder, desperate to lose himself completely in the man beneath him. And when Severus finally shattered beneath him, his body trembling with release, Xander followed, the intensity of his climax ripping through him with a force that left him shaking, his heart pounding in his chest as he collapsed against Severus, their bodies still entwined. For a long moment, neither of them moved, their breaths mingling as they lay together in the aftermath, the heat of the rut slowly fading, leaving only the steady beat of their hearts and the quiet satisfaction of knowing they were exactly where they belonged. Severus's fingers brushed through Xander's hair, his voice soft, teasing. Still standing, Xander, you'll have to try harder. Xander chuckled, the sound low and tired, but filled with affection. I'm not done yet. Severus smirked, shifting slightly beneath Xander, though his body was still languid, sated from the intensity of their earlier coupling. Not done, he teased, voice low and rich. Then by all means, prove it. Xander growled playfully, his eyes darkening with renewed hunger as he leaned down, pressing a kiss to Severus's lips. It started slow, deliberate, but quickly grew heated again, the embers of his desire still burning brightly. His rut wasn't over yet, it would take more than one round to satisfy the primal urge that clawed at him, demanding more, always more. Severus responded eagerly, his hands sliding up Xander's back, pulling him closer, as if their bodies couldn't possibly be close enough. He was no passive participant. Every kiss, every touch from him sent jolts of electricity through Xander, reigniting the flames of his need. Merlin, Severus, Xander muttered against his lips, his voice thick with desire. You're going to be the death of me. Severus chuckled, his breath hitching as Xander's hand slid down his side, fingers ghosting over sensitive skin. You've survived worse, he breathed, though the teasing lilt in his voice faltered slightly as Xander's touch became more insistent. The shift between them was subtle, a dance they both knew well, the UNSP. Okayan understanding of each other's bodies, their needs. Xander's hands roamed with purpose now, fingers digging into Severus's hips as he moved to claim his husband all over again. Severus's soft gasp turned to moans as Xander took him once more, his movements more deliberate, more controlled this time. The frenzy of earlier had ebbed into something deeper, though no less intense. Every thrust was calculated, designed to draw out Severus's pleasure, to make him tremble and arch beneath him in pure, unrestrained need. Their rhythm was a push and pull, a seamless give and take. Severus's hands gripped Xander's shoulders, fingers digging into his skin as their bodies moved together, slick with sweat, lost in each other. Xander could feel every shift, every tightening of muscle as Severus neared the edge again. And it drove him wild. Xander leaned down, his lips brushing against Severus's ear as he whispered, voice husky, "Come for me, Sev." The words sent Severus spiraling, his body tensing, muscles taut as he let go. Shuddering beneath Xander as pleasure ripped through him. His cry was muffled as Xander captured his lips in a bruising kiss, swallowing every sound as he followed Severus over the edge. The intensity of their shared release leaving them both breathless and trembling. For a long moment, the room was filled only with the sound of their ragged breathing, the quiet aftermath of their passion settling around them like a blanket. Xander's head rested against Severus's chest, listening to the steady thrum of his heartbeat as it began to slow. This time, Xander didn't move. He was spent, his body heavy and warm, completely satisfied. The primal need that had driven him, that overwhelming urge to claim and possess, had finally been sated, at least for now. Severus, too, seemed content to stay where he was, his fingers lazily tracing circles on Xander's back, his body relaxed, though Xander could feel the lingering tension in his muscles. It wasn't the same tension as before, though, it was the kind of tension that came from complete and utter satisfaction. Still alive, I see, Severus murmured, breaking the comfortable silence between them. His voice was soft, teasing, but there was an edge of exhaustion to it that made Xander smile. Barely, Xander replied, chuckling quietly as he nuzzled into Severus's neck. But I told you, I'm not done yet. Severus hummed, a low, pleased sound that sent a shiver through Xander. I suppose I should be grateful you've still got the energy, he said, though the corners of his mouth quirked up in a lazy smile. Xander smiled back, pressing a soft kiss to Severus's collarbone. You're going to be sore tomorrow, he murmured, his tone somewhere between affection and warning. Severus raised an eyebrow, his smirk widening. Is that a promise? Xander cast a privacy spell around the room. The wards shimmered briefly in the air before settling, ensuring that no sound would escape. Severus could be as loud as he wanted to be, and no one would hear a thing. Xander turned back to Severus, his eyes darkening with desire as the need inside him intensified. The privacy spell had lifted the last barrier between him and what he wanted, what he needed. His gaze locked on Severus, and with a low growl rumbling in his chest, he stalked toward the bed, his body already thrumming with anticipation. "Come here," Xander growled, his voice rough and filled with raw hunger. Severus smirked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he shifted on the bed. "Is that an order?" he teased, though his own body betrayed his readiness as he slid out of his robes. Xander didn't respond with words, he didn't need to. Instead, he climbed onto the bed, his hands immediately gripping Severus' hips as he pulled his husband toward him. Their bodies collided, and Xander crushed their mouths together in a fierce, hungry kiss, his need for Severus overwhelming any sense of restraint he might have had left. Severus gasped against his mouth, and Xander didn't waste a second, his hands roaming over every inch of Severus' body, igniting the heat between them once more. He could feel Severus trembling beneath him, already submitting to his touch, and that only fueled Xander's need further. The rut took over, and for hours, they were lost in each other, bodies moving together in a relentless rhythm of passion. The bed creaked under the intensity of their movements, and the room was filled with the sounds of gasps, moans, and growls as Xander fucked Severus relentlessly, over and over again. His mind went blank with pleasure, the world outside disappearing as the night stretched on, the hours melting away. Severus clung to him, his nails digging into Xander's back as they moved together, their breath coming in ragged gasps as they lost track of time. Completely consumed by the raw, animalistic need that drove them, Xander's rut was in full swing, and Severus took everything he gave, his own body trembling with pleasure as they pushed each other to the brink. Again and again, by the time the first light of morning filtered through the curtains, it was 4 a.m. and they were both drenched in sweat, bodies tangled together in the sheets. Xander's muscles ached, but the satisfaction that came with it was undeniable. They'd gone at it for hours, and yet, even now, the heat of his rut still simmered just beneath the surface. But before either of them could even catch their breath, the shrill sound of the doorbell echoed through the house, breaking the spell of their intimate bubble. Xander groaned, his head dropping against Severus' chest. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered, his voice hoarse from the long night. Severus let out a tired, amused chuckle, his fingers lazily brushing through Xander's hair. "It seems someone's eager to interrupt our morning." With a reluctant sigh, Xander pulled away from Severus, though not without stealing one last kiss. "Who the hell is ringing the doorbell at this hour?" he grumbled, running a hand through his hair as he slid out of bed. "Let's hope it's not the kids," Severus said dryly, though there was still a hint of amusement in his tone. Xander waved a hand to dispel the privacy spell, then reached for his robe. He glanced over at Severus, who was watching him with a lazy, satisfied smile. "I'll get the door," Xander said with a smirk. "Don't go anywhere, we're not done yet." Severus raised an eyebrow, though the playful glint in his eyes showed he had no objections. "I'll be waiting," he purred. With one last lingering look, Xander reluctantly headed toward the door. The doorbell still ringing insistently. Whoever it was, they'd better have a damn good reason for interrupting his morning. Catherine Bouchard paced in front of the basement door. Her dark eyes narrowed as she listened to the muffled sounds of Peter Pettigrew's weak protests below. Sirius Black leaned against the wall nearby, arms crossed, clearly bored. "That should hold him," Sirius muttered. Glancing at Catherine, Catherine's wand buzzed in her pocket. "Check on Alexander." Catherine turned to Sirius, her expression shifting from softness to steel. "I need to go check on Alexander. It might be his time of the year, and I'd wager Severus is caught in the middle." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "His what time of the year?" Catherine gave him a pointed look. "I'll explain on the way. Let's go." When they arrived at Xander and Severus's house, Catherine was greeted by the distinct scent of her son's rut, even before they reached the door. She pressed the doorbell firmly, glancing at Sirius, who was now looking mildly curious. A few moments later, the door was yanked open, and there stood Xander, shirtless, wearing only a pair of shorts, his body still radiating heat from the rut. His eyes, blazing with barely restrained irritation, immediately narrowed on the intruders. His muscles were tense, every line of his body thrumming with frustration. It didn't take M.U.C.H. imagination to figure out why he was so pissed off. Xander's eyes widened slightly when he saw his mother standing on the doorstep. "Mom," he muttered, his voice a growl. "What the hell, Alexander?" Catherine interrupted sharply, her eyes narrowing as they raked over him. "What do you think you're doing, answering the door looking like that? Where are your manners?" Xander scowled, running a hand through his already tousled hair. "I didn't ask for visitors at ass o'clock in the morning, mother." His voice was a low grumble. "And you interrupted. You're rut." "Yes, I know," Catherine said matter-of-factly. "But you can at least make yourself presentable when your mother shows up unannounced." Before Xander could argue, a muttered voice came from behind him. "How hard is it to tell someone to fuck off?" Severus appeared in the hallway, clearly tired of waiting for Xander to return. His hair was a tangled mess, and he was wearing a pair of Xander's shorts and a shirt that barely read the numerous hickeys and bite marks scattered across his neck and shoulders. Severus stopped short when he saw Catherine standing at the door, his sharp gaze flicking between them. Catherine's eyes widened as she took in Severus's appearance. "Look at him," she exclaimed, her voice rising. "He looks half dead." Severus raised an eyebrow, his lips quirking up slightly despite himself. "Half dead? I'd say I'm in one piece, Catherine." Quote. Xander groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose as his mother stepped forward, her gaze still fixed on Severus, a mixture of exasperation and concern in her eyes. "Alexander, you need to take better care of him. Honestly, the poor man." He's fine," Xander interrupted, though there was a hint of amusement tugging at his mouth. "I'm more than fine," Severus deadpanned, glancing at Xander with a lazy smirk. "Just a bit well used, let's say." Catherine sighed, exasperation clear on her face as she looked back at Xander. "You'll thank me later for the interruption," she said. "Now, put on some proper clothes, and we'll talk about how to manage your rut like a responsible adult." Xander grumbled but nodded, too tired to argue anymore. He turned toward Severus, muttering, "Looks like I'll have to make it up to you later." Severus smirked. "I'll hold you to that." Xander gave Severus a lingering glance, one that promised retribution for this unwanted interruption. Severus, still smirking, raised an eyebrow in amusement but didn't say a word. Catherine let out a long breath and turned back to her son. "Alexander, you need to get a handle on this. I know it's difficult, but you're a father now. You can't let your condition interfere with your responsibilities." Xander, finally giving in, scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. "Yeah, I know, Mom. But it's not like I can control the timing." Catherine softened slightly, her stern demeanor giving way to concern. "I understand. That's why I'm here, to make sure you're managing things properly. You can't just shut yourself away and indulge." She glanced pointedly at Severus, who was leaning casually against the wall, still looking far too amused by the whole situation. Severus shrugged, his voice smooth as ever. "If you ask me, Catherine, we were managing just fine until you showed up." Sirius, who had been silent this whole time, finally spoke up, his voice filled with laughter. "This is all very entertaining, but you two need to get it together. We've got more problems than your husband's insatiable dildo, Snape." The moment Sirius spoke, both Xander and Severus stiffened, their relaxed postures shifting in an instant. Their instincts, honed from years of danger and battles, kicked in. Xander's eyes narrowed, his muscles tensing like a coiled spring, ready to strike. Severus's wand was in his hand before anyone could blink, aimed directly at Sirius's chest. "Sirius Black," Severus hissed, his voice a lethal whisper. "How did you get in here?" Xander, standing next to Severus, bared his teeth in a low growl. His eyes flashed with an inner wildness that betrayed the wolf lurking beneath the surface. "You've got about 3 seconds to explain yourself before I tear you apart." Sirius, to his credit, didn't flinch. He raised his hands in mock surrender, his trademark grin slipping slightly as he realized just how dangerous the situation had become. Whoa, easy there. I'm not here to cause trouble." "Too late for that," Xander growled, taking a step forward. His body blocked Severus's slightly, instinctively shielding him from any potential threat. Last I checked, you're an escaped murderer, and you have no business being anywhere near my family. Severus's eyes flicked between Xander and Sirius, his grip on his wand tightening. You should be back in Azkaban, Black. What are you doing here? Before Sirius could answer, Catherine intervened, stepping between the three men. Alexander, Severus, stop. He's not here to harm anyone. Xander's gaze darted to his mother. Incredulous. You knew about this. I brought him here, Catherine replied, her tone firm but not unkind. There's more to this than you know, but we don't have time for that right now. Severus didn't lower his wand, suspicion written all over his face. This is madness. Why would you trust him? Sirius sighed, his arms still raised. Look, I get it. You have every reason to hate me, both of you. But I'm not the enemy here. I never was. Xander's growl deepened. You hurt my mate. You nearly got him killed. Sirius's face darkened, his usual bravado faltering for a moment. I made mistakes, big ones. But believe it or not, I'm here because I want to set things right. I'm not your enemy, Xander. Severus's expression remained icy. Then who are you, Black? And why should we believe a word you say? Catherine stepped forward again, placing a hand on her son's arm. Please, Alexander, he's not a threat. We need to hear him out. For a tense moment, Xander didn't move. His gaze locked on Sirius like a predator sizing up its prey. Severus, however, slowly lowered his wand, though he didn't let it leave his hand. His eyes never left Sirius. Talk, Severus said quietly, his voice dangerous. But if I don't like what I hear. Sirius gave a grim smile. You'll hex me into oblivion, I'm sure. But I'd rather you didn't. You'll want to hear this. Xander crossed his arms, his posture still guarded. You've got one chance, Black. Make it good. Sirius took a deep breath, glancing between Xander and Severus. I've been on the run, yes. But not for the reasons everyone thinks. Peter Pettigrew, he's the one who betrayed James and Lily. He's alive, and he's been hiding for years, framing me for the crime he committed. Severus's eyes narrowed. Pettigrew is alive. You expect us to believe that? Xander, though still wary, glanced at Severus, his own skepticism wavering. That's a pretty wild story, Black. Sirius's face hardened with determination. It's the truth. I know you have no reason to believe me, but I swear on James's memory, I'm telling you the truth. Peter's been hiding as a rat. He's been in the Weasleys' home for years. Severus and Xander exchanged a brief look, both processing the gravity of Sirius's words. And where is he now? Severus asked, his voice cold and calculating. Sirius hesitated. He's in your basement. Both Severus and Xander froze, disbelief and fury flashing across their faces. You locked Peter Pettigrew in our basement. Xander growled, his voice low and dangerous. Sirius's grin returned, though it was more sheepish this time. Well, I couldn't exactly let him run off, could I? Severus's eyes blazed with anger. You brought that traitor into our home. Catherine quickly interjected, trying to calm the situation before it spiraled further. I know, this is a lot to take in, but Peter Pettigrew needs to be brought to justice. If what Sirius says is true, then the ministry needs to know. Xander ran a hand through his hair, his frustration clear. I can't believe this. We have kids in this house. Severus, his anger still simmering beneath the surface, glanced at Xander, his voice tight. We'll deal with this. But Sirius, if you're lying, you won't make it out of here alive. Sirius nodded, his expression serious. I know, but I'm not lying. We need to make sure Pettigrew never gets away again. Xander, still furious, stepped closer to Sirius, his eyes narrowing. And if you so much as breathe wrong around my family, I'll rip you apart myself. Do you understand? Sirius didn't back down, crystal clear. Severus, ever the strategist, pocketed his wand but kept his guard up. We'll go down to the basement, see if this rat of yours is really who you say he is. Xander's hands clenched into fists. And if it is, we'll decide what to do with him. He cast a dark glance at Sirius. But if this is a trap, Sirius shook his head. It's not. Catherine gave a soft sigh, her hand still on Xander's arm. Let's deal with this, Alexander. Then you and Severus can have your peace. Xander exhaled sharply, still radiating tension, but finally nodded. Fine, let's go see this rat. With one last, sharp look at Sirius, Xander turned and headed toward the basement, his bare feet making heavy steps against the wooden floor. Severus followed closely behind, his posture stiff, keeping Sirius in his peripheral vision. He was still furious at the audacity of it all. Sirius Black, in their home, bringing danger so close to their children. Catherine, sensing the volatile emotions swirling between the two men, followed behind them, her gaze flickering between Xander and Severus, her expression unreadable. Sirius trailed at the back, still cautious, knowing that one wrong move could end with him hexed or worse. As they reached the basement door, Xander paused, his hand gripping the handle so hard his knuckles turned white. This better not be a waste of time, Black, he growled over his shoulder. Sirius gave a curt nod, his voice uncharacteristically serious. It won't be. Xander wrenched open the door, the sound of creaking wood breaking the tense silence. The basement stairs loomed in front of them. Descending into darkness, Severus conjured a dim light from his wand, illuminating the steep steps. Xander led the way down, every step filled with tension as they moved close to what could either prove Sirius right, or confirm their worst suspicions about him. When they reached the bottom, Severus's light cast long shadows across the cold stone walls. In the far corner, huddled in a pitiful heap, was a man, or rather, something that barely looked human anymore. His clothes were tattered, and his greasy hair hung in limp strands around his face. But what stood out the most was his rat-like appearance. Beady eyes, a twitching nose, and hands that seemed more suited for scurrying on all fours than walking upright. Severus narrowed his eyes, recognizing the man immediately. Peter Pettigrew. Pettigrew flinched at his name, his wide, panicked eyes darting between Xander, Severus, and Sirius. Please, please, I didn't mean for any of this. I'm not. Shut up, Xander growled, stepping forward with an aura of menace. His posture was lethal, like a predator about to pounce. You have no idea what kind of trouble you've brought to this house. Peter cowered, his body shrinking into itself as he tried to scuttle backward, away from the looming figures. I didn't want to betray them. It was, you have to understand, the Dark Lord, he. Severus cut him off, his voice cold as ice. Save your excuses, Pettigrew. We know exactly what you are. Pettigrew's eyes shifted to Sirius, desperation clear on his face. Sirius, please, you know I had no choice. He would have killed me. Sirius's face was a mask of rage, his hands clenched into fists. You betrayed James and Lily. You sold them out to Voldemort, and you let me rot in Azkaban for 12 years for it. You don't get to make excuses. Peter whimpered, his trembling becoming more pronounced. I didn't mean for it to happen. I swear, I didn't want them to die. But they did, Severus snapped, his tone venomous. His grip on his wand tightened, and for a moment, it seemed as though he might hex Pettigrew right then and there. You're nothing more than a coward and a traitor. And now, you've brought this filth into my home. Xander, still seething, took a deep breath, trying to keep his control. His fists unclenched slightly, though his eyes never left Pettigrew's trembling form. I'm going to ask you one question, he said slowly, his voice a dangerous growl. Why did you come here? Peter's rat-like face twisted with fear. I didn't want to. I was hiding from everyone, but Sirius, he found me. He brought me here. Severus's gaze shifted to Sirius, who was watching Pettigrew with a mix of fury and disgust. So that's it, Severus said darkly. You brought him here to expose the truth. Sirius nodded, his voice grim. He's the key to clearing my name. The ministry needs to know he's alive. They need to know I didn't betray James and Lily. Catherine, who had remained quiet up until now, stepped forward. Her eyes cold as she looked down at Peter. And what do we do with him now? We can't keep him here. He's a danger to this family. Xander's jaw clenched. He won't be going anywhere near my kids. I don't care what happens to him after that. Severus's gaze lingered on Pettigrew, his lip curling in disgust. He'll need to be handed over to the ministry. Let them deal with him. Peter shook his head frantically, his body racked with trembling. No, they'll send me to Azkaban. You can't, please, I can't go back there. Xander, his patience at an end, silenced Pettigrew with a single vicious snarl. "You should have thought of that before you sold your soul to Voldemort." Sirius' wand glowed faintly as he stepped closer to Peter. "It's over, Pettigrew. There's no escaping what you've done." As they prepared to leave the basement, Xander cast one last, cold look at Peter, who lay in a pitiful heap on the floor. "You're lucky we're not handling this the old way." Severus's expression was equally cold. "Because if we were, you wouldn't be alive to beg." And with that, they turned and left the basement, the door creaking shut behind them, leaving Chair Pettigrew alone in the darkness, his fate now in the hands of those he had betrayed. After a tense discussion, Catherine, Sirius, Xander, and Severus had agreed, keeping Peter Pettigrew in the basement was the best option for now. Pettigrew, the traitor responsible for the deaths of James and Lily Potter, was currently tied up below, helpless and exposed. It wasn't an ideal solution, but it was all they had at the moment. Upstairs, Xander and Severus began preparing breakfast, trying to maintain a sense of normalcy after the whirlwind of events over the past 24 hours. The inheritance Saint had revealed Dumbledore's betrayal, his use of spells and potions to control both Harry and Severus. The blood test had unveiled something even darker, a piece of Voldemort's soul embedded in Harry's scar. And now, Xander's rut was still lingering, his need for Severus evident in the way he kept brushing up against him, pressing soft kisses to his neck, unable to stay away. On top of that, Sirius Black, an escaped convict, was now standing in their kitchen, while Peter Pettigrew, the real criminal, was locked in the basement. Xander leaned in, his lips brushing Severus' neck again. "Need you so much, please," he whispered, his voice low with longing. Severus chuckled softly, though he kept his eyes on the stove as he flipped a pancake. "Breakfast first, love. We've got 7 children to feed." But before he could say more, the sound of startled yells rang out from the other side of the house, followed by the unmistakable sound of wands being drawn. Severus and Xander exchanged a glance, instantly alert, and rushed toward the commotion. In the dining room, the children had descended from upstairs, only to find Sirius Black standing in the doorway. Their reaction was immediate and defensive. Daniel, Max, and Tess had their wands out in an instant, pointed directly at Sirius. Sal, always the one to think outside the box, had pulled out a knife, his eyes dark and calculating. Nika and Lynn stood frozen, wide-eyed but tense, ready to react if needed. "Easy, easy," Xander called out as he and Severus entered the room, moving swiftly to stand between Sirius and the kids. "It's not what you think." Severus quickly approached, his hand instinctively pulling Harry a little closer to him. He could feel the tension in Harry's small frame, the rigid way he held himself, his emotions barely held together by a thin thread. It was heartbreaking. Harry had already been through so much, and since coming to stay with them, it seemed like every new revelation only hurt him further. Severus felt his own heart twist painfully, knowing that he was about to deliver yet another blow. "I'm sorry, Harry," Severus whispered under his breath, pulling the boy close, his arm wrapped protective. Lee around his shoulders as he crouched down to Harry's height. He began rubbing slow, comforting circles on Harry's back, trying to ease some of the tension that had been building since the moment Sirius was revealed. Harry's eyes were wide, darting between Sirius and Severus, his confusion evident. His fists were clenched at his sides, his breathing quick and shallow as if he were bracing for another wave of terrible news. Severus hated seeing him like this, helpless, uncertain, and afraid. The boy had already been through so much, but it felt like every moment he spent in their home only brought more pain. Severus took a deep breath, trying to keep his own voice calm. "Harry, what Sirius told us, it's the truth. You deserve to know everything." Harry didn't respond, his eyes still glued to Sirius, as though he couldn't quite believe he wasn't facing the man who had supposedly betrayed his parents. The confusion was raw in his expression. This was a man Harry had been taught to hate, to fear. Yet here he was, standing in their kitchen, looking nothing like the monster Harry had been warned about. Severus spoke softly but firmly, making sure Harry could hear every word. "The Potters needed a secret keeper to hide their location from the Dark Lord," he began. "They used the Fidelius charm, an extremely powerful spell that would ensure no one could find them. unless the secret keeper revealed their location. Initially, they chose Sirius to be their secret keeper. It made sense. Sirius was James Potter's best friend, practically his brother. Harry's jaw tightened at the mention of his father, his emotions swirling beneath the surface. The Potters, his parents, whom he barely remembered. This was about them, again. But Sirius, Severus continued, had doubts about the plan. He believed he was too obvious a choice, too suspicious. Voldemort would naturally think of him first. Sirius believed that if he were killed, the secret would fall to everyone who knew the Potters' whereabouts, putting them all in danger. So, Sirius convinced your parents to make Peter Pettigrew the secret keeper instead. Severus hated the way Harry's face fell. But Pettigrew betrayed them. He told Voldemort where they were. And that is how Voldemort found them. Sirius isn't at fault. Harry's heart pounded in his chest, and for a moment, the room around him blurred. The anger, the sorrow, it all crashed into him at once. Like a tidal wave he couldn't stop. This was too much. His parents had died because of a rat, because of Pettigrew. And all this time, he had believed the wrong man was to blame. He could feel Severus' hand on his back, trying to soothe him, but it did little to quell the storm raging inside him. The world felt upside down again, just as it had when he learned about the prophecy. About the Horcrux in his scar, about Dumbledore's manipulation. He wanted to scream, to lash out, to find some way to make the pain stop. "Harry," Severus said softly, his voice cut through the haze of Harry's emotions. "You have every right to feel angry. This is a lot. But I want you to know that Sirius is not your enemy. He never was." Harry's gaze flickered up to Sirius, who stood a few feet away. His expression filled with guilt and regret. For a moment, neither of them said anything, but the weight of everything hung heavy in the room. Sirius finally spoke, his voice rough. "Harry, I swear to you, I never meant for this to happen. I would have died before I let anything happen to your parents if I had known." Harry's chest heaved, the sobs coming in waves as he buried his face in Severus' chest. His small hands clutched at Severus' robes, squeezing tighter with each cry, as if holding on to him would keep the world from falling apart again. Severus felt a pang deep in his chest as Harry clung to him, his heart breaking at the boy's grief. He wrapped his arms around Harry, picking him up effortlessly, cradling him close. Severus' hand moved soothingly up and down Harry's back, his touch gentle but firm, trying to offer whatever comfort he could. He pressed a soft kiss to the top of Harry's head, murmuring quiet reassurances as he felt the boy's body tremble against his. "It's all right, Harry," Severus whispered, his voice steady and calm, though inside he felt the weight of every tear. "I've got you." Harry's breath hitched in his throat, the sobs not yet subsiding. He held on tighter, his face pressed into Severus' chest, desperate for the safety and comfort that Severus always seemed to provide. His emotions were raw, too much to comprehend. But Severus' presence helped, just knowing that he wasn't alone in this pain. Severus continued to rub soothing circles on Harry's back, letting the boy cry until he was ready. He leaned down slightly, his lips close to Harry's ear as he murmured, "How about we go for a walk? You haven't seen the garden yet, have you? We can talk, and when you're ready, we'll come back." "All right." Harry's breath was still shaky. But he nodded slowly, his head still resting against Severus' chest. His grip loosened just slightly, but he didn't let go. He wasn't ready to face the others yet, he needed more time. More space to process everything that had just been revealed. Severus looked up briefly, exchanging a glance with Xander, who gave him a small nod of understanding. Sirius stood quietly, his expression somber, guilt written across his face, but he made no move to speak. Now wasn't the time. Severus carried Harry toward the door, still holding him protectively. He whispered a quiet word to Xander before stepping outside, making sure to give Harry the privacy he needed as they left the house behind. The garden was peaceful, a small haven amidst the chaos of everything that had happened. Severus could feel the tension slowly leaving Harry's small frame as they walked together in silence, surrounded by the soft rustle of leaves and the distant chirping of birds. Severus didn't say anything more just yet. He would wait for Harry to be ready, and for now, he would simply be there, holding Harry close, offering him the quiet comfort he so desperately needed. The cool air of the garden brushed softly against Harry's tear-streaked face as Severus carried him further away from the house. The gentle rustling of leaves and the occasional bird chirping provided a stark contrast to the storm of emotions that had overtaken Harry just moments ago. Still nestled in Severus' arms, Harry's grip had loosened but his face remained buried in Severus' robes, taking solace in the comforting warmth and the steady beat of Severus' heart. Severus walked slowly, deliberately, each step careful and unhurried. He knew Harry needed this moment to gather himself, to process the flood of revelations that had just upended everything he thought he knew. Severus could feel Harry's small body trembling slightly with the remnants of his sobs, his breath still hitching every now and then. They reached a quiet corner of the garden, a spot shaded by tall trees with a small stone bench surrounded by wildflowers. Severus gently lowered Harry onto the bench, but Harry's hands didn't release him. Instead, the boy tightened his grip again, unwilling to let go just yet. Severus understood. He sat down beside him, pulling Harry back into his lap, his arms still wrapped protectively around him. The silence between them stretched, but it wasn't uncomfortable. Severus continued to rub Harry's back in slow, calming motions, his hand occasionally drifting up to stroke Harry's hair. The rhythmic movements seemed to ease some of the tension in Harry's body, though his breathing was still uneven. After what felt like hours, Harry finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "It was Peter, all this time." Severus nodded, his heart heavy. "Yes, it was." Harry's fists clenched around Severus' robes, his knuckles white. "I hated Sirius. I wanted him dead." His voice cracked, thick with guilt and confusion. Severus' hand moved to cup the back of Harry's head, gently guiding his face up so he could meet his eyes. "You had every reason to believe what you did, Harry. The truth was hidden from you. No one can blame you for feeling what you felt." He paused, his dark eyes softening as he looked at Harry's tear-streaked face. "But now you know, and knowing the truth doesn't make what you felt wrong. It just means you can heal from it." Harry's lip quivered, and he leaned back into Severus, his head resting against the man's chest. "Why does it hurt so much?" he whispered, his voice raw with emotion. "Everything I thought I knew, everything Dumbledore told me, it's all lies. I don't know who to trust anymore." Severus' grip on Harry tightened ever so slightly, his heart aching at the boy's words. "It hurts because you've been through more than anyone should ever have to, Harry. And you're right. Dumbledore lied to you, to both of us. But that doesn't mean you're alone. There are people who love you, who would do anything to protect you." His hand continued its comforting strokes through Harry's messy hair. "You have me, you have Xander, and despite everything, Black is one of those people too." Harry was silent for a long time, mulling over Severus' words. He sniffed quietly, wiping at his face with the sleeve of his shirt. "I don't know how to feel about Sirius," he finally admitted. Severus nodded. "You don't have to decide how to feel about him right away. You can take your time. But you need to remember this: Black loves you, so to me and Xander, as well as the kids, you're part of this family now, kid. No matter what happens, we'll be here and we'll always love you." Harry nodded against Severus' chest, seeming to find some comfort in the idea that he didn't need to have all the answers right now. He let out a shaky breath, his body relaxing just a little more in Severus' arms. They sat in silence for a while longer, the calm of the garden surrounding them. The weight of the revelation still hung heavy in the air, but for the moment, Harry felt just a little bit lighter, knowing that he didn't have to carry it all on his own. After a while, Severus spoke again, his voice soft and steady. "How about we take a walk around the rest of the garden? It might help clear your head." Harry hesitated, then nodded slowly, wiping the last of his tears with the back of his hand. "Okay." Severus stood, gently setting Harry on his feet before offering him a hand. Harry took it, squeezing tightly as they began to walk together through the garden. Severus didn't rush him, allowing Harry to set the pace, and they walked side by side in quiet companionship, taking in the peaceful surroundings. The tension in Harry's body seemed to ease with every step. Severus could still sense the storm of emotions swirling just beneath the surface. But for now, Harry wasn't alone in facing it, and that was enough. As they reached the far end of the garden, Harry finally spoke again. His voice quiet but more steady than before. "Severus, thank you for everything." Severus glanced down at him, a soft smile playing at the corners of his lips. "You never have to thank me, Harry. I'm here for you, always." As they strolled further into the garden, the tension in Harry's shoulders slowly began to ease, though his grip on Severus' hand remained firm. They walked in companionable silence for a few minutes, the peace of the garden working its quiet magic. Severus noticed a slight shift in Harry's expression, still somber, but less heavy than before. "You know," Severus said, his voice low and calm, "if you think about it, this house has survived more dramatic events in the past 24 hours than most places in the wizarding world." Harry blinked up at him, confused for a second, before a small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Like what?" Severus let out a mock sigh. "Well, let's see. There was the whole keep Pettigrew locked in the basement plan. Not exactly what this place was expecting, I'd wager." Harry let out a soft snort, clearly amused by the thought. "And then there's Xander," Severus continued with a bit more dry humor in his tone. "Who's a werewolf and has been, well, let's just say he's been in a bit of a state with his rut situation." He smirked slightly, knowing Harry probably didn't need the full details on that. "Poor house. It's had more than its fair share of stress lately." Harry's eyes widened a little, but the laughter in them was unmistakable. "I mean, with Pettigrew down there and Sirius upstairs, it's lucky nothing caught on fire yet." Severus nodded seriously. "Quite. Though if I ever find Black attempting to cook in our kitchen, we might not be so lucky." Harry couldn't help it. He let out a small laugh. It was short and choked, but it was a laugh all the same, and Severus' chest warmed at the sound. They walked a little farther, the air lighter between them now, and Harry glanced at Severus with a bit of mischievousness starting to shine through the leftover sadness. "You know," Harry said, "I've seen you make some pretty complicated potions. But pancakes, I saw you earlier, you looked really focused." Severus raised an eyebrow, feigning offense. "Pancakes require precision, Harry. One cannot simply throw flour and eggs together and expect a masterpiece. There's an art to it." Harry's lips twitched, a proper smile now breaking through the gloom that had weighed him down all morning. "So, is that why Xander kept trying to kiss you while you were cooking? He just couldn't resist your pancake skills?" Severus, in all his composed glory, narrowed his eyes slightly, but there was a distinct gleam in them. "He's quite enamored with my cooking, yes. As are most, I imagine. Why do you think I'm in such high demand?" Harry chuckled, the sound more genuine this time, and Severus felt a small victory. They stopped at a particularly vibrant patch of wildflowers, Harry kneeling down to touch the petals, his smile lingering. Severus glanced at him, warmth in his gaze. "Feeling a bit better?" Harry nodded, picking one of the small flowers and holding it between his fingers. "Yeah, I guess I am." Severus crouched down next to him, his voice softer again. "Good. And if you ever need a reminder of just how strange life can get, just remember today." He gestured around with a wry smile. "Sirius Black in our kitchen, Pettigrew in the basement, Xander in rut, and you, having survived all of it. Not bad for a day's work, right?" Harry grinned this time, the humor cutting through the lingering sorrow. "Yeah, it's definitely been a weird one. And it's barely started." Severus straightened up, offering Harry his hand again. "Come on, let's head back before Xander burns the rest of breakfast fretting. The man may be irresistible, but his cooking skills during his rut, questionable at best." Harry snickered, taking Severus' hand and standing up. "Maybe you should just tie him to the bed," he joked. The news about Pettigrew not bothering him anymore. "I'm not alone," Harry thought, and smiled up at Severus, who in return gave a solemn nod as they began their slow walk back toward the house. "I wholeheartedly agree." Quote, Cooking Contest. Chapter Notes. "I am so sorry for the late chapter. It's been finals week and I've been stressing over my exams and completely forgot to upload. Please accept this chapter and the next two that will follow it shortly as an apology." Harry and Severus made their way back to the house, the delicious smell of pancakes, eggs, and bacon instantly hitting their noses. Before Harry could take another step, Xander rushed forward and practically tackled Severus, starting to scent him aggressively. Harry chuckled lightly. It still amazed him that Xander was a werewolf. He hadn't even known werewolves were real. Although, to be fair, there were a lot of things Harry didn't know. Severus, now trying to walk while Xander stayed glued to him, his face pressed into Severus's neck, sighed in exasperation. Xander, completely ignoring any sense of personal space, was busy licking, kissing, and occasionally nipping at Severus's nape. "Do you mind?" Severus muttered, though Harry could tell he was used to this kind of thing by now. Xander mumbled something incoherent, which probably translated to no, not at all, and continued his affectionate assault. The three of them finally made it to the kitchen, where the kids were eating, all glaring at Sirius. Catherine was at the stove, flipping pancakes like a pro, while Sirius tried his hand at not burning the bacon. Harry sat down between Max and Nika, grabbing a plate and immediately diving into the food. The kitchen was filled with a mix of delicious smells and the sound of the kids, occasionally making disgusted noises every time Sirius spoke. "I don't know why everyone's looking at me like that," Sirius announced, clearly trying to defend his reputation. "I didn't even do anything this time." "That's exactly why we're glaring at you," Max muttered. "You're plotting something." Sirius raised his hands, feigning hurt. "Come on, I'm just helping cook breakfast. How bad could it be? You burnt the toast twice," Tess said from across the table, not even looking up from her book. "Burnt is just extra crispy," Sirius defended. "Then you can eat it," Daniel grinned, sliding the blackened piece of toast toward Sirius. Harry grinned and took a bite of his pancake. Who knew breakfast could be this entertaining? Severus finally managed to sit down, Xander still draped over him, now affectionately nibbling on Severus's ear. "Xander, I swear if you bite me one more time, I'm dumping your entire collection of Legos into the river," Severus threatened, trying to suppress the smirk that threatened to form. Xander paused for a moment, considering it. "You wouldn't." Severus raised an eyebrow. "Try me." Xander sighed dramatically, as if Severus had just asked him to give up his firstborn child. But eventually let go, grumbling as he sat down beside him. Harry exchanged amused glances with Max, who was trying, and failing, to hide his grin. "Does that happen a lot?" Harry asked, motioning to Xander's clinginess. Max nodded. "All the time. We've learned to just roll with it." Although, Max leaned closer, smirking. "Sometimes, if we ask nicely, Dad will let us spray Xander with water like a misbehaving cat." Severus, overhearing, shot Max a glare that could have frozen fire. "Don't even think about it." Max just shrugged, clearly unbothered, and went back to his pancakes. Sirius, oblivious to the tension, waved the spatula in the air. "I'll have you know that I'm making the bacon perfectly crispy. None of that soft nonsense." "We know, that's why we're all eating the pancakes," Nika said. And the table burst into laughter. Even Severus let out a quiet chuckle. Harry smiled around his food. This was the kind of family he'd always dreamed of, chaotic, loud, and full of love. Even if it came with burnt toast and werewolf-scenting sessions. Harry finished off his pancake and reached for another as Sirius made a dramatic show of inspecting his perfectly crispy bacon. "See," Sirius declared, holding up a slice like a trophy. "Golden brown. I think I might actually be a kitchen genius." Nika wrinkled her nose. "If that bacon's golden brown, then I'm a pixie." Max smirked. "Careful what you say. Last time you challenged the universe, we ended up with a basilisk in the pipes." Harry choked on his juice, trying not to laugh at Max's casual tone. Sirius, who seemed completely oblivious to the family's barely contained laughter, tossed the bacon on a plate with a flourish. "I'll have you know, I once cooked an entire meal for a group of Aurors and not a single one of them complained." "Yeah, because they were Aurors," Tess chimed in dryly, her nose still buried in her book. "They probably thought it was some sort of torture test." Sirius gasped dramatically. "You wound me, Tess. Wound me to my very soul." "At least your soul isn't crispy," Daniel muttered, reaching for another pancake. Severus, who had been quietly sipping his coffee while keeping Xander at arm's length, shot Daniel an approving nod. Xander, meanwhile, had taken to absent-mindedly playing with Severus's fingers under the table, looking like an oversized puppy trying to earn back affection. Every so often, he'd glance at Severus to see if he was still in trouble. Harry watched this dynamic with fascination, still amazed at how calm Severus remained. Xander was relentless in his affection, like a heat-seeking missile of werewolf attention, and Severus handled it with the same resigned patience as someone who had already fought the battle and lost. "Do you ever get tired of being mauled?" Harry asked, smirking as Xander playfully nuzzled Severus's neck. Severus gave Harry a long-suffering look. "You'd be surprised how quickly one adapts when the alternative is far worse." Xander, who had clearly decided that the danger of being dunked in the lake was minimal, leaned closer. "You like it," he whispered, but not quietly enough to escape everyone's notice. Tess let out a very uncharacteristic snort of laughter, and even Catherine, who had been working on the last batch of pancakes, couldn't hide her amusement. Severus's glare could have melted the entire kitchen. "One more word and I'll turn you into a potion ingredient." Unfazed, Xander pressed a soft kiss to Severus's temple. Sure, but you'd miss me too much." There was a collective eye roll around the table, but Harry couldn't help grinning. It was so strange, and yet so wonderful, to be part of something like this. The sheer normality of it all, even with a werewolf mate, sarcastic kids, and a wrongly accused fugitive flipping bacon, felt more like home than anything he'd ever experienced. Harry just smiled to himself, letting the warmth of the moment sink in. This was his home now. A bit crazy, yes, but no one's perfect. Catherine decided to stay, which meant Sirius was sticking around too, something Severus wasn't thrilled about. But with Xander in the middle of his Rudd and Pettigrew locked in the basement, Severus reluctantly admitted that having extra help to watch the kids might not be the worst idea. It wasn't ideal, but with the chaos swirling around them, Severus knew he couldn't handle everything on his own. After breakfast, Severus gathered the group in the living room. He gave Catherine strict instructions about what to do with the kids, through a pointed glare at Sirius with a warning to behave or suffer the consequences, and reminded the kids to try not to get into too much trouble while he and Xander handled things. The kids looked suspiciously angelic at that, which Severus knew from experience meant chaos was inevitable. Before leaving, Harry, looking uneasy, approached Severus. "You're not leaving, are you?" Harry asked, his voice tinged with concern. His green eyes, so full of uncertainty, made Severus's chest tighten. Severus sighed softly, kneeling down slightly to meet Harry's gaze. "No, Harry, not permanently. Xander and I will be indisposed for a bit, but I won't be far." Harry nodded, but his unease remained. "Why can't you just stay here? What's going on with Xander?" He frowned, clearly still piecing together the situation. Despite knowing about Xander's werewolf nature and rut, there was a flicker of abandonment in his eyes that Severus recognized all too well. Severus rubbed his temples, dreading the conversation he knew was coming. He had already explained Xander's condition, but apparently not in enough detail. With a resigned sigh, Severus gave Harry a brief rundown on werewolf biology. Again. "Look, Harry," Severus began, his face already beginning to flush, "when a werewolf is born, especially those with alpha bloodlines, there's, let's call it a need that arises during certain times of the year." His tone was clipped and precise, trying to keep things clinical, but the deepening shade of red on his face betrayed him. Harry stared blankly at him. "A need." Severus cleared his throat, his eyes darting away, for a moment before he returned to Harry's curious face. "Yes, a need. Xander can't control it, and it's better if I stay with him until it passes." Harry's face screwed up in confusion for a moment. Then recognition dawned on him, and along with it, mortification. His cheeks flamed red. Oh no, please stop." Severus, equally embarrassed now, pinched the bridge of his nose. "Yes, well, I believe that explanation is sufficient." Harry groaned, burying his face in his hands. "Why did I ask?" "You asked because you're curious, and that's perfectly reasonable. Just." Severus trailed off, his mouth pulling into a tight line. He rested a hand on Harry's shoulder, pulling him into a quick hug. "Once Xander is back to his usual self, everything will be fine. Perhaps we can even travel for a bit. Get away from all this chaos." Quote. Harry clung to the hug for a moment longer, then finally pulled back, giving Severus a small nod. Okay. Severus squeezed his shoulder one last time, standing up and preparing for what he knew would be a long week. The week felt like an eternity. Xander's rut lasted 7 days, and during that time, Severus endured every passionate, primal second of it. By the end, he was left feeling like he'd been through a war. His body was marked by bite wounds, claw marks, hickeys, and bruises that told the story of Xander's unrelenting need. Xander, for his part, was apologizing incessantly the entire time, fretting over each mark as if Severus would suddenly pack his bags and leave. "I'm sorry, Sev," Xander murmured for what felt like the 100th time as T. He finally got dressed after the long ordeal. "I didn't mean to hurt you. It's just, I can't always control it." Severus, pulling a fresh shirt over his head, winced as the fabric brushed a particularly deep bite on his shoulder. "I know, Xander. It's fine. We've survived worse, haven't we?" He offered a weary smile, brushing off the concern with a wave of his hand. Xander, however, looked like a kicked puppy, hovering as Severus gingerly adjusted his clothing. "Still, I should have been more careful. I didn't mean to. If you apologize one more time, I will hex you into next week," Severus said, a hint of dry humor lacing his voice. "It's over. Let's move on." Xander nodded, though he still looked guilty, and together they made their way downstairs. The moment they stepped into the kitchen, however, they were met with an unexpected burst of laughter. "Wow, Dad," Daniel said, eyeing Severus with a poorly disguised smirk, "did you lose a fight with a mountain lion or something?" Max, sitting next to him, nudged his brother. "Nah, more like a really angry cat. Look at those claw marks." Severus's face remained neutral, though his eyes narrowed slightly. "I see you've all suddenly developed a sense of humor." Tess, without even looking up from her book, chimed in, "I hope you hexed Xander for that." Xander rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, catching the amused glances from all the kids. Well, it's complicated." Harry, sitting quietly at the table, grinned at Severus. "You look like you've been through a lot." Severus rolled his eyes, suppressing the desire to hex his children for their relentless teasing. "One of these days, I'll remind you all that I'm capable of far worse than this." Max leaned back, crossing his arms. "Yeah, but you won't. You're too soft now. Besides, you have to admit, you look a little rough." Severus let out an exaggerated sigh, exchanging a long-suffering look with Xander, who chuckled despite himself. "I don't know why we even came downstairs," Severus muttered under his breath, though there was a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "Well, at least now we know where you get all those scars from," Daniel quipped, dodging a playful swat from Max. The room filled with laughter again, and Severus gave up on maintaining his usual stoic demeanor. As the laughter died down, the sound of footsteps from the hallway caught everyone's attention. Sirius strolled in first, twirling a spatula like it was a wand, followed closely by Catherine, who was wiping her hands on a kitchen towel. "Well, look what the wolf dragged in," Sirius announced with a wide grin, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "I almost didn't recognize you, SNIV, Severus," he corrected quickly after catching a warning glare from Catherine. Severus's eye twitched. "Black," he greeted coolly, his voice laced with icy disdain. Sirius grinned wider, clearly unaffected by Severus's tone. "You look like you've been through the ringer, mate. What happened? Xander take a chunk out of you?" Xander, standing awkwardly beside Severus, scratched the back of his neck, still looking guilty. "It was an intense week." Severus shot a pointed look at Xander, as if silently telling him not to engage, before turning back to Sirius with a tight smile. "I'd worry about your own injuries, Black, before commenting on mine." Sirius raised an eyebrow, smirking. "Injuries, please. I'm a vision of health." He leaned against the kitchen counter, striking an exaggerated pose. "You burnt your hand trying to cook bacon this morning," Catherine deadpanned, giving Sirius a stern look as she finished drying her hands. "Hey, that was one time," Sirius protested, holding up his bandaged hand defensively. "Besides, I'm a warrior. A little burn doesn't slow me down." Severus rolled his eyes. "Warrior. More like an accident waiting to happen." Now, boys," Catherine interjected, stepping between them with an air of authority. I'm not in the mood to break up another one of your childish spats. She looked pointedly at both men, and even Sirius seemed to shrink back slightly under her gaze. If you can't play nice, I'll have you both scrubbing the basement. Sirius grimaced, clearly recalling the dusty dungeon-like space, while Severus looked mildly horrified at the prospect. Understood, Severus muttered. Fine, fine, Sirius grumbled, stuffing his hands in his pockets. I'll be good, for now. Catherine gave them a satisfied nod before turning her attention to the kids, who were watching the interaction with thinly veiled amusement. So, she said brightly, clapping her hands together, since it looks like we're all in one piece, how about we do something productive today instead of sniping at each other? She glanced pointedly between Sirius and Severus again. Tess, still buried in her book, muttered, define productive. Max perked up. Does this mean we're finally allowed to test out that potion in the basement? I've been waiting for ages. No, Severus and Catherine said in unison, their voices firm. Max sighed dramatically. Worth a shot. We could play Quidditch, Daniel suggested, a hopeful glint in his eyes. There's enough of us for a decent match now. Oh, count me in. Sirius beamed, clearly thrilled by the idea. It's been way too long since I've been on a broom. Severus groaned inwardly, already dreading the chaos that was sure to follow if Sirius was involved in any kind of flying sport. He was about to veto the idea when Harry looked up at him, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Severus paused, feeling the tension ease ever so slightly. Harry didn't often get a chance to just be a kid, and even though Sirius's presence grated on his every nerve, Severus wasn't about to ruin this for him. Fine, Severus relented, crossing his arms. But no recklessness, and if anyone gets hurt, I'm leaving them to suffer. Sirius smirked. You're all heart, Severus. Let's just get this over with, Severus muttered, already regretting his decision. Outside, the makeshift Quidditch pitch was quickly assembled, and teams were chosen with a mixture of excited chatter and good-natured bickering. Predictably, Sirius took charge of his team, barking out orders like a seasoned captain, while Severus hung back, arms crossed, observing the chaos with a thinly veiled sense of dread. The kids, however, were in their element. Max, Daniel, Tess, and Nika split themselves between the two teams, while Harry looked surprisingly at ease, even as Sirius attempted to pull him into a strategy huddle. Severus stayed grounded, not particularly keen on joining the flying frenzy above, but he kept a watchful eye on Harry, who was darting around on his broom with more confidence than Severus had expected. Every now and then, Harry would glance down at Severus, as if seeking approval, and Severus would offer him the smallest of nods. Catherine, ever the mediator, hovered nearby, casting glances between Severus and Sirius. Ready to step in if things got out of hand. Are you just going to stand there the whole time? Xander asked, coming up beside Severus, who had his arms crossed as he watched the game unfold. Severus arched an eyebrow. Yes. Someone needs to make sure they don't accidentally kill each other. Xander chuckled. Come on, Sev, you're always so serious. It's just a game. Serious. Severus muttered under his breath, glaring up at his least favorite person who was flying circles around Daniel, who looked both impressed and annoyed. Xander laughed, nudging Severus playfully. You'll have more fun if you join in. I'd rather. Before Severus could finish, a bludger zoomed past his head, narrowly missing him by inches. He turned sharply, glaring at Sirius, who was grinning wickedly as he hovered above. Oops, Sirius called down, not looking remotely apologetic. Severus's eyes narrowed dangerously, and he took a step toward his broom, already calculating how many spells he could fire off while airborne. Catherine, watching the exchange, sighed and rubbed her temples. Here we go again. Despite the bickering, the game proceeded with far fewer injuries than Severus had anticipated. The kids were laughing, flying, and for a brief moment, everything felt almost normal. Even Severus found himself relaxing, just a little, as he watched Harry and the others play, with Sirius's annoying commentary fading into the background. Xander stood beside him, arms crossed but smiling as he watched the kids zip through the air. You know, Xander said softly, it's not so bad, having them all here like this. Severus glanced at him. I suppose there are worse things. Like being locked in a basement with Pettigrew. Severus snorted. Exactly. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon and the Quidditch game wound down, Severus found himself grudgingly admitting, though only to himself, that maybe, just maybe, having Sirius Black around wasn't the worst thing in the world. Not that he'd ever say it out loud. Sirius, swooping down and dismounting his broom with a flourish, sauntered over to Severus with a wide grin. "Admit it, Snape, you had fun." "I'd rather drink poison," Severus said, giving him a withering look. Sirius shrugged, still grinning. "That's practically a compliment coming from you." Catherine, standing nearby, sighed heavily. "Merlin, give me strength." The week that followed Xander's rut was nothing short of chaotic, filled with laughter, mishaps, and the unmistakable hum of family life. It was exactly what they all needed after the emotional roller coaster of Pettigrew's betrayal and the tense moments that followed. With Xander back to his usual self and the kids excited to enjoy some downtime, the house was brimming with energy. Russ had planned for the week to be relatively uneventful, a chance for everyone to recharge. He should have known better. With Max's endless thirst for adventure, Sal's fascination with potions, and Sirius's tendency to provoke at the worst possible times, the week quickly spiraled into a series of lighthearted and sometimes frustrating escapades. The first morning after Severus and Xander emerged from their week of seclusion, the kitchen was filled with the usual clatter of breakfast preparations. Sirius was sitting at the table, flipping through the pages of a book that had more pictures than words, while Severus was busy glaring at the eggs that were refusing to cook evenly. Xander, leaning against the counter, was still visibly apologetic for how rough his rut had been, though Severus had assured him multiple times it wasn't a big deal. "I don't understand how you've managed to look even worse after a week off," Sirius said, his voice dripping with faux innocence. Severus stiffened, the spatula in his hand pausing midair. He turned his head slowly toward Sirius, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Xander, sensing the shift in atmosphere, cleared his throat and gave Sirius a warning look. "Not now, Black," Severus growled, his voice low. Sirius opened his mouth to respond, but before he could say anything else, Xander stepped in, his presence towering and commanding. "I suggest you keep quiet, Sirius. I've got plenty of energy left, and I'd hate to use it teaching you manners." Sirius swallowed, clearly recognizing the seriousness of Xander's tone. He raised his hands in surrender. Fine, no need to get all scary. Just making conversation." Xander's eyes softened, and he turned his attention back to Severus, who gave a small, satisfied smirk. "Thank you, love," Severus muttered. Catherine entered the room at that moment, carrying a large basket of herbs she'd collected from the garden. "What did I miss?" she asked, glancing between the two men and then at Sirius, who was conspicuously silent for once. "Nothing much," Severus said, setting the spatula down. "Just Sirius learning his place." Catherine smiled knowingly. "Ah, well, better late than never." After breakfast, the kids scattered, each eager to start the day in their own way. Max, always on the hunt for his next adventure, had already convinced Daniel and Tess to explore the nearby woods. Sal, on the other hand, had dragged Nika into Severus's potions lab, determined to perfect a brew he'd been working on for days. Harry, caught somewhere between wanting to follow Max into the forest and joining Sal in the lab, stood in the doorway of the kitchen, looking torn. "Go on, Harry," Severus said, catching his indecision. "You've earned a break. Just try not to let Max drag you into anything too dangerous." Harry smiled and nodded. "I'll do my best." As he darted out the door to catch up with Max and the others, Sirius watched him go with an amused grin. "You know, that boy reminds me a lot of James." Severus tensed, but Xander laid a calming hand on his arm. "Sirius," Xander said in a warning tone, his voice low but firm. Sirius held up his hands again. "I'm just saying, it's not a bad thing." Severus said nothing, but his jaw tightened, and he turned his attention back to the sink, rinsing the breakfast dishes with more force than necessary. Catherine, sensing the tension, stepped in to change the subject. "So, what's the plan for today, boys?" Xander's face lit up at the question. "Well, I thought maybe we could all head down to the lake later. The kids would love it, and it might be nice to get out of the house for a bit." Severus glanced over his shoulder. "That sounds acceptable." Sirius raised an eyebrow. Acceptable. That's high praise coming from you, Snape. Before Severus could retort, Catherine clapped her hands together. It's settled, then. We'll pack a lunch and make a day of it. The adventure to the lake was just the first of many that week. Max, always the instigator, had led the charge, convincing Harry and Daniel to race him across the shallow water. Tess had opted to sit on the shore with a book, but every so often, she'd look up and shout encouragement, usually aimed at Harry, who was doing his best to keep up with Max's boundless energy. Nika, who had reluctantly joined Sal in the potions lab earlier in the day, eventually gave into her brother's enthusiasm, helping him collect rare plants from the nearby forest. Sal, with his passion for potions, had a natural eye for the ingredients he needed, but Nika's knowledge of herbology made the process even more efficient. Together, they gathered enough supplies for Sal to work on several new concoctions over the next few days. Back at the house, Severus found himself alternating between supervising the kids' various activities and keeping a wary eye on Sirius, who seemed to have a knack for finding trouble, even in the most mundane situations. One afternoon, Sirius had nearly blown up the kitchen while attempting to make lunch, which led to Severus banning him from touching anything that required heat. Honestly, Black, Severus had muttered, scrubbing at the charred remains of what was once a pan of soup. How you survived all these years without setting yourself on fire is beyond me. Sirius had only grinned in response, clearly unfazed by Severus's irritation. I have my ways, Snape. But don't worry, I'll leave the cooking to you. By the third day of their week-long respite, the house had settled into a comfortable rhythm. Max had organized an expedition to explore the surrounding fields, dragging Harry, Daniel, and Tess along for the ride. They returned hours later, dirty and exhausted but grinning from ear to ear. Max, in particular, seemed to thrive on the sense of adventure, always eager to lead the charge, no matter where it took him. Sal and Nika, meanwhile, had taken to helping Severus with the potions for the infirmary wing at Hogwarts, and on more than one occasion, Xander had had to drag the three of them out of the lab to eat. Sirius, on the other hand, had spent most of the week alternating between teasing Severus and attempting to bond with Harry, much to Severus's dismay. But after a particularly tense moment on the fourth day, where Sirius had pushed Severus just a bit too far, Xander had stepped in. The scene had been almost comical, with Sirius trying to defend himself as Xander loomed over him, his eyes flashing crimson red with barely restrained anger. I'm only going to say this once, Black, Xander had growled, his voice low and dangerous. Stop pushing my husband. You're not going to like what happens if you don't. Sirius had paled, clearly not expecting Xander to intervene, and had wisely backed off after that. From then on, he kept his teasing to a minimum, much to Severus's relief. By the end of the week, the house was buzzing with a sense of accomplishment. Max had dragged the entire family on at least 3 different expeditions, each more adventurous than the last. Sal had successfully brewed 2 Newt-level potions, which had Severus bursting with pride. The kid was only 12, it was a big accomplishment. Nika had learned more about plants than she ever thought possible, thanks to her brother's enthusiasm, and Harry had spent the week simply enjoying the chaos and camaraderie of being part of a family. Even Severus had to admit that the week had been nice. It wasn't often that he got to relax, and while the kids were still a handful and Sirius was still an annoyance, there was a certain peace in the routine they'd fallen into. You know, Xander said softly, as they were going to bed after another day of just normal shenanigans from their kids. I think this was good for everyone. Severus nodded, laying on his side of the bed. It was. Xander smiled, turning around and hugging Severus close to his body. And you didn't kill Sirius. That's progress. Severus snorted. Barely. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the soft sounds of the kids snoring playing in the background and the gentle rustling of the trees filling the air. It was moments like this that made everything else worth it. The quiet after the storm. The peace that came from knowing they were all safe and together. The summer of 1979 hit like a hammer, oppressive heat suffocating the air in a thick, relentless wave. The city pulsed with life, an electric rhythm humming in every neon light and rumbling through the pavement. Bars were refuges from the heat, dimly lit and buzzing with a heady mix of music, laughter, and whispered secrets. Xander sat at the end of a polished, sticky bar, his fingers tracing idle patterns on the rim of his beer glass. The condensation dripped lazily, trailing down to the scarred wooden surface. Pooling like tiny lost rivers. He had come to the States seeking distraction, and he'd found it in spades. Wild nights, cheap thrills, and a blur of faces he never bothered to remember. His wolf, restless and untamed, prowled beneath his skin, always searching for something, or someone, worthy of his attention. That's when he saw him, Severus Snape, standing in the shadows at the far end of the bar. Even among the kaleidoscope of chaos, Severus stood out, an enigma wrapped in black robes and dark intent. His hair, long and inky, framed his face like curtains that hid his eyes from curious gazes. But Xander noticed everything. The stiffness in Severus's posture, the way he seemed ready to snap if anyone dared approach too quickly. There was something magnetic about him. An allure that came from danger and mystery, all wrapped up in a man who looked like he'd been fighting battles long before the rest of the world had learned to wield swords. Xander couldn't help himself. His wolf whispered that this man was trouble, the kind that might end up breaking him, but he was never one to heed warnings, even his own. With a grin that hid both charm and a challenge, Ender grabbed his drink and slid down the bar, planting himself beside Severus. "You look like you're enjoying yourself," Xander drawled, leaning casually against the counter. The southern accent that laced his words was as thick as the heat in the room, the charm almost tangible. He watched as Severus's eyes, those bottomless pits of midnight, shifted to meet his gaze. There was a beat of silence, heavy and unyielding. Then, Severus's lips twisted into a thin, humorless smile. "Observant, aren't you?" His voice was low and smooth, with a bite like cold iron. Everything about him spoke of reluctance, of walls built to withstand siege, and Xander found himself intrigued. "I try to be," Xander said, his smile widening. "But you're making it difficult. This bar isn't exactly made for brooding, you know. The drinks are too cheap, and the music's too loud." Severus turned back to his untouched drink, a glass of something amber that reflected the light in shattered golden shards. "Perhaps I enjoy cheap drinks and loud music." Xander let out a laugh, the sound warm and genuine, and he swore he saw Severus's lips twitch, just for a second. "Well, I'm glad someone does," he replied. "I'm Xander, by the way." He extended a hand, knowing full well that it might be ignored. Severus stared at the hand as if it were something foreign, something he had to decipher. Before making a decision, finally, he sighed, the sound carrying more weight than Xander expected, and shook it. "Severus," he said, the name rolling off his tongue with a hint of something old, something worn but still sharp. For the next hour, they talked. Or rather, Xander talked, weaving stories of his travels, punctuating his words with laughter and the kind of sarcasm that had a way of drawing people in. Severus responded sparingly, offering clipped remarks. But Xander saw the way his dark eyes flickered with interest, the way his shoulders lost some of their tension. There was a depth to Severus, layers wrapped in shadows. And Xander wanted to peel them back, wanted to see what lay beneath the cynicism and the bite. At some point, the bartender came by, refilling their drinks with a knowing smile, and Xander raised his glass in a mock toast. "To unexpected company," he said, his voice teasing. Severus huffed a quiet laugh, a sound so fleeting that it almost disappeared beneath the noise of the bar. But it was there, and it lit something in Xander's chest, a spark he hadn't felt in far too long. They settled into a rhythm, their conversation turning into a game of banter and deflection, each probing the other's defenses with practiced ease. Severus was guarded, and Xander respected that, though he was determined to break through at least some of those walls. There was something raw and almost broken in Severus's gaze, something that whispered of old wounds and deeper secrets, and it made Xander's heart ache, even as his wolf bristled with protectiveness. Then, as the night deepened and the bar began to empty out, their proximity shifted, the space between them shrank, and every time their hands brushed or their shoulders touched, Xander felt heat ripple down his spine. It was Severus who closed the final distance, leaning in with a hesitant sort of hunger, his breath ghosting over Xander's lips. "Tell me to stop," Severus murmured, his voice rough, as if it hurt him to ask. Xander's heart pounded, a wild rhythm that echoed in his veins. His wolf surged beneath his skin, the desire to pull Severus closer, to claim him, almost overwhelming. But he kept his voice soft, his hands gentle as he cupped Severus's jaw. "I don't want you to stop," he whispered, the words a promise and a plea. The kiss that followed was a clash of need and vulnerability. Severus's mouth was warm and desperate, his fingers threading through Xander's hair, tugging just hard enough to draw a low growl from Xander's throat. They stumbled out of the bar, Severus clinging to Xander like he was the only thing holding him upright. Their lips parting only long enough to catch breath. Xander didn't remember the walk back to his apartment. The world was a blur of streetlights and shadows, of Severus's laughter, low and breathless, breaking free in rare moments. When they finally made it inside, the door slamming shut behind them, Severus pressed Xander against the wall, his hands exploring, his touch reverent and rough all at once. Their clothes fell away in a flurry of movement, and they sank onto the bed, a tangled mess of limbs and longing. What followed was passion wrapped in the desperation of souls trying to feel something other than pain. Xander's touch was firm but careful, savoring every shiver, every quiet gasp that slipped from Severus's lips. They moved together in a dance that felt like both an escape and a surrender. The room filled with heat and whispers, promises that neither of them would remember but that would linger in the air like the scent of salt and rain. When it was over, they lay tangled together, Severus's head resting on Xander's chest. The weight of it felt more intimate than anything else, as if Severus had let himself be vulnerable, even if just for a few fleeting hours. Xander brushed his fingers through Severus's hair, the strands softer than he'd expected, and he tried not to think about how much he wanted this moment to last. But morning came, as it always does, unkind and too bright. Xander woke to an empty bed, the sheets beside him cool and the room silent save for the steady hum of traffic outside. Disappointment bloomed in his chest, a familiar ache he'd almost gotten used to over the years. He turned his head and spotted the glass vial on his nightstand, shimmering teal liquid catching the sunlight. Beside it lay a note, written in the same neat, elegant handwriting as the potion instructions. "Sorry, I have to go to work. Thanks for the night, Severus. P.S. The potion should help with the headache." Xander picked up the note, ill tugging at the corners of his mouth despite the hollow feeling in his chest. Severus was gone, but he hadn't vanished completely. There was a kindness in the gesture, a piece of Severus left behind that hinted at something more than a simple one-night stand. Xander drank the potion, the magic washing through him, easing the throb in his head and clearing the fog. He sat there for a moment, note still in hand, and knew he was in trouble. Because despite the barriers and the mystery, despite the pain he could sense in Severus's soul, Xander wanted more. And he had a feeling that this was why the beginning of something far more complicated, and far more important, than either of them could have anticipated. It had been 5 long months since Xander last saw Severus, and now here he was, standing in the quiet corner of a cobblestone street in Britain, holding a baby. A baby. Xander could barely believe his eyes. The child was small and swaddled in a blanket, nestled against Severus's chest with a sense of security that made something ugly coil in Xander's gut. Jealousy wasn't new to him, but this was different. It had claws. His wolf bristled, and Xander hated the raw, bitter Cheon threatening to uncoil from his chest. It wasn't as if he had any claim on Severus. They had shared a single, complicated encounter 5 months ago, a memory he had replayed too many times, and here he was, letting the sight of a baby in Severus's arms twist his insides. He tried to swallow down the feeling, tried to breathe through it, but his gaze betrayed him, flicking back to the child. Severus's dark eyes narrowed, and a ghost of a smirk appeared on his face. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Xander's mouth opened, but all he managed was a strangled, "Is she yours?" The smirk faded, replaced by something softer. "No," Severus replied, voice lower, more vulnerable. "She was left at my doorstep 2 weeks ago. Nika, as I call her. I couldn't bring myself to send her to an orphanage. She would have suffered too much." Xander tried to ignore the way his heart twisted again, this time not from jealousy but from a longing he didn't quite understand. Severus was hard edges and cold words. But the way he cradled Nika, protective and gentle, seemed to crack that veneer. 2 weeks later, Xander found himself babysitting the very child he had been irrationally jealous of, hoping it might mean spending more time with Severus. He had barely managed to calm Nika, who had fussed for hours, when the door burst open. Severus stumbled in, and the first thing Xander noticed was the smell: coppery blood, scorched flesh, and the acrid stench of dark magic. Severus's robes were torn, and his pale skin was streaked with blood and burns. He trembled with every labored breath, his face ashen. Xander's heart plummeted, but his wolf surged forward, protective instincts demanding he act. He barely caught Severus as he collapsed, dead weight pressing against Xander. The older wizard's mouth moved, but no sound came out. Panic threatened to take hold, but Xander grit his teeth, carrying Severus to the sofa and feeling the slick warmth of fresh blood staining his own shirt. "Severus," he whispered, fear cracking his voice, "what the hell happened to you?" But Severus didn't answer. He had already lost consciousness. Xander stared at the dark mark seared into the skin of Severus's forearm. A symbol he recognized all too well. A Death Eater. The realization sent a cold chill down his spine, but Xander's wolf remained unbothered. Calm even. He knew, even before he consciously processed it, that this revelation wouldn't change a thing. His wolf already loved Severus, Xander realized, and so did he. When Severus awoke hours later, weak and broken, he confided the rest. He was a Death Eater, yes, but also a spy, a man caught in the crossfire of a war far crueler than Xander had imagined. The shock left Xander reeling, but he couldn't walk away. He wouldn't. Severus needed him, and that was enough. Their relationship grew from there, slowly and with the kind of tenderness that only comes from understanding the depths of each other's darkness. But Xander knew that when the day came to tell his mother, Catherine, the truth, it would break open a whole new battle, one he was barely prepared for. Severus was a wreck after the war, reduced to a ghost. Lee echo of the man Xander had come to know and love. His usually intense, dark eyes seemed dull, shadows pooling beneath them, like ink stains that refused to wash away. His hands, once so deft with a wand and so careful when tending to potions, trembled as if they had forgotten how to be steady. Xander watched him drift through their small, shared space with the listless movements of someone lost in a sea of guilt and grief. The days dragged on in a haze. Xander had to coax Severus to eat, placing bowls of warm soup or plates of simple food in front of him, speaking gently, even when he felt himself breaking inside. "Please, Severus," he would whisper, his voice heavy with worry. "Just a few bites." Sometimes, Severus would comply, pushing food around his plate and taking a few half-hearted mouthfuls. Other times, he barely seemed to hear Xander at all, his mind trapped somewhere Xander couldn't reach. It was only when it came to Nika that Severus showed any spark of life. The little girl, now a bright-eyed toddler with curls that framed her cherubic face, had a way of piercing through the fog around Severus. Her laughter rang through their home like sunlight after a storm, and Severus would be there, cradling her in his arms, his voice wavering but gentle as he sang old lullabies in a language Xander didn't understand. The tenderness in those moments shattered Xander's heart. It was beautiful and agonizing. Seeing the way Severus clung to Nika, as though she were his only anchor in a world that had tried to drag him under. Xander's wolf wanted to do more, to shield Severus from the darkness still clinging to him, to fight the shadows that whispered in the night. But he was only human, with all the limitations that brought, so he stayed, offering his presence, his unwavering love, and his patience. Even when the waiting hurt. Even when he wanted to scream at the unfairness of it all. Slowly, painfully, Severus began to heal. The edges of his grief wore down, dulled by the passage of time and the warmth of the life they were building. The nightmares still came, but they were less frequent. The days where Severus managed a genuine smile became more common, and Xander clung to each one like a precious gem, hoarding them in his heart. They moved to Aalsmeer, a picturesque town painted in endless fields of flowers, where the sky felt wider and the air tasted clean. It was a fresh start, a place where they could try to leave the past behind. Their small house was surrounded by bursts of color, tulips and roses, with a garden that Xander tended with surprising diligence. The work grounded him, each petal a testament to the life they were nurturing together. And when Severus sat beside him, weeding or tending to herbs for potions, it felt almost normal. But peace has a way of splintering when secrets come to light. Severus had been organizing one of the upper rooms, sorting through boxes of old belongings, when he stumbled upon a journal Xander had forgotten to hide. The revelation of Xander's werewolf nature exploded between them like a shrapnel-laden curse. Severus's face had gone pale, his eyes widening in disbelief and something like betrayal. "You've been hiding this from me." Severus's voice cracked, sharp as glass, the tension thick enough to choke on. Xander's hands clenched into fists, his wolf snarling inside him, not at Severus but at the pain the confrontation brought. "I didn't think you'd understand," he said, voice tight with a raw, aching honesty. "And I was right, wasn't I?" Their fight was a storm. Words were thrown like curses, dredging up fears and anger they'd both buried. Severus accused Xander of deception, and Xander lashed back, defending his choice to keep the secret. It hurt more than Xander had expected, and the hurt lingered in the air long after Severus retreated into icy silence. 3 days passed, each one colder than the last. Xander slept on the sofa, feeling the emptiness of the house pressing down on him. His wolf was restless, hating the distance, hating that they'd hurt the one person who mattered most. He thought of leaving, just to make it easier for Severus. But on the third night, Severus appeared, looking fragile and worn, like he'd spent every moment fighting the urge to shatter. "I've been a hypocrite," Severus confessed, his voice thin and strained. "I've lied, I've kept secrets. How could I fault you for doing the same, when your only crime was trying to protect me?" Xander wanted to argue, to tell Severus he wasn't to blame, but the words crumbled in his throat. Instead, he stepped forward, closing the distance between them, and Severus didn't pull away. They held each other in the moonlit living room, clinging to that fragile promise, no more lies. It was a vow that would take work, trust, and the willingness to face their fears together. In 1982, Xander proposed. It was a simple moment, made grand only by the way his heart raced. He'd knelt in their garden, dirt smudging his hands, and Severus had looked at him as though he'd forgotten how to breathe. Tears shimmered in those deep, dark eyes when Severus finally said yes, his voice breaking with emotion he rarely showed. 2 years later, in 1984, they married beneath a sky that seemed to stretch forever, exchanging vows that felt like the culmination of everything they had fought for. They loved each other fiercely, flaws and all. A love forged in fire and tempered by the quiet moments that made it all worthwhile. Hogwarts brought new challenges, new pain, and new hope. Severus had thrown himself into his work, teaching with the same sharp precision that had once kept him alive in a world full of danger. But his students saw more than the harsh professor. One in particular, Daniel, had EYs that spoke of too many sleepless nights, of bruises hidden beneath too large robes. Severus recognized the signs, saw the haunted look that reminded him of his own past. He had come to Xander, eyes wet and voice cracking, pleading for them to help. "We can't leave him to that life," Severus had whispered. "Not when we could do something." So they adopted Daniel, a process fraught with struggles, but also immense love. The boy found a home with them, slowly learning to trust the kindness that Xander and Severus offered, never asked for, never demanded. Over time, their home filled with the noise and chaos of more children. Tess came next, a stubborn girl with a fire in her heart that even Severus couldn't extinguish. Then Sal, a quiet, thoughtful child who watched the world with eyes far older than his years. Max, the troublemaker, who brought laughter even when it hurt to smile. Lynn, who never stopped asking questions, curiosity boundless as the sky. And finally, Harry, a boy with a destiny they didn't fully understand, but whose innocence they protected fiercely. Xander would sit back sometimes, the chaos of their home swirling around him, and feel a fierce, bone-deep gratitude. Their life was loud and imperfect, patched together from broken pieces, but it was theirs. And every moment, from Severus's healing to the children they had rescued, made all the pain worth it. The summer sky over Aalsmeer seemed impossibly wide, painted in hues of lavender and gold as the sun began its descent. Rows of vibrant tulips and fragrant roses framed the garden where Severus and Xander had decided to exchange their vows. It was a setting befitting the love they had forged, quiet yet radiant, simple but full of life. Guests filled the rows of white chairs arranged in neat lines along the garden path. The small gathering was comprised of people who had stood by them through trials and triumphs. Even Catherine Bouchard had come, though she sat stiffly near the back, her disapproval a silent specter over the ceremony as she held young Nika in her arms. Xander stood at the end of the aisle, his dark suit tailored perfectly to his frame. He was a vision of warmth, his southern charm amplified by the twinkle in his eyes as he waited. His fingers fidgeted against his side, a nervous habit that Severus found endearing, though Xander would never admit to it. His wolf was calm but watchful, an undercurrent of protectiveness humming beneath his poised exterior. Then Severus appeared. There was an audible intake of breath as he stepped into view, his black robes replaced by a deep green suit that seemed to make his pale skin glow. His usually stern expression softened, though the sharpness of his features remained. The sight of him walking down the petal-strewn aisle sent a pang through Xander's chest, his love swelling to fill every corner of his heart. As Severus approached, his dark eyes met Xander's, and in them, Xander saw everything: the pain they had endured, the hope they had cultivated, and the love that had grown from their shared struggles. Severus's lips curved into a small, rare smile that he reserved only for Xander, and for a moment, the rest of the world faded away. The ceremony began, officiated by a wizard from the ministry who had a knack for making even the simplest spells feel profound. Severus and Xander stood facing one another, their hands clasped between them. Xander's thumb traced slow, reassuring circles against Severus's skin. When it came time to exchange vows, Xander spoke first. "Severus," he began, his voice steady but thick with emotion. "You are the calm to my storm, the light that has guided me through the darkest nights. From the moment I met you, I knew you were someone who could see beyond the chaos, who could see me. You've taught me what it means to love selflessly, to fight for something greater than myself. You've shown me that even the most guarded heart can find warmth and joy. I promise to stand beside you, to be your partner in all things, to hold you when the past feels too heavy and to celebrate every small victory with you. I promise to love you in every way I know how, and in all the ways I've yet to learn. For the rest of our lives." A ripple of laughter passed through the guests as he added, "And yes, even when you're brooding in your potions lab for hours on end." Even Severus's lips quirked upward in amusement. Severus's turn came, and though his voice was quiet, it carried a weight that silenced the garden. "Xander," he said, his tone carefully measured, "you have been the one constant in a life that has been anything but. When I was lost in shadows, you became my light. When I doubted myself, you showed me strength I didn't know I had. You have seen me at my worst, yet you have loved me without hesitation, without judgment. I promise to cherish you, to protect you, to be your refuge in times of need. I vow to honor the bond we've created, to trust in it, and to nurture it every day. You are my home, my heart, and the reason I dare to hope for a future filled with love and laughter. I promise to love you with every fiber of my being, for now and for always." A hush fell over the garden, broken only by a soft sniffle from 3-year-old Nika and the gentle rustle of the wind through the flowers. The officiant raised his wand, and with a flourish, cast the binding spell that sealed their vows. Golden threads of light wrapped around their joined hands, shimmering as they tightened and then dissolved into their skin. The magic settled over them like a warm embrace, a tangible affirmation of their union. "You may now kiss," the officiant said with a smile. Xander grinned, his hands sliding up to cup Severus's face. The kiss was tender, filled with a quiet passion that spoke of their love's depth. The guests erupted into applause, and Nika's excited cheers carried above the noise. As they turned to face their family and friends, Xander caught sight of his mother. For a moment, her expression flickered, not quite approval, but a softening, as if she was beginning to understand that this was love, raw and undeniable. The reception was held under a canopy strung with fairy lights, the tables laden with dishes that blended British and Southern cuisines. Xander and Severus danced together, their movements unhurried and intimate, as though they were the only ones in the world. The sun streamed through the kitchen windows, casting warm golden light over the long dining table. Severus stirred a pot of tea on the stove, his sharp features softened in the morning glow. Across the room, Xander lounged against the counter, sipping coffee and laughing at something Daniel had said, his carefree demeanor a stark contrast to his husband's more reserved nature. The children were scattered around the table, chattering over toast and eggs. Harry was engrossed in a heated discussion with Max about Quidditch, while Lynn and Nika giggled over a shared sketchbook. Sal kept sneaking bites of bacon from Tessa's plate, who retaliated by swatting his hand away each time. The peaceful hum of the morning was interrupted by the unmistakable sound of the flow flaring in the living room. Moments later, Sirius Black strolled into the kitchen, followed closely by Catherine, her heels clicking against the tiled floor. "Morning, all," Sirius greeted cheerfully, helping himself to a seat at the table. Catherine smirked and leaned against the doorframe, her sharp eyes immediately locking onto Severus and Xander. Well, she drawled, a wicked grin spreading across her face. "Don't you two look refreshed this morning?" Severus froze, his hand hovering over the teapot. Xander arched a brow, but there was a faint flush creeping up his neck. "Should I ask, or should we all just make our own assumptions?" Sirius added, his tone dripping with mock innocence. "Leave it alone, Black," Severus said icily, pouring the tea with deliberate calmness. "Oh, come on," Sirius pressed, a mischievous glint in his eye. "We're all adults here, speak for yourself." Max piped up, a horrified expression on his face. "Some of us don't want to hear about that." "Seconded," Daniel muttered, glaring at Sirius as if sheer willpower could silence him. "Oh, lighten up, kids," Catherine said with a laugh, her teasing tone relentless. "It's natural. Besides, with the way these two were last night." "Catherine," Severus snapped, his voice low and dangerous, though his pale cheeks betrayed him. "Really?" Lynn said, her tiny voice cutting through the chaos. She looked between Severus and Xander with wide, curious eyes. "You were loud enough for Grandma Catherine to hear." At this, Xander finally choked on his coffee, and Sirius doubled over in laughter, slapping the table. "I'm going to kill both of you," Severus muttered darkly, shooting a glare that could have petrified a basilisk at the two offenders. "Oh, don't be so dramatic," Catherine said, waving him off. Quote, "You've got 7 kids here who'll keep you alive just to torture you with this for the rest of your days." "Not if I obliviate them all," Severus shot back, his tone deadly serious. "That's not legal," Nika pointed out. Her fork paused midair. "It's not illegal if you don't get caught," Xander quipped, his smirk betraying his amusement despite the situation. The room dissolved into laughter, except for Severus, who scowled furiously. And Harry, who quietly vowed to keep his godfather far away from morning gatherings from now on. Severus sank into his seat at the head of the table, fixing Sirius and Catherine with a withering glare. Xander slid into the chair beside him, leaning back with an air of practiced nonchalance, though the twitch at the corner of his lips betrayed his amusement. The children, however, were having no such reservations. "Wait," Sal said, holding up a hand as if to pause the world around him. "Does this mean Grandma Catherine was, eavesdropping on you too?" "Sal," Tess groaned, covering her face with both hands. "Why would you ask that? Now we all have to think about it." "Wouldn't call it eavesdropping," Catherine said with a shrug. "More like unintentionally overhearing. Thin walls, you know." Quote, "They are not thin walls," Severus interjected sharply, his voice laced with venom. "You're just an insufferable busybody." "Let's not deny the facts here," Sirius chimed in, casually grabbing a slice of toast from Harry's plate. "The two of you were obviously—" "Finish that sentence, Black, and I'll hex you into next week," Severus warned, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. Fine," Sirius relented, throwing his hands up in mock surrender. "But honestly, you should be proud. It's nice to see you two lovebirds so passionate." "You're not helping," Xander muttered, though his tone carried more humor than irritation. "I'm sorry," Daniel cut in, his brow furrowed in genuine concern. "Can we talk about how we are supposed to eat breakfast after this?" He gestured to his untouched plate. "Yeah," Harry agreed, poking at his eggs with an air of defeat. "I'm never looking at this table the same way again." "Rubbish," Sirius said, grinning. "This'll be a great family story someday." "That time Severus was forced to kill Sirius Black in front of witnesses," Severus finished, his wand already halfway out of his sleeve. Okay, Sirius laughed, holding up his hands again. "Truce, all stop. For now, Severus thought grimly, his wand still hovering suspiciously close to his hand. Let's change the subject, Nika suggested diplomatically, looking around the table with the air of someone trying to avert a full-scale disaster. Anyone have exciting plans today? Funny you should mention that, Catherine said, seizing the opportunity with glee. I was actually hoping to steal Xander away for a bit. Got some things I need to discuss with him. Severus's sharp gaze darted to Xander. What things? Oh, nothing you'd be interested in, Catherine replied airily, waving a hand. Just boring pack business. Pack business, Severus echoed, his tone laced with skepticism. Yes, Severus, Xander said, standing and stretching lazily. You know, the kind that involves running a functional werewolf community. I'm well aware, Severus said stiffly. But do try to keep it professional. Oh, always, Catherine said with a wink, earning another scowl. Don't worry, Dad, Lynn piped up, grinning up at Severus with an expression far too innocent to be trusted. We'll keep an eye on Sirius for you. Will you, now? Severus asked, arching a brow. We're great at surveillance, Sal added, his grin matching Lynn's. That's what worries me, Severus muttered under his breath. As Catherine dragged Xander out of the kitchen, Sirius leaned back in his chair with a contented sigh. Well, now that they're gone, who wants to hear embarrassing stories about your dad? No one, came the resounding chorus from around the table. Xander followed Catherine out of the kitchen and into the small sitting room just off the entryway. She sprawled across the couch as if she owned the place, her leather boots propped up on the coffee table. Xander took the armchair opposite her, tilting his head in mild amusement. Pack business, huh? He asked, folding his arms. Absolutely, Catherine said with a sly grin. And by business, I mean teasing you relentlessly because I haven't had enough entertainment this week. Xander rolled his eyes. Glad to know my personal life is a source of amusement for you, Mother. Oh, please, she said, waving off his protest. If I didn't do it, who would? Besides, you should be flattered. It means you and Severus are actually happy. Loud. Either way, it's a win. Mother, he warned. Huff, his lips twitched in a reluctant smile. Fine, she said, sitting up and brushing a strand of hair out of her face. I really did have something to discuss, though it's not exactly urgent. Go on. Have you thought about hosting another pack gathering soon? She asked. The full moon's coming up, and it wouldn't hurt to get everyone together for a run. Some of the younger members could use the practice in group dynamics. Xander nodded thoughtfully. Not a bad idea. We'll need to clear it with Severus. He'll want to make sure the wards are set, especially if we're bringing in anyone new. Of course, Catherine agreed. Though I'd wager he's more concerned about having his home overrun with muddy wolves. You'd be right, Xander said with a chuckle. But he'll deal with it. He always does. Catherine gave him a knowing look. He's good for you, you know. Grumpy, terrifying, and probably plotting my demise as we speak, but good for you. Don't let him hear you say that, Xander said with a smirk. He might take it as a challenge. Oh, I'm counting on it. Meanwhile, back in the kitchen, Severus was attempting to regain control of the morning chaos, an effort that was proving to be utterly futile. Sirius, he said sharply, his patience already wearing thin, if you insist on loitering here, could you at least refrain from corrupting the children? Corrupting, Sirius repeated, feigning offense. I'm providing them with valuable life lessons. Like how to irritate me beyond reason. Severus snapped. Exactly, Sirius said with a grin. It's a critical skill. Sirius, Lynn said innocently. Resting her chin on her hands, how do you not get hexed all the time? Oh, I do, Sirius admitted cheerfully. But that's the price of living life to the fullest. You mean the price of being a menace. Severus muttered under his breath. Semantics, Sirius said, waving him off. Now, where were we? Ah, yes, embarrassing stories about your dad. Nope, Harry said, standing abruptly and grabbing his plate. Not listening to this. Oh, come on, Harry, Sirius said, pouting dramatically. You used to love my stories. Yeah, when they weren't about my parental figures, Harry shot back. Retreating to the sink. Coward, Sirius called after him, then turned his attention to the others. Well, anyone else? Tess, Sal, Nika, Pass, Tess said flatly, while Al and Nika exchanged a look that clearly said, we're too smart to fall for that. You know, Severus said finally, cutting Sirius off mid-anecdote, for someone who claims to be reformed, you're remarkably eager to test my temper. That's what makes it fun, Sirius replied with a wink. The silence in the house was a rare and fragile thing, but this time it was heavy, pressing against the walls like an invisible weight. Severus sat by the fireplace, a book open in his lap, though his eyes hadn't moved across the page for several minutes. Harry was perched on the armrest of the sofa, staring into the crackling flames with a frown. When the sound of approaching footsteps broke the quiet, both turned toward the doorway. Catherine and Sirius stepped into the room, their faces drawn, the hearted demeanor they so often wore stripped away. Severus, Catherine began, her voice low, almost hesitant. We need to talk. Severus set his book aside slowly, his sharp gaze flicking between them. What's happened? Harry straightened, his frown deepening. What's going on? Catherine hesitated, exchanging a glance with Sirius. There was no humor in her expression now, only grim determination. If Dumbledore made you a Horcrux. Harry had a Horcrux, Harry interrupted, his voice colder than they'd ever heard it. It's gone. That part's over. It's not over, Sirius said quietly. His tone weighted with something far darker than his usual mischief. Harry, think about it. If you were one, do you really believe Voldemort stopped there? He would have made more. He had to have. Eris's sharp intake of breath broke the silence, his expression hardening. What are you implying? We've been looking into the magic behind Horcruxes, Catherine said, stepping forward. It's rare, especially human ones. They only happen when the caster loses control during the ritual, she paused, her voice catching. Or if they're so broken, Severus finished, his voice cold as steel, that their fractured soul cannot hold its form. Catherine nodded. Exactly. Voldemort was powerful, yes, but he was also mad, shattered in ways that go beyond what most wizards can comprehend. A human Horcrux is a desperate act, but making one proves something critical. It wasn't his first. It means there were others. Sirius stepped closer, his jaw tight. Harry, you weren't an accident. You were a contingency, part of a much larger plan. If Dumbledore knew about you, if he let it happen, then he must have known about the rest. Harry's shoulders stiffened, his face unreadable. The part of him that was in me, it's gone. What does it matter if there are others? Voldemort's dead. Catherine's lips pressed into a thin line. Because a piece of him is still out there, somewhere. Harry, you know what that means. If even one Horcrux remains, he's not truly gone. The weight of her words settled over the room like a shroud. The fire in the hearth seemed to burn colder, its light casting jagged shadows on the walls. Severus rose from his chair, his dark eyes glinting with barely restrained fury. Do you have proof, or is this merely conjecture? Catherine reached into her jacket, pulling out a parchment marked with jagged, hurried script. We've been following a trail, she said. It's not complete, but it's enough. Certain artifacts, certain places, they all tie back to him. And it all points to one conclusion. He didn't stop at you. He couldn't. Severus took the parchment, his eyes scanning the chaotic notes. His face darkened with each line, his jaw tightening. This, he said slowly, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. If this is correct, then what you're suggesting isn't just dangerous, it's insanity. What choice do we have? Sirius countered, his voice rising slightly. If those Horcruxes are still out there, we can't ignore them. We have to finish this. And what, precisely, do you plan to do? Severus demanded, his voice sharp. Wander the countryside chasing shadows, hoping to stumble across fragments of a madman's soul. Catherine's voice was quieter now, but no less resolute. We find them. We destroy them. All of them. Until there's nothing left of him. Harry stepped forward, his hands clenched into fists. You're leaving, aren't you? We have to, Sirius said, turning to him. This isn't something we can do from here, Harry. If Voldemort left pieces of himself behind, we need to hunt them down. We can't risk him coming back. Not now, not ever. The weight of the revelation settled over Harry like a lead blanket. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, unsure of what to say. Sirius stepped closer, placing his hands on Harry's shoulders. For a moment, the man who had faced countless horrors seemed vulnerable, his gray eyes filled with a raw, unspoken emotion. "Listen to me, pup," Sirius said softly, his voice steady but tinged with something deep and aching. "I'm doing this because I love you. I need you to know that. You mean more to me than you'll ever understand, and that's why I have to go. If there's even a chance that there's still a part of him out there, waiting to hurt you, or anyone else, I can't sit here and do nothing." Harry's throat tightened, and he looked away, blinking hard. "You don't have to do this, Sirius." "Not for me." "I do," Sirius said firmly. "Because you're my family, and family doesn't leave things half-finished." Catherine cleared her throat, her voice breaking the intensity of the moment. "We'll be back, Harry. I promise." Severus stepped forward, his dark gaze fixed on Sirius. "You'd better be," he said, his tone cold, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of concern. Sirius managed a faint smile, the usual mischief returning to his face, though it was tempered by something heavier. "Don't worry, Snape, you're not rid of me yet." With that, Catherine and Sirius turned and left, the sound of the door closing behind them echoing in the now empty house. Breakfast at the Bouchard Snape house was always lively. But today, the energy was even more electric than usual. Harry could sense it in the way Nika bounced in her seat and how Daniel and Max exchanged knowing grins. It was as if they were all in on some secret that he hadn't been let in on yet. Xander, with his usual air of mischief, cleared his throat from the head of the table, grinning at the group. "So," he began dramatically, holding up an envelope for everyone to see, "I've got a little surprise for you all." All eyes turned to Xander, anticipation building. Even Severus, who sat at the opposite end of the table, raised an eyebrow, though his expression remained suspicious rather than excited. Xander paused for effect, his grin widening. "We're going to Disneyland." The reaction was instantaneous. Nika let out a high-pitched squeal of joy. Lynn practically jumped out of her chair, and Daniel and Max erupted into cheers. Tessa's usual calm demeanor faltered as a bright smile spread across her face, and Sal's eyes gleamed with excitement. Everyone seemed thrilled, except Harry, who blinked in confusion. "Wait, what's Disneyland?" Harry asked, looking around the table. The room fell silent as every pair of eyes turned toward him. "You don't know what Disneyland is?" Nika gasped, as if Harry had just confessed to not knowing what a broomstick was. Harry shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "No. Should I?" Max chuckled, shaking his head. "Mate, it's the happiest place on Earth. It's a theme park," Daniel explained, still grinning. "With rides, characters, and shows. Well, it's hard to explain, but it's amazing." Harry frowned, trying to make sense of it. "So, it's like the magical world but without magic." "Pretty much," Tess said, smiling. "But it's still fun." Severus, meanwhile, looked far from enthusiastic. He crossed his arms, his scowl deepening. "Xander, you cannot possibly expect me to." "Oh, I absolutely do," Xander interrupted, ruffling Severus's hair in a way that only Xander could get away with. "It's a family trip, and you're part of the family." Severus shot him a withering glare. "This is going to be unbearable." Harry couldn't help but chuckle at T. He thought of Severus Snape, a man who could intimidate students with just a glance, spending the day in a Muggle theme park filled with crowds, rides, and oversized mascots. But before Severus could protest further, the kids were already dragging Harry toward the door, eager to start their day of adventure. The moment they arrived at Disneyland, Harry's jaw dropped. The towering entrance gates, the bright, colorful banners, and the massive castle in the distance all left him speechless. He had imagined it might be like Diagon Alley, but this was something else entirely. "Wow," Harry muttered, wide-eyed as he took in the scene. "This is bigger than I thought. And we haven't even gone inside yet," Nika exclaimed, grabbing Harry's hand and practically dragging him toward the entrance. Once inside, Harry was overwhelmed by the sheer size and energy of the place. Everywhere he looked, there were people laughing, kids dressed in costumes, and characters in giant suits waving at the crowds. Music played from hidden speakers, and the smell of popcorn and cotton candy filled the air. "All right, team," Xander called, gathering everyone together. "We've got a lot to see, so let's Start with something fun. How about the teacups? The younger kids cheered, but Harry wasn't sure what a teacup ride was. It didn't take long for him to find out. The teacup ride turned out to be a inning nightmare that Harry was completely unprepared for. As soon as they climbed into the oversized teacups, Lynn and Nika immediately began spinning the wheel in the center, causing the cup to twirl faster and faster. Harry, who had been gripping the sides for dear life, tried to keep his balance as the world around him became a blur of colors. "This is fun," he shouted over the spinning, though he wasn't entirely sure. Nika, laughing hysterically, shouted back, "You've just got to let go." "Let go of what?" Harry yelled, feeling slightly nauseous as the teacup spun faster. By the time the ride stopped, Harry stumbled out of the teacup, his legs wobbly and his head spinning. He glanced over at Severus, who had wisely opted to stand on the sidelines, his arms crossed as he watched the chaos unfold with a smirk. "Feeling all right, Potter?" Severus asked, his tone dripping with amusement. Harry shot him a glare, though it lacked any real venom. "I'll be fine, once the world stops spinning." After the teacups, the group made their way to the roller coasters. Max and Daniel practically dragged Harry onto one of the biggest rides, a twisting monstrosity called Space Mountain. As they stood in line, Max leaned over to Harry, grinning. "You ready for this?" Harry, who had never been on a roller coaster before, shrugged. "I've fought a basilisk. How bad could this be?" He soon found out. The moment the roller coaster shot into the dark, Harry's stomach dropped. The ride twisted and turned at breakneck speed, plunging them into total darkness before hurling them into sharp corners and steep drops. Harry's screams mixed with laughter as the ride whipped them around, and by the time they shot back into the light, his heart was racing. "That was insane," Harry gasped, stumbling out of the ride, his hair completely disheveled. Max and Daniel high-fived each other, laughing. "Told you it was awesome," Max said, grinning from ear to ear. Despite the chaos, Harry couldn't deny that it was exhilarating. He hadn't had this much fun in, well, ever. As the day went on, Harry began to understand what all the fuss was about. The rides, the shows, and even the food were all new experiences for him. But what made it truly special was the time spent with the family. He found himself laughing more than he had in a long time, whether it was helping Lynn overcome her fear of a ride or getting competitive with Max during a shooting game. But the most surprising moment came when Severus Snape, finally loosened up. It started with a show they went to in the afternoon. The performance was full of over-the-top characters and silly jokes, clearly aimed at children. Harry sat with Nika and Lynn, who were giggling at the antics on stage, while Severus sat at the back with Xander, looking as stern as ever. But halfway through the show, Harry glanced back and saw it, a faint smile tugging at Severus's lips. It was brief, almost imperceptible, but it was there. Harry had to do a double take, wondering if he'd imagined it. Later, during the afternoon parade, Severus stood with Xander, watching as the floats went by, filled with music and dancing. Harry nodded. How Severus's usual tension seemed to ease, if only a little. He didn't look entirely comfortable, but there was a softness in his eyes that Harry hadn't seen before. As the sun began to set, they all gathered near the castle for the fireworks show. The kids were buzzing with excitement, and even Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder as the sky lit up with vibrant colors. He found himself standing next to Severus, who, despite his earlier protests, seemed to have mellowed as the day went on. The two stood in comfortable silence, watching as the fireworks exploded overhead. "You seem to be enjoying yourself," Severus remarked, his eyes still on the sky. Harry smiled, surprised by the warmth in Severus's voice. "Yeah, I guess I am." Severus nodded slightly. Then, after a pause, he said something that took Harry completely off guard. "I'm glad you're part of this family, Harry." Harry blinked, turning to look at Severus. The man's expression was as unreadable as ever, but there was something different in his tone, a quiet sincerity that made Harry's chest tighten. "Thanks," Harry replied quietly. "I'm glad too." For a moment, neither of them said anything more. But as fireworks continued to light up the sky, Harry felt something shift between them. It wasn't just about words, it was about belonging. The day at Disneyland ended with laughter, tired feet, and full hearts. As they made their way back to the van, the kids slowly drifted off to sleep, exhausted from the day's adventures. Xander glanced over at Severus, a soft smile playing on his lips. "See, it wasn't so bad, was it?" Severus huffed, though there was no real bite in his voice. "I'm never doing that again." Xander chuckled, reaching over to take Severus's hand. "Sure you aren't." Family baking time. The sun had barely crested over the horizon when the Bouchard-Snape family returned from their whirlwind Disneyland adventure. Xander had insisted on the trip, much to Severus' silent amusement and subtle annoyance. But it had been worth it. Now, they were back home, their small cottage buzzing with the energy of yesterday's excitement. Severus, predictably, was the first one up. He moved through the kitchen with practiced ease, setting out a modest breakfast of toast, butter, and jam. The scent of freshly brewed coffee filled the air, a welcome invitation to those still snug in their beds. One by one, the rest of the family slowly drifted down to the kitchen. Xander, ever the early riser when it suited him, was the first to appear, his hair ruffled in a way that made Severus chuckle under his breath. "You look like you lost a fight with a broomstick," Severus commented dryly as Xander approached the coffee pot. "Speak for yourself," Xander shot back with a wink, pouring himself a generous cup. "I think the broomstick came out worse." Severus simply raised an eyebrow, handing over a plate of toast. "I'm sure you'll tell me all about it." Before Xander could retort, Daniel came into the kitchen, his footsteps soft as usual. At 16, he towered over everyone except Xander, but his presence was more subdued, his eyes still heavy with sleep. "Morning," he mumbled, reaching for a slice of toast. Max, right on his heels, groaned as he stumbled into the kitchen, his 14-year-old form a bundle of morning complaints. "Do we have anything that's not toast?" Severus fixed him with a steady look. "You're welcome to make something else." "Toast is fine," Max muttered quickly, grabbing a slice and slathering it with an inappropriate amount of jam. Lynn and Nika followed next, chattering with excitement about their Disneyland adventure. "Can we go again next week?" Nika asked eagerly, eyes bright with hope. Severus gave her a small smile. "We'll see." Last came Harry, who lingered in the doorway for a moment, a soft, tentative smile playing on his lips. Xander, ever attuned to his new son's mood, patted the seat beside him. "Morning, Harry." "Toast." Harry nodded, sliding into the chair and taking the offered plate. He didn't say much, but his eyes shone as he bit into his breakfast. Once everyone had eaten, Severus cleared his throat. "Since we've had more tea, on our fair share of excitement these past few days, I propose we have a quiet day at home." Tess, who had been eyeing a new book on the kitchen counter, perked up at the prospect. "Can we play board games?" Max groaned. "Please, no Monopoly." Xander grinned wickedly. "Oh, Monopoly it is." By mid-morning, the Monopoly board was laid out on the living room floor, the colorful paper bills scattered in neat piles. Severus sat back, arms crossed, a smirk on his lips as he surveyed the battlefield. Xander was already in full competitive mode, bargaining aggressively for Park Place. Tess was immersed in strategy, while Max simply threw his hands up whenever anyone landed on his properties. "You are not bankrupt," Daniel said pointedly, giving Max a sharp look. "You've still got the railroads." "Like that's going to help me when I'm out of cash," Max muttered darkly, slumping against the couch. "I'll trade you one of my railroads," Xander offered cheerfully, wagging his eyebrows. "For all your remaining money." Max narrowed his eyes. "You're supposed to be the fun dad, you know." "And I am." Xander grinned widely. "I'm having a blast." Severus chuckled from his spot on the armchair, aiming back as Tess slowly accumulated more properties. Harry, though new to the game, was enjoying watching the chaos unfold, occasionally offering quiet advice to Daniel, who played with ruthless efficiency. By the time Tess inevitably won with an impressive hotel empire, they had all had enough of Monopoly for the day. "All right," Xander announced, stretching his arms above his head. "I think it's time we move on to phase 2 of our day." "And that is?" Severus asked, eyebrow raised. "Lunch," Xander declared dramatically, marching toward the kitchen. "Who's ready to cook?" Making lunch was a whole family affair. Xander led the way, declaring himself head chef. Despite Severus' bemused protests, Daniel was tasked with chopping pancetta, his knife skills precise and careful. Max, determined to redeem himself after his Monopoly loss, was in charge of stirring the pasta, though Severus watched him like a hawk. Harry took on the salad, tearing lettuce and grating parmesan with Tess, who occasionally stole a cherry tomato from the bowl. Nika and Lynn, naturally, insisted on helping Xander prepare the pie, their small hands deftly rolling out the dough. The kitchen was filled with the NDS of laughter and the clatter of dishes, the scent of pancetta sizzling in the pan. At one point, Lynn accidentally splattered some flour on Xander's shirt, which led to an impromptu flour fight between the two. Much to Severus' exasperation. "You're making more of a mess than lunch," Severus noted dryly, arms crossed as he watched the chaos unfold. "Mess is part of the fun," Xander replied with a grin, wiping flour from his face and ruffling Lynn's hair. "Besides, it's under control." Max, stirring the pasta with exaggerated care, glanced at the chaos. "Yeah, looks totally controlled." Once lunch was finally ready, the family gathered around the table, plates piled high with spaghetti pancetta and Caesar salad, with a cherry pie cooling on the counter for dessert. "This is pretty good," Daniel commented between bites. Glancing at Xander. "Pretty good," Xander echoed, feigning offense. "It's fantastic." "Modesty, Xander," Severus said with a smirk, sipping his wine. Harry, quieter than usual, smiled at the warmth and ease around the table. He was still getting used to being part of the family, but each meal like this helped loosen the knot of anxiety that had once always twisted in his chest. After lunch, with the sun shining brightly outside, the inevitable suggestion of Quidditch came up. Severus, as always, was not thrilled at the prospect. "You'll play," Xander said with a grin, nudging his husband toward the door. "I'll make it worth your while." Severus shot him a dark look but couldn't suppress the slight curve of his lips. "You owe me." The kids were already out on the lawn, broomsticks in hand, arguing over teams. Harry had never looked more at ease, his eyes lighting up as he held his broom, eager to join in. For once, Severus let him have this moment without comment, content to watch as the children darted into the air. Xander, ever the playful one, zoomed around with Lynn and Nika chasing him, while Daniel and Max teamed up to take on Tess and Sal. Harry, hesitant at first, quickly found himself in the thick of it, laughing as he narrowly dodged Max's broom. Severus stood at the edge of the pitch, arms crossed, eyes following the kids as they soared through the air. Every now and then, Xander would glance back, shooting him a mischievous wink, and Severus would roll his eyes but couldn't help the fond smile that crept onto his face. After an hour or so, Quidditch was abandoned for something a little more grounded, soccer. Severus, after much cajoling from Xander and the kids, begrudgingly agreed to play. Harry, who had never played soccer before, watched as Xander and Max explained the basics. "You just have to kick the ball into the goal," Max said, demonstrating with a dramatic sweep of his leg that sent the ball careening across the lawn. "It's harder than it looks," Daniel added with a smirk, his competitive side already flaring up. Severus, predictably, was reluctant to get too involved, but after a few minutes, he found himself swept up in the game. Harry, for his part, picked it up quickly, his natural athleticism shining through. It wasn't long before he scored his first goal, and the look of pure joy on his face made Xander and Severus exchange a glance. "Well done, Harry," Severus called, giving him a rare, genuine smile. Harry beamed, his heart swelling with the warmth of belonging. As the day wound down, the Bouchard-Snape family returned to the house, their energy slowly ebbing after a day full of activity. After a light dinner, Severus began the familiar routine of tucking the kids into bed. Daniel, ever the quiet one, smiled as Severus pulled the blanket up to his chin. "Thanks, Dad," he mumbled, already half asleep. "Good night, Daniel," Severus whispered, brushing a hand through his hair before moving on to the next room. Tess was still reading when Severus entered, curled up with her book under the covers. He sighed fondly, gently prying the book from her hands. "Sleep now, read later." Tess smiled up at him. "Fine, but you're leaving the lamp on." "Of course," he agreed, kissing her forehead. Max, always one for a bit of dramatics, let out a half-hearted groan as Severus tucked him in, but his eyes sparkled with affection. "I'm too old for this, you know. And yet here we are," Severus replied smoothly, patting him on the shoulder. Sal, Nika, and Lynn demanded their nightly fairy tales, and Severus indulged them. Sitting by their bedside and weaving a tale about brave wizards and magical lands until their eyes fluttered shut. Finally, with the children all settled, Severus made his way back to the bedroom where Xander was waiting. "Took you long enough," Xander teased, pulling Severus into his arms the moment he entered the room. "They're a handful," Severus muttered, though his tone was soft with affection. Xander leaned in close, his voice a low murmur against Severus' ear. "And now, it's time for my Sev time." He pressed a teasing kiss to Severus' neck, fingers sliding down his back. Severus let out a quiet laugh, his eyes darkening as he turned to meet Xander's gaze. "You're insatiable. For you, always." And with that, the rest of the night belonged to them. Harry awoke to the familiar, low rumble of voices outside his door, followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the floor with a loud thud. He blinked at the ceiling, still half asleep, and realized a sigh that the noise was probably Max wrestling with one of the others, again. It was only his third week with the Bouchard-Snape family, and though he was slowly getting used to the constant chaos, it still amazed him just how loud mornings could be here. "Get off me, Max. You're too heavy," came a muffled voice that Harry recognized as Sal's. A fit of laughter erupted, making Harry smile despite himself. This house was unlike anything he had ever known. It was messy, loud, unpredictable, and, he had to admit, oddly comforting. There was a sharp knock on Harry's door, followed by Nika's cheerful voice. "Harry, wake up. We're making waffles." Harry sat up, groggily rubbing his eyes. "Coming," he muttered, but Nika was already skipping away, probably heading to find more victims to harass. He could hear her yelling something about syrup and running footsteps echoing down the hall. With a deep breath, Harry dragged himself out of bed, threw on a jumper, and cautiously opened the door. The scene in the hallway was as chaotic as expected. Max was in the middle of trying to put Sal in a headlock, while Sal was squirming out of it with surprising agility. Meanwhile, Daniel was leaning against the wall, shaking his head with an amused grin, occasionally tossing out sarcastic commentary. "Morning, Harry," Max grinned at him from where he was now tangled with Sal. "Join the fun," Harry chuckled, stepping aside as Sal finally broke free and sprinted down the hallway. "I think I'll pass, thanks." He made his way downstairs, where the delicious smell of waffles greeted him. The kitchen was a whirlwind of activity. Xander was by the stove, flipping waffles with the casual ease of someone who'd done it 100 times, while Tess was busy organizing the table, making sure everything was just right. "Morning, Harry," Xander greeted him with a warm smile. "Hungry?" Harry nodded and sat down at the table, watching the scene unfold with mild amusement. The table was already cluttered with plates, cups, and various toppings for the waffles. Syrup, whipped cream, fruit, and, of course, chocolate chips were scattered everywhere. Severus entered the kitchen next, looking half-assly, and distinctly unamused by the morning noise. Harry noticed, as he had many times before, that Severus was once again wearing one of Xander's shirts. It was slightly too big for him, the sleeves rolled up at the cuffs, but it looked oddly good on him. Xander, of course, didn't miss the opportunity to tease him about it. Well, Xander said with a mischievous grin. "Look who's decided to make my wardrobe their own." Severus shot him a dry look. "It's comfortable." "Comfortable, sure," Xander smirked. "But you know, if you ever need more options, I could take you shopping. I'm sure you'd look fantastic in something a bit snugger." Severus raised an eyebrow. "If I wanted fashion advice, I certainly wouldn't be asking someone who thinks wearing plaid with stripes is acceptable." "Plaid and stripes can be bold," Xander shot back, clearly enjoying himself. "It's a statement." "Ah yes," Severus drawled, "a statement that says, I got dressed in the dark." Harry tried to stifle a laugh as he watched the exchange. Despite Severus' sarcastic tone, there was an undeniable affection beneath it all. He might act grumpy, but there was no denying the fondness in his eyes when he looked at Xander, or the small smirk that tugged at the corners of his mouth whenever Xander teased him. The rest of the family piled into the kitchen soon enough, filling every available seat at the table. Max, predictably, was already stacking an impressive tower of waffles on his plate, while Nika was busy drowning hers in whipped cream. Tess sat next to Harry, gently nudging him with her elbow. "Yo, getting better at dodging the morning chaos," she said with a grin. "Max didn't even manage to tackle you this time." Harry smiled shyly. "I'm learning." Breakfast was a chaotic, joyful affair. Aniel regaled everyone with a dramatically exaggerated story about how he'd heroically saved Max from a falling tree branch the other day. "I'm basically a knight in shining armor," while Max rolled his eyes and muttered something about how the branch had been the size of a pencil. Sal was deep in conversation with Severus about a new potion he was working on, asking questions so rapid-fire that then Severus had trouble keeping up at times. Nika was practically bouncing in her seat, occasionally stealing whipped cream from Max's plate when he wasn't looking, which led to him squawking in indignation and trying to shield his waffles from further theft. Through it all, Xander kept the waffles coming, occasionally tossing out witty comments or joining in on the various conversations. He shot Harry a warm smile every now and then, making him feel more and more like he belonged here. After breakfast, the real chaos began, getting everyone out the door. Tess had her nose buried in a book, entering through the living room as she tried to find her shoes, while Max was frantically searching for his missing sock, accusing Daniel of stealing it just to mess with him. Daniel, of course, vehemently denied it, though the smirk on his face suggested he was guilty as charged. "Has anyone seen my potion notes?" Sal called from upstairs, his voice tinged with panic. "I swear I left them on my desk." "Check the kitchen," Severus called back, sounding far too calm for someone surrounded by so much chaos. "They're probably under one of Max's waffles." "Hey," Max protested. "My waffles are neat." "They're neat now that half of them are on the floor," Nika chimed in, grinning. Harry found himself caught up in the whirlwind, helping Tess find her shoes. They were, inexplicably, in the fridge. And trying not to laugh when Max finally found his missing sock on Sal's desk, tangled up in a roll of parchment. Despite the chaos, there was a sense of rhythm to it all, a kind of organized disorder that somehow worked. Everyone had their role to play, and though there was a lot of teasing, noise, and the occasional minor disaster, the love between them all was undeniable. By the time everyone was finally ready to go, Harry was exhausted, but in a good way. The kind of exhaustion that comes from being part of something big and messy and wonderful. As they all headed out the door, Xander slung an arm around Severus' shoulders, giving him a playful squeeze. "You know, you'd really look fantastic in one of my plaid shirts," he teased. Severus shot him a withering glare, but Harry caught the tiny smile that flickered across his face. "Don't push your luck, Bouchard," Severus muttered, though the affectionate tone in his voice betrayed him. After the morning chaos had somewhat subsided, the Bouchard-Snape family found themselves standing in a cluster by the front door, the air filled with excited chatter. Xander had declared it a family outing day, a rare event that both thrilled and terrified the kids. It wasn't every day that the entire family managed to get out of the house together without something, or someone, catching on fire, getting lost, or getting into some kind of mischief. Today's destination, a local enchanted forest with hidden magical creatures, plants with unpredictable personalities, and some other harmless magical phenomena designed to provide a relaxing day out for the whole family, a description that felt laughable when applied to the Bouchard-Snapes. "Do we really have to go?" Daniel groaned, leaning dramatically against the wall like he was being sentenced to life in Azkaban. "I had important plans today." "Important plans?" Tess raised an eyebrow, arms crossed. "Like staring at yourself in the mirror." "Yeah, you'll live," Max snickered, while Daniel tried to look indignant. "For your information, I was going to work out." "And then stare at yourself in the mirror," Sal interrupted dryly, earning a high five from Nika. Harry stood off to the side, watching the banter with a smile. He was still getting used to these outings. The idea of a peaceful family trip was completely foreign to him, and from what he'd seen so far, peaceful wasn't exactly how the Bouchard-Snapes rolled. It was more like a high-energy, mildly chaotic circus on wheels. Xander clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. All right, gang, let's move. We're burning daylight. I want to see some excitement. Severus stood nearby, looking distinctly unexcited. He was wearing a long, dark overcoat that gave him a brooding, gothic air, quite the contrast to Xander's colorful, flannel shirt and jeans combo. Xander, if this turns into one of your adventurous ideas, I'm going to hold you personally responsible for whatever catastrophe follows, Severus muttered under his breath. Xander just grinned and ruffled Severus' hair, earning a scowl in return. You love my adventurous ideas, he said cheekily. Admit it, I do not, and stop touching my hair. As kids piled into the family's enchanted van, a magical, self-driving vehicle that Xander had charmed to be indestructible, a claim that had yet to be tested, though the kids often talked about the noise level immediately skyrocketed. Max and Daniel were already arguing about who would get the front seat, while Nika and Sal had taken over the back, making a fort out of blankets they had inexplicably smuggled into the van. Harry found himself squeezed between Tess and Severus, both of whom looked far too calm given the chaos erupting around them. Can you believe them? Tess whispered, glancing toward the back where Max was now hanging upside down over the front seat, trying to wrestle the steering wheel from Daniel. Every single time. I think it's their way of bonding, Harry said, amused. Severus, overhearing, snorted. If this is bonding, then I fear for what would happen if they ever truly disagreed on something. With everyone finally, and somewhat miraculously, seated, the van rumbled to life. And Xander hopped into the driver's seat, though he barely had to touch the wheel. The vehicle was charmed to drive itself, following Xander's commands with impeccable precision, or so he claimed. All right, Xander called over his shoulder. Let the grand adventure begin. Severus rolled his eyes. This is going to end in disaster, isn't it? The enchanted forest was a sight to behold. Tall, ancient trees stretched up into the sky, their branches twisting and turning like something out of a fairy tale. The air was filled with the sound of magical creatures scurrying about, and every so often, a faint glow would catch the corner of one's eye as tiny fairies zipped through the leaves. This place is incredible, Nika squealed, running ahead with Sal close behind her, both of them eager to explore every inch of the place. Max and Daniel, naturally, started a contest to see who could climb the tallest tree the fastest. Within minutes, Max was halfway up a massive oak, while Daniel, never one to be outdone, was right behind him, though his progress was significantly slowed by his frequent complaints about tree bark ruining his perfectly toned hands. I can't believe you care about your hands at a time like this. Max called down from his perch. We're in an enchanted forest, Dan. Live a little. Some of us like to look good while we live a little, Daniel huffed, trying to avoid a particularly knobbly branch. Just wait until I get up there. Boys, Severus called up, his tone as dry as ever, if one of you falls and breaks a limb, I am not taking you to St. Mungo's. Harry chuckled as he watched from the forest floor. Despite Severus' warning, there was no real danger in this place. It was designed for families, after all. But still, he could sense the exasperation beneath Severus' cool exterior, and it made him feel strangely at ease. While the older boys climbed trees and Nika and Sal played a game of Spot the Magical Creature, Tess Ndered off to examine a patch of glowing flowers, her eyes wide with curiosity. These are moonblooms, she said to Harry as he joined her, bending down to inspect one. They only bloom during the day in enchanted places. Aren't they beautiful? They really are, Harry agreed. The soft glow from the flowers was almost hypnotic, casting a gentle light on Tess's face. You should take some, Xander's voice chimed in from behind them. They make great nightlights. Plus, they stay fresh for years. Magic, you know. Tess looked thoughtful. That's actually a really good idea. Severus, overhearing from where he stood nearby, sighed dramatically. I can already tell I'll be vacuuming up glowing petals for the next decade. Oh, come on, Xander teased, wrapping an arm around Severus' waist. Don't be such a spoilsport. It's just a little magic. You like magic. I tolerate it, Severus corrected, though the slight upward twitch of his lips suggested otherwise. After a few hours of exploring, climbing, and chasing magical creatures Max had tried, and failed. To catch a particularly slippery niffler, the family settled down in a clearing for a picnic. Tess had brought a blanket, and Ender pulled out an absurd amount of food from a seemingly bottomless picnic basket, another one of his handy little charms. The spread was impressive. Sandwiches, fruit, crisps, and of course, Severa. Types of magical snacks that Xander insisted everyone try. 1. A bag of fizzing Whizbees caused Nika to float several feet into the air before Severus calmly reached up and pulled her back down by her ankle. "I told you to be careful," Severus said as Nika giggled, floating just above the ground. "Do you ever listen?" "Not really," Nika admitted, still grinning. As they ate, the conversation drifted from topic to topic, everyone chiming in with their usual blend of sarcasm and humor. "So, what's the plan for after lunch?" Daniel asked, leaning back on his elbows. "More tree climbing, maybe some animal wrestling." "Animal wrestling," Max scoffed. "You couldn't even handle that tiny niffler earlier." "I was being gentle," Daniel protested. "It's called being a gentleman." Max said, rolling his eyes. "Sure." As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the enchanted forest, the family made their way back to the van. The day had been filled with laughter, playful arguments, and a strong sense of togetherness that had bonded them even more. Once they were all loaded in, Max leaned forward from the backseat, eyes shining with mischief. "So, can we stop for ice cream on the way home? You know, to cool off after all that adventure." "Stop," Severus repeated dryly. "You mean to say that if I were to say no, you wouldn't harass me until we find the nearest ice cream shop?" "Precisely," Max said, grinning. "Plus, it's tradition." "Tradition?" Severus asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yeah, family outing tradition," Nika piped in, waving her arms dramatically. "Ice cream is like a requirement." Xander chuckled, glancing at Severus with that familiar glint in his eyes. "What do you think, love? Ice cream. It could be a nice way to end the day." Severus sighed dramatically, his resistance crumbling under the combined pressure of all the kids' eager faces. "Fine. One stop for ice cream." "Yes," Max exclaimed, pumping his fist in victory. As Xander drove toward the nearest ice cream shop, the chatter in the van exploded again, with each child clamoring to discuss their ideal flavors. Nika, of course, had a wild idea that involved mixing every flavor together. While Daniel and Max debated over the best topping combinations, Harry sat back, letting the joyous noise wash over him. He felt lighter than he had in ages, surrounded by the laughter and love of this chaotic, wonderful family. "Hey, Harry," Max leaned over from the back. "You in for some ice cream? What flavor are you thinking?" Harry thought for a moment, then replied, "I don't know, maybe something adventurous." "Adventurous?" Max echoed, eyes lighting up. "You mean like trying to eat something so hot it sets your mouth on fire? Or trying every flavor they have?" "Both." Harry grinned, feeling the spark of excitement welling up inside him. "Welcome to the family, Harry." Max laughed. "You've fitted right in." And with that, the van filled with laughter and chatter as they drove into the sunset. The promise of ice cream and another cherished family memory hanging in the air. Punished. The day had started out like any other, but as the sun dipped behind the Amsterdam skyline, the house had taken on an almost oppressive quiet. Harry sat on his bed, replaying the disaster of the day in his head. The moment Max had uncorked that bottle, the hiss of the potion as it spilled over the cauldron. And then the explosion that had followed. Severus's potions lab had been utterly destroyed, and it was their fault. Harry could still smell the sharp, sour stench of the green goo that had covered them all. Harry, Max, Nika, and Lynn had tried to clean it up, of course. But by the time Severus appeared in the doorway of the lab, they were all frozen in place, covered in slime, surrounded by broken glass and overturned shelves. The look on Severus's face had been terrifying, an icy, silent fury that made Harry's stomach churn with dread. He hadn't yelled, he hadn't even raised his voice. Instead, he simply told them to leave the lab and go straight to their rooms. "We'll discuss this later," Severus had said in a voice so controlled it had sent a chill down Harry's spine. Harry had been unable to shake the dread since. As he sat alone in his room, the quiet ticking of the clock only seemed to make the waiting worse. Later. That word hung in the air like a dark cloud. His mind raced with possibilities. What would Severus do? Would he yell? Give him chores? Worse yet, Harry's thoughts had begun to spiral into darker memories. Memories of Vernon and the way he would discuss punishments with his belt. Harry clenched his fists in his lap, his heart pounding. He didn't think Severus would use a belt, but the fear still gnawed at him, lingering from the years he had spent at the Dursleys. He tried to remind himself that Severus wasn't like Vernon. Severus wasn't cruel. Severus wouldn't hurt him. But the fear was still there, a knot tightening in his chest. Just as Harry's thoughts began to spiral further, the sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway. He tensed, his heart hammering in his chest. The door creaked open, and Severus stepped inside. His expression was serious, but not as cold as it had been in the lab. Harry swallowed hard, trying to keep his nerves in check. Severus closed the door quietly behind him and approached the bed. He didn't speak for a moment, simply standing there with his arms crossed, studying Harry. The silence was unbearable, and Harry's gaze dropped to the floor, his stomach twisting in knots. "Harry," Severus began, his voice calm but firm. "I don't think I need to explain how serious today's events were." Harry nodded, his throat too tight to speak. Severus sighed, running a hand through his hair. "You put yourself and others in danger by disobeying a direct rule. My lab is off limits for a reason. The ingredients I keep there can be dangerous if handled improperly, and today you found that out the hard way." Harry's heart sank lower with each word. He already knew all of this. He had known it before they'd even gone into the lab, but he'd let Max talk him into it anyway. Now, Severus was disappointed in him, and the guilt weighed heavily on his chest. "I want you to understand," Severus continued, "that your actions have consequences. I don't believe in punishment for the sake of punishment, but you need to learn from this." Harry's hands were trembling in his lap. He nodded again, trying to hold back the rising tide of emotion swirling in his chest. His mind flashed back to Vernon, to the way he'd snap his belt before whipping it across Harry's back. The thought made Harry's breath hitch, and panic started to bubble up inside him. "I'm going to give you a spanking," Severus said, his voice still steady but not unkind. 20 swats. This isn't about hurting you, but it's important that you understand the seriousness of your choices today." The word, spanking, sent a wave of relief and fear through Harry. Relief that it wasn't the belt. Fear because he had no idea what to expect. But the relief was stronger, and for the first time, he felt the knot in his chest loosen slightly. Still, his heart raced, and he could feel his eyes sting as the guilt and shame pressed down on him. Severus moved to the edge of the bed and gestured for Harry to come closer. "Come here," he said gently. Harry hesitated, but he knew there was no escaping this. He slowly stood up and shuffled over to Severus's side, his heart pounding so loudly he thought Severus might hear it. Severus guided him over his lap, and Harry felt the vulnerability of the position settle over him like a heavy blanket. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing himself for the first swat. The first one landed with a firm, measured sting. It wasn't unbearable, but it was enough to make Harry tense up. The second swat followed quickly, and then the third. The rhythm was steady, not rushed or cruel. Each swat brought a growing warmth, and with it, the guilt inside Harry began to bubble up, harder and harder to hold back. By the time Severus reached the 10th swat, Harry's eyes were burning with tears, but not because of the pain. The sting of each swat was nothing compared to the flood of emotions overwhelming him. The shame, the guilt, the overwhelming feeling of letting Severus down. He had wanted so badly to prove he could be trusted, that he could belong in this family, and now he'd ruined it. The 15th swat landed, and Harry's breath hitched. A single tear slipped down his cheek, quickly followed by another. He bit his lip, trying to keep himself from crying, but it was no use. By the 20th swat, the tears were flowing freely, and a sob escaped his throat before he could stop it. Severus's hand paused for a moment, resting gently on Harry's back. Harry expected him to say something, but Severus remained quiet, letting the moment settle. Slowly, Severus helped Harry stand back up, and Harry wiped at his eyes with the back of his hand, trying to pull himself together. To his surprise, Severus didn't scold him further. Instead, he reached out and gently pulled Harry into a hug. The gesture caught Harry off guard, and for a moment, He stood there, unsure of how to react. But then he melted into it, resting his head against Severus's chest as the tears continued to flow. The weight of the day's events, the fear, and the relief all poured out at once, and Harry found himself sobbing softly into Severus's robes. "It's all right," Severus murmured, his hand gently rubbing circles on Harry's back. "You're forgiven, Harry, it's over." The words washed over Harry like a balm, soothing the ache in his chest. He clung to Severus for a few moments longer, letting the comfort of the hug settle over him. Severus didn't rush him, just held him close, offering quiet reassurance. When Harry finally pulled away, sniffling and wiping at his face, Severus gave him a small, understanding smile. "Feeling better?" Harry nodded, still a little embarrassed by his tears, but the warmth in Severus's eyes made it easier to bear. "Good," Severus said, standing up and ruffling Harry's hair lightly. "Now, no more sneaking into the lab." "Understood." "Yes, sir," Harry mumbled, rubbing at his eyes again. Severus leaned in a bit closer, a rare twinkle of mischief in his eyes. "And as for the crying," he suddenly poked Harry in the side, eliciting a startled laugh from him. "We'll have to do something about that, won't we?" Before Harry could react, Severus poked him again, this time on the other side, and then began tickling him in earnest. Harry yelped, trying to wriggle away, but Severus's fingers were relentless. Laughter bubbled out of him uncontrollably, mixing with the remnants of his tears. It was silly, and unexpected, and exactly what Harry needed. All right," Harry gasped between giggles, trying to catch his breath. Severus relented, chuckling softly as he straightened up. "That's more like it." With the tension finally broken, Severus helped Harry back into bed, pulling the covers up around him. He tucked them in gently, the gesture so warm and protective that it made Harry's chest ache in a different way. This was what family felt like. "Good night, Harry," Severus said softly, giving his shoulder a light squeeze. "Sleep well." "Good night," Harry whispered, feeling a sense of peace settle over him as Severus turned off the light and quietly left the room. Birthday boy. The night before his birthday, Harry lay in bed, staring up at the ceiling, where faint, glowing stars twinkled softly. It was a tradition of his own, one he had started as a child in the cupboard under the stairs. Every year, Harry would stay up until midnight, just so he could quietly whisper, "Happy birthday, Harry," to himself. No one else had ever said it to him before. No one had ever cared enough to mark the day. But this year was different. As much as Harry tried to stay awake, his eyes kept drifting shut. The day had been exhausting, not just physically but emotionally. Being part of this family, with Xander, Severus, and the kids, had filled his heart with something he wasn't used to, warmth. And that warmth was pulling him into sleep earlier than usual, making his ritual of staying up until midnight seem distant and unnecessary. His stomach wasn't growling with hunger like it had at the Dursleys, in fact. He was full from a proper dinner that Severus had made, just like every night. There was no empty pit in his belly, no cold ache of loneliness in his heart. Severus entered the room quietly, just as he had every night since Harry had moved in. He checked the stars on the ceiling, ensuring their soft glow wouldn't fade before Harry fell asleep. Then, Severus approached the bed, his movements careful, deliberate. Harry watched through half-lidded eyes as Severus leaned down, brushing the hair off his forehead with a tenderness Harry still wasn't quite used to. He felt the light press of lips against his skin, a gentle, fleeting kiss. "Good night, Harry," Severus said softly. His voice held a warmth that made Harry's chest tighten with emotion. "Good night, Sev," Harry whispered back, surprising himself with how easily the word slipped from his lips. It felt right, though, calling him that. Severus paused, his expression softening even more before. He turned off the bedside lamp and left the room, leaving Harry surrounded by the glow of stars and the comfort of knowing, for the first time, that tomorrow would be different. Tomorrow, he wouldn't be alone. Harry woke the next morning feeling an unfamiliar sense of excitement. It was his birthday, and this time, it mattered. He could hear the distant sounds of laughter drifting up from downstairs, and the familiar scent of breakfast wafting through the air. Harry smiled to himself as he got out of bed, the anticipation building in his chest. In all his years with the Dursleys, he had never looked forward to this day. But now, In this house, with this family, he couldn't wait to see what the day would bring. As Harry reached the bottom of the stairs, he was greeted by the sudden burst of energy that only his siblings could bring. Nika and Lynn practically launched themselves at him, wrapping him in a hug that nearly knocked him off his feet. "Happy birthday!" they cried in unison, beaming up at him with such joy that Harry couldn't help but laugh. "Thanks," he said, his heart swelling. He still wasn't used to this feeling of being surrounded by people who cared. It was overwhelming, in the best possible way. "Come on, we've got breakfast ready," Max called from the kitchen, where Xander was busy flipping pancakes, and Tess was setting the table. Severus stood off to the side, watching with a faint smile on his face. "Thought we'd let you sleep in a bit today," Xander said with a wink, flipping a pancake high into the air before catching it perfectly on the skillet. "Birthday boy deserves a little extra rest, don't you think?" Harry grinned. "Yeah, thanks, but I could have helped." "Not today," Tess said, shaking her head as she placed a stack of pancakes in front of Harry. "Today, you just enjoy." As they all gathered around the table, the usual chaos of breakfast ensued, Lynn and Max bickering playfully over the syrup, Nika insisting on cutting Harry's pancakes into perfect little squares, and Xander making sure everyone had more than enough to eat. It was loud, it was messy, it was family. The day flew by in a blur of laughter and surprises. After breakfast, they all headed outside for a Quidditch match. It was just a friendly game in the backyard, but to Harry, it felt like so much more. He had played Quidditch before, of course, but never like this. Never surrounded by people who made him feel like he truly belonged. Tess and Max took to the air immediately, their brooms zipping through the sky as they chased after the quaffle. Nika and Lynn stayed on the ground, cheering and offering enthusiastic, if not always helpful, advice. Harry, for the first time, found himself fully immersed in the fun, forgetting the burdens of his past, forgetting expectations waiting for him at Hogwarts. Here, he was just Harry. And for once, that was enough. Severus, as usual, stood on the sidelines, arms crossed and expression stoic. But every so often, Harry would catch him glancing his way. And there was something in those glances, something like pride. Harry's team ended up winning, though only by a narrow margin. When Max's broom malfunctioned at a crucial moment, sending him into a comical tumble to the ground, Tess swooped in for the winning goal. "You cheated," Max groaned, sitting up and rubbing the back of his head. Tess smirked, tossing her broom to the side. "I used strategy." "Same thing," Max muttered, though he was smiling. By the time they returned inside, the sun was beginning to set, and the living room had been transformed to a space filled with brightly wrapped presents and a cake that looked almost too good to eat. Harry stared at it all, still trying to wrap his mind around the idea that all of this was for him. "This is too much," Harry said, shaking his head in disbelief. "I don't know if I deserve all this." "You do," Nika said firmly, crossing her arms as if daring him to argue. "We all wanted to do something special for you." Max elbowed him playfully. "Yeah, it's your birthday, mate. Don't overthink it." Lynn practically bounced on her toes, her eyes wide with excitement. "Open mine first, please." Ari smiled and reached for the gift she had pushed toward him. Inside was a small, handmade photo album, filled with pictures that Lynn had drawn of the family. Each page was a colorful depiction of their life together, playing Quidditch, watching movies, laughing around the dinner table. In each one, Harry was there, right in the middle of it all. Harry's chest tightened as he flipped through the pages. "This is amazing," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "Thank you, Lynn." Lynn beamed, her face flushing with pride. "I wanted you to have something to remember us by, when you go back to school." The mention of school sent a flicker of anxiety through Harry, but he quickly pushed it aside. Today wasn't the day to worry about that. Today was for celebrating this family and the love they had shown him. As the evening wore on, they gathered around the table to cut the cake. Harry's heart swelled as they sang, "Happy Birthday," to him, their voices full of joy. It was such a simple thing, but it meant more to him than he could ever express. He had never had a birthday like this, never had people sing for him, never had a family make him feel so cherished. When Cake was cut and everyone had their fill. Harry found himself sitting quietly on the porch, watching the stars begin to blink into view in the darkening sky. The laughter from inside the house filled the air, and for the first time in his life, Harry felt a deep sense of peace. A feeling of belonging. Severus joined him a few moments later, sitting beside him on the porch steps. They didn't need to speak. The silence between them was comfortable, a shared understanding of everything that had been left unsaid. After a while, Severus turned to him, his voice low. "How does it feel?" Harry looked up at the sky, the stars shimmering above them, and smiled. "It feels right." Severus nodded, his gaze soft. "Good. You deserve that." Harry glanced at Severus, his heart full. "Thank you," he whispered, the words barely audible. Severus didn't respond, not with words. But the look in his eyes said enough. Harry had finally found his place, his home. And for the first time, his birthday felt like a celebration of something far more important than just another year. It was a celebration of everything he had gained, everything he had never thought he would have. A family, never going back. The days blurred together, and before Harry knew it, the summer was nearly over. It felt surreal. How easily the weeks had slipped by in the Bouchard-Snape household. Somewhere between moving in with Xander and Severus and becoming part of a family he never knew. Time had lost its meaning. Life had become a series of gentle, comforting routines, lazy mornings around the breakfast table, afternoons spent playing soccer with the kids, and evenings where Severus, who Harry had begun to call Dad, in his head, tucked him into bed like one of his younger siblings. It had been a summer unlike any other. A summer filled with warmth, belonging, and love. Now, in 2 short weeks, all of it would change. Hogwarts was waiting for him. He could already feel the weight of it pressing down, easing his chest tighter with each passing day. Max wouldn't be there. Neither would Daniel or Tess or any of his other siblings. They were all going back to Ilvermorny, the magical school in America that Harry had heard so much about. Ilvermorny, where the friendship games and their school traditions had become such an integral part of their lives. There was a part of Harry, small but growing, that wished he could go with them. At least there, he wouldn't have to be Harry Potter, the boy who lived. He wouldn't have to be the symbol that the world expected him to be. But Hogwarts was different. At Hogwarts, the weight of his name hung over him like a storm cloud. He had to be that Harry, the brave Gryffindor who faced down Voldemort, who led his friends on reckless, dangerous adventures. Except, he didn't feel like that person anymore. He didn't feel like a hero. He wasn't sure he ever really had. Now, after a summer spent with Xander and Severus, surrounded by a family that loved him for just being Harry, the thought of going back to the castle filled him with dread. Lying on his bed, he stared up at the ceiling, listening to the faint sounds of his siblings laughing downstairs. Max had just teased Lynn about something, and she let out a shriek of delight. The sound drifted up through the open door, warm and full of life. This was his family now. A warmth spread through him. A feeling he still wasn't entirely used to. He had never known anything like it. This messy, loud, chaotic love. It was so different from the cold, rigid household of the Dursleys. So much better. But soon, he would have to leave it all behind. The thought made his stomach twist. At Hogwarts, Severus wouldn't be his father. He would be Professor Snape, the cold, stern potions master, feared by most of the student body. He wouldn't be the man who quietly brewed potions to heal Harry's bruises, or who watched movies with them as a family. He wouldn't be the man who tucked Harry into bed after long days filled with laughter. The idea of Severus becoming that distant figure again felt like a punch to the gut. Harry closed his eyes, trying to push the feelings down, but they bubbled up, stubborn and insistent. He didn't want to go back to pretending. He didn't want to go back to being someone he wasn't. A soft knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. Harry. He sat up, blinking as he saw Severus standing there, leaning against the doorframe. His expression was calm, but there was a softness in his eyes that Harry had grown to recognize over the summer. It wasn't the icy mask he wore at Hogwarts. It was Severus, the real Severus, the one who cared. "Mind if I come in?" Severus asked quietly. Harry shrugged, then nodded. Yeah, sure. Severus stepped into the room, sitting on the edge of the bed. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Harry appreciated that about Severus. He never rushed conversations. He let silence settle, comfortable and familiar, giving Harry time to gather his thoughts. You've been quiet these past few days, Severus finally said. His voice was low, steady. He wasn't pushing, just observing. I imagine going back to Hogwarts is weighing on your mind. Harry stared down at his hands, fingers fidgeting with the hem of his shirt. He didn't know how to explain what he was feeling. He wasn't sure he even understood it himself. How could he put into words the dread gnawing at him? The way everything good from this summer felt like it was slipping through his fingers. Yeah, Harry muttered after a long pause. It's just, things are different now. He struggled to find the right words, the right way to explain the knot tightening in his chest. I don't want to go back and have to be that person again. Severus tilted his head slightly. That person, the hero. Harry's voice dropped, almost ashamed. Everyone expects me to be brave, to be like my dad. Severus's jaw tightened at the mention of James, but he didn't let his emotions show. Over the summer, Harry had seen a different side of Severus, the one that had learned to separate his feelings about James Potter from the boy sitting in front of him. You are not James Potter, Severus said firmly, his voice soft but resolute, and you do not have to live up to anyone's expectations but your own. Harry's throat tightened as he heard those words, and he bit his lip, trying to take them in. They sounded so simple, but how could he believe them when the weight of the world seemed to rest on his shoulders? How could he be just Harry when everyone was always telling him who he should be? But at Hogwarts, Harry's voice cracked, and he gestured helplessly around the room, as if the warmth and safety of this house were something tangible he could hold on to. I'll have to pretend. I can't be this. Severus sat in silence for a long time, his dark eyes studying Harry. When he finally spoke, his tone was more serious, but still gentle. You're right. The life we have here, it's not something you can openly show at Hogwarts, not yet. But know this, Harry, what we have, this family, is real. No matter where you are, no matter what role you feel you must play at school, this will always be waiting for you. Harry swallowed hard, a lump forming in his throat. The emotions inside him surged, overwhelming. He blinked rapidly, trying to hold back the tears that blurred his vision. I don't want to go, he whispered, his voice breaking. Please, Severus, don't make me go. Before he realized it, Harry was reaching out, grabbing hold of Severus's robes, hugging him tightly as the tears finally spilled over. His voice cracked as he clung to the only real family he had known, his heart aching at the thought of leaving. I can't. Severus's arms came around him, holding him close. For a moment, they stayed like that, Harry sobbing quietly against Severus's chest, and Severus, silent but steady, comforting him in the only way he knew how. The rest of the world faded away as Harry let himself break down, all the fears and anxieties he had been holding in finally pouring out. And Severus didn't push him away. He didn't tell him to be brave or strong. He just held him, as if he understood completely. A few hours later, Harry had calmed down. He sat at the kitchen table with Max, Nika, and Lynn, playing a game of Uno. The familiar comfort of being surrounded by his siblings helped ease the tension that had been weighing on him all day. Max, in typical fashion, was teasing Lynn mercilessly about her terrible luck with the cards, while Nika tried to be the voice of reason. Just when Harry was beginning to feel like himself again, there was a knock at the door. A house elf appeared with a letter sealed with the crest of Gringotts. Harry frowned as he opened the letter. His heart skipped a beat as he read the formal but curt note from the goblins. Mr. Harry James Potter, we regret to inform you that our recent audit of your vaults has uncovered several unauthorized withdrawals made over the course of the last few years. Funds have been transferred from your primary vault to third parties without your knowledge or consent. The transactions in question began at the direction of one Albus Dumbledore and include regular monthly payments to the following individuals: Molly Weasley, G28 to 7B. Hermione Jean Granger, G37 to 5T. The total sum withdrawn amounts to a substantial portion of your trust fund. In accordance with Gringotts policy, we have suspended all further transactions from your vault pending your instruction. We request that you visit the bank at your earliest convenience to resolve this matter. Yours sincerely, Griphook, Head of Audit Department, Gringotts Bank. Harry's hands trembled as the words sank in. His heart pounded in his chest, but it wasn't shock, not anymore. He had already known Dumbledore couldn't be trusted. The goblins had shown him months ago, revealing the spells, the potions. All the ways Dumbledore had tried to manipulate his life. But this was different. It wasn't just Dumbledore, it was his friends. His friends had been paid to stay by his side. The betrayal hit him like a punch to the gut, sharper than anything he'd ever felt. He clenched the letter tightly, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Harry. Max's voice was soft, concerned. Harry looked up at him, his eyes burning with unshed tears. They were being paid, he whispered, his voice hollow. They were paid to be my friends. The table fell silent, the game forgotten. Max head out to place a hand on Harry's shoulder, but Harry pulled away, the betrayal too raw, too fresh. He pushed his chair back, standing abruptly. Severus, who had been standing by the doorway, stepped forward. His expression unreadable but his eyes dark with anger. Harry, we will deal with this, he said quietly, his voice laced with quiet fury. You are not alone. But Harry wasn't sure what to feel. Anger, sadness, pain, all of it felt too overwhelming, too big to hold. He stared down at the letter, the words blurring before his eyes as the truth set in. He wouldn't go back to Hogwarts. Not now. Not ever. Parents get scared too. Severus closed the door quietly behind him after ensuring Harry had finally fallen asleep. The boy had worn himself out after hours of restless pacing, quiet sobs, and emotions that swirled chaotically beneath the surface: hurt, anger, betrayal. Severus had watched it all, feeling helpless against the storm raging within Harry. And now, the stillness in the house felt oppressive, like a calm before an inevitable storm of its own. As Severus descended the stairs, his thoughts twisted in a knot, dark and simmering. Fury licked at the edges of his control, fury at Dumbledore, the Weasleys, Granger, people who, despite his reluctance, he'd once believed might offer Harry some semblance of safety. And yet, they'd been exposed as pawns in Dumbledore's manipulative game. Complicit in Harry's suffering, the betrayal was a deep, jagged wound, but wallowing in it would do no good. They needed a plan, now more than ever. In the living room, Xander waited. He sat on the couch, legs sprawled out and hands rubbing at his temples as though trying to stave off a brewing headache. At the sound of Severus entering, Xander's sharp blue eyes snapped up, meeting his gaze. "How's he doing?" Xander asked, his voice thick with concern that barely masked his own frustration. "Sleeping," Severus murmured as he sank into the armchair across from him. "I gave him a mild calming draft. He'll be out for a few hours." Xander exhaled slowly, his shoulders sagging with tension. His gaze drifted to a distant point on the wall, brow furrowed as his thoughts churned. "This changes everything, Sev," he said quietly. "We can't send him back. Not to Hogwarts. Not after this." Severus nodded, the weight of that truth settling heavily in his chest. He had been thinking the same thing ever since Harry had revealed that cursed letter from Gringotts. Hogwarts was no longer a refuge for the boy, it had become a battleground, with Dumbledore as the puppet master and Harry as his unwitting pawn. "I know," Severus replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "Dumbledore is a threat. We cannot trust anyone under his influence. And if the Weasleys and Granger sold their loyalty for a few galleons, Merlin knows how far Dumbledore's reach extends." Xander's jaw tightened as he straightened, his resolve hardening. "So, Ilvermorny." Severus hesitated, the idea both a relief and a terror. Ilvermorny would mean safety for Harry, distance from Dumbledore's manipulations. It was the right choice, perhaps the only choice. But the thought of leaving Hogwarts, leaving everything familiar behind, it gnawed at him, filling him with dread. "Ilvermorny," Severus repeated slowly, testing the word, feeling its weight. "It's the logical option. Harry would be far from Dumbledore's influence. Safer." Xander nodded, his eyes softening as he leaned forward. "He won't be alone, Sev. Max, Tess, Daniel, they'll watch out for him. He'll have a real family there." A flicker of hope sparked in Severus' chest. The thought of Harry surrounded by people who truly cared for him offering a brief reprieve from the fear. But the hope was fleeting, quickly smothered by the ever-present dread that twisted in his gut. Dumbledore wouldn't let them go easily. Xander stood up, crossing the room in a few long strides until he was standing in front of Severus. He crouched down, placing his hands on Severus' knees, his touch warm and grounding. "Hey," Xander murmured, his voice low and soothing. "We'll figure this out. You don't have to carry it all alone." Severus swallowed hard, his throat tight with unshed frustration. Xander's hands slid up, squeezing his thighs gently before settling on his hips, pulling Severus forward just enough for their foreheads to touch. "We'll protect him, Sev. We always have, and we always will. You're not in this by yourself." Severus let out a shuddering breath, the weight on his chest easing slightly as Xander's words washed over him. The steady, reassuring presence of his partner was something he clung to, and Xander had always known when to pull him back from the brink of his own spiraling thoughts. I don't know if I can do this," Severus whispered, his voice betraying the fear he'd been trying to suppress. "You can," Xander said firmly, lifting Severus' chin so their eyes met. "You've been doing it for years, Sev. They protected Harry more than anyone else ever could. You're stronger than you think." For a long moment, they stayed like that, foreheads pressed together, Severus grounding himself in the steady beat of Xander's breathing. In the strength of his touch, Xander's hand slowly drifted up, cupping Severus' face, his thumbs brushing over his cheekbones in soothing circles. "Come to bed," Xander murmured softly, standing and gently tugging Severus to his feet. The quiet invitation lingered in the air, and Severus followed, allowing Xander to guide him upstairs. Once inside the bedroom, the exhaustion of the day weighed heavily on his shoulders, but Xander's presence, his gentle touch, was a balm to the frayed edges of his mind. Xander kissed him softly at first, lips warm and comforting. It wasn't rushed, wasn't desperate, just a slow, careful reminder that they were together in this. The kiss deepened, and Severus found himself melting into Xander's embrace, hands grasping at his shirt, pulling him closer as the tension in his body unwound bit by bit. "Let me take care of you tonight," Xander whispered against Severus' lips, his hands sliding under his shirt, warm palms brushing over his skin. Severus didn't protest. He let go, surrendering to Xander's quiet insistence, to the way Xander's touch made him feel anchored when everything else seemed to be falling apart. They moved together, slow and deliberate, Xander coaxing Severus to relax, to let the fear and anger dissipate, if only for a little while. Later, when they lay together, limbs entwined beneath the soft covers, Severus' head resting against Xander's chest, the weight in his chest didn't feel quite so unbearable. He still had a plan to make, a world to navigate, but for now, in the quiet safety of their bed, he could breathe. Officially family. A few days had passed since the revelation at Gringotts, and Harry found himself teetering between emotions that he still couldn't quite name. The hurt and anger, the overwhelming sense of betrayal. These feelings hadn't disappeared, but they had begun to soften, like old bruises fading but not forgotten. The passage of time, though, wasn't the only thing helping. Daniel, Tess, Max, Sal, Nika, and Lynn had been his constant companions, determined to drag Harry out of his sorrow in the only way they knew how, through laughter, games, and, sometimes, a little bit of chaos. Harry had found a surprising sense of comfort in their presence. Tess had spent hours challenging him to wizarding chess, her calm and calculating moves making her an opponent even Ron would struggle against. Sal and Nika, on the other hand, were relentless in their attempts to beat Harry at Exploding Snap, their competitive spirits turning even the simplest game into a battle of wills. Lynn, the youngest of the bunch, had taken to following Harry around, offering him the simple gift of companionship, someone who would listen to his stories and simply sit with him when the weight of everything became too much. Max and Daniel kept him busy with more physical distractions. A spontaneous Quidditch match, in which Max had tried to fly upside down the entire time just to make Harry laugh, had nearly ended in disaster. But it had worked. Harry had laughed, his stomach aching from it, the sound foreign after so many days of sadness. It hadn't taken long for the sadness to ease, though it never fully left him. And the upcoming trip to Ilvermorny was both exciting and terrifying, filling Harry with an anticipation he wasn't sure he was ready for. But today was the day, and there was no turning back. The sun was bright in the sky as they made their way up the mountain to Ilvermorny. The path wound through dense trees, the air crisp and fresh, with the distant sound of birdsong filtering through the woods. Harry, walking between Severus and Xander, felt a knot of nervousness form in his stomach. He had never been this far from Hogwarts before, and, despite the beauty of the surroundings, his heart ached a little at the idea of leaving the only place he had ever considered home. But this was necessary. Dumbledore had made sure of that. "We're almost there," Xander said, his voice low and calm. He glanced down at Harry, offering him a small smile. Harry nodded, but his thoughts were elsewhere. What would it be like, he wondered, to start over at a new school? Would Ilvermorny be as welcoming as Hogwarts had been? Or would it feel like just another place where he didn't quite belong? His mind raced with questions he didn't have answers to, and he found himself looking up at Severus, hoping for some kind of reassurance. Severus, who had been walking in thoughtful silence, seemed to sense Harry's gaze. He placed a firm but gentle hand on the boy's shoulder. "Remember, Harry," he said softly, "there's no rush. We're just here to look." "I know," Harry murmured, but the knot in his stomach didn't ease. As they approached the castle, Harry's breath caught in his throat. Ilvermorny was nothing like Hogwarts. Where Hogwarts was ancient and sprawling, Ilvermorny was regal and majestic, perched high on the summit of Mount Greylock. Its towering granite walls gleamed in the sunlight, and Harry could feel the magic pulsing from the very stones of the castle. The grounds were expansive, framed by dense woods that gave the entire place a secluded, almost otherworldly feel. The massive oak doors of the entrance opened as they approached, and Harry stepped inside, his eyes widening as he took in the grandeur of the entrance hall. The ceiling arched high, above them, domed and intricate, and the walls were adorned with carvings of mythical creatures: the Thunderbird, the Wampus, the Horned Serpent, and the Pukwudgie, each creature brought to life through the artistry of the stone. "Wow," Harry whispered, barely able to contain his awe. Xander chuckled softly, giving Harry's shoulder a gentle squeeze. "It's something, isn't it?" They were soon greeted by Headmistress Windrider, a tall woman with graying hair and bright green robes that billowed softly as she approached. She extended her hand with a warm smile, her presence commanding but gentle. "Welcome to Ilvermorny," she said cheerfully. "I'm Headmistress Windrider. I assume you're here for a tour." Harry shook her hand shyly, nodding. Xander introduced himself and Severus, explaining the purpose of their visit. Windrider smiled warmly. "You're in good hands here. I'll show you everything Ilvermorny has to offer." She gestured for them to follow her, leading them deeper into the castle. The corridors of Ilvermorny were bright and open, with windows that allowed streams of sunlight to pour in, casting soft, golden light across the stone floors. Everywhere they went, Harry saw students in vibrant robes, chatting excitedly or practicing spells. The atmosphere felt alive in a way that was both foreign and familiar, and despite his nerves, Harry felt a small thrill of excitement in his chest. "This," Windrider said as they entered a large circular room, "is the Hall of Houses." Harry's eyes were immediately drawn to the marble floor, where the symbols of the 4 houses were carved in intricate detail. Thunderbird, Wampus, Horned Serpent, and Pukwudgie were all represented, each symbol gleaming as though alive with magic. Above, 4 towering statues of the founders stood watch, their expressions regal and wise. "This is where we hold our sorting ceremony," Windrider explained. "Each student stands on the marble floor, and the house that chooses them will give a sign." Harry stared up at the statues, his mind racing. He couldn't help but wonder which house would choose him if he ever attended Ilvermorny. The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying. What if he didn't fit in? What if none of the houses wanted him? Severus, sensing Harry's internal struggle, stepped closer. "Don't worry," he murmured, his voice low and reassuring. "No matter where you go, you'll be fine." Harry nodded, though the knot in his stomach remained. They continued the tour, passing through various classrooms where students were practicing spells. One classroom in particular caught Harry's attention. A group of older students were practicing advanced transfiguration spells, one of them turning a large wooden desk into a dragon-shaped sculpture that breathed harmless puffs of smoke. "I've never seen that before," Harry whispered, his eyes wide with amazement. Xander smiled. Ilvermorny has a slightly different curriculum than Hogwarts. They focus more on creative magic, which can lead to some interesting results. As they moved through the castle, Harry found himself growing more and more intrigued by the school. There was a sense of magic in the air that was different from Hogwarts, something new and exciting. It wasn't just the spells or the architecture, but the way the school seemed to hum with life, as though it was always on the verge of something extraordinary. Their final stop was the library, a massive room filled with towering bookshelves that stretched as far as the eye could see. The scent of old parchment and ink filled the air, and Harry's heart skipped a beat as he stepped inside. "This is incredible," he murmured, his fingers brushing the spines of the books as he wandered through the aisles. For the first time in days, a genuine smile spread across his face. And Severus felt a small flicker of hope. Headmistress Windrider gave them a few moments to explore before leading them out of the castle and back down the mountain. Harry's mind was racing as they descended the path, his thoughts filled with everything he had seen. Ilvermorny was different, yes, but it was also exciting. A part of him felt like it could be home, even if he wasn't quite ready to admit it. After the tour, they made their way to a nearby wizarding village, a small, quaint town nestled at the base of the mountain. The streets were cobbled and winding, with colorful magical shops lining both sides. It was the kind of place that felt cozy and welcoming, and Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of peace as they walked through the village. Xander led them to a small ice cream parlor, its brightly colored awnings flapping gently in the breeze. The air inside was filled with the sweet scent of freshly made waffle cones, and Harry's mouth watered as he scanned the menu. He finally settled on a cone of Galaxy Swirl, a deep purple ice cream that sparkled like the night sky. Xander and Severus chose simpler flavors, and the three of them found a small table by the W.I.N.D.A. where they could watch the bustling street outside. As they ate, Harry's thoughts drifted back to Ilvermorny. He wasn't sure what to make of it yet, but the idea of starting fresh somewhere new. It wasn't as terrifying as it had been that morning. There was something about Ilvermorny that felt different from Hogwarts, but not in a bad way. It felt like a place where he could be himself, where he didn't have to live up to anyone's expectations. Severus cleared his throat, pulling Harry from his thoughts. "Harry," he began, his voice soft but serious, "Xander and I have been talking, and there's something we'd like to discuss with you." Harry looked up, confusion flickering across his face. "What is it?" Xander exchanged a glance with Severus before turning to Harry, his expression gentle. "We've been thinking about adoption." Harry's heart skipped a beat, and he stared at them in disbelief. "Adoption?" "Yes," Severus said quietly. "We want to adopt you, Harry. Officially." For a moment, Harry couldn't breathe. The word hung in the air between them, heavy and filled with so much meaning. Adoption. A family. Something he had never dared to dream of. Are you sure?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Of course, we're sure," Xander said with a smile. "You're already part of our family, Harry. This is just making it official." Tears welled up in Harry's eyes, and he blinked them away quickly, trying to process the overwhelming emotions surging through him. For so long, he had felt alone, like he didn't truly belong anywhere. But now, here were Xander and Severus, offering him the one thing he had always longed for, a family. His family. Harry's voice cracked, and he looked down at his hands, overwhelmed. "I don't know what to say." "You don't have to say anything right now," Severus said gently. "Just think about it. We won't rush you." Harry nodded, his throat tight with emotion. He didn't need to think about it. He knew, deep down, that this was what he wanted. More than anything. But the weight of the moment, the enormity of what they were offering, was almost too much to handle all at once. The rest of the day passed in a blur. They wandered through the village, stopping in shops and browsing magical trinkets, but Harry's mind was elsewhere. All he could think about was what Xander and Severus had said. Adoption. A family. Could it really be that simple? Could he really have a home, after everything? That evening, as they returned to their house and settled in for the night, Harry found himself sitting by the fireplace, lost in thought. The flickering flames cast a warm glow across the room, and he felt a sense of calm wash over him. Severus sat down beside him, his presence steady and reassuring. "Are you all right?" Harry. Harry nodded slowly. Yeah, I can't believe you'd want to adopt me. After everything. Severus frowned slightly. Why wouldn't we? I don't know, Harry murmured, his voice small. I've never had a family before. Not really. And I don't want to mess this up. Severus sighed softly, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry, you're not going to mess anything up. We want you to be a part of this family because we love you. And nothing you do will change that. Tears welled up in Harry's eyes again, and this time, he didn't try to stop them. He leaned into Severus, resting his head on his shoulder. And for the first time in a long time, he allowed himself to feel the full weight of everything. The pain, the fear, the hope, the love. It was all there, swirling inside him, but for once. It didn't feel overwhelming. It felt right. I want this, Harry whispered, his voice barely audible. I want to be part of your family. Severus smiled softly, his arms wrapping around Harry in a gentle embrace. You already are, Harry. You already are. The following day, Harry woke up feeling lighter than he had in weeks. The weight of the past few days, the revelations at Gringotts, the tour of Ilvermorny, the offer of adoption, it was all still there, but it didn't feel as heavy anymore. Instead, it felt like the beginning of something new. Something good. At breakfast, Ender and Severus exchanged a knowing glance as Harry entered the kitchen. The other kids were still asleep, so it was just the three of them. How are you feeling this morning? Xander asked, his voice warm. Harry smiled, a genuine smile that reached his eyes. Better. A lot better. That's good to hear, Severus said, pouring himself a cup of tea. Harry hesitated for a moment before speaking again. I've been thinking about what you said yesterday. About adoption. Both Xander and Severus looked at him expectantly, waiting for him to continue. I want to do it, Harry said softly. I want to be part of your family. Officially. The smiles that spread across Xander and Severus' faces were filled with so much warmth and love that Harry felt his heart swell in his chest. This was real. This was happening. Xander reached out and ruffled Harry's hair affectionately. We're glad to hear that, kiddo. Welcome home, Harry. Ghosts cannot cry. Not that Lily is a ghost. She's more of a specter. She hasn't moved on yet. She can't. Not until Harry is safe and Voldemort is gone for good. Until then, she'll watch over him. It's all she can do, but that doesn't stop her from raging and screaming when Albus sends her precious boy to her sister's house to be abused and neglected. It doesn't stop her from cursing his name when he puts her 5-year-old baby under potions and spells, violating his mind and body for the sake of some grand plan. It doesn't stop her heart from shattering when she sees Severus, the boy she once called a friend, pay a high price for saving her son's life. James hadn't even wanted to think about Severus at first. He had raged just as hard as Lily at the man who had been their enemy for so long. But as time passed, Lily watched Severus redeem himself 1,000 times over. He saved lives, souls, making more amends than even she believed he owed. By the time Harry set foot in Hogwarts, James had finally let it go. But their anger wasn't directed at Severus anymore. Not when Albus rewarded him for keeping Harry safe from Quirrell as much as he could. Harry was a force of nature by ignoring his concerns about Harry's abuse, despite the clear signs in just 9 months. That's when James cursed Dumbledore nearly as much as Lily did. James refused to let her watch their son suffer alone. Day by day, the regret in his eyes grew stronger. Heartbreak and fury boiled inside him, watching what had become of their beloved boy. And every night, Lily whispered reassurances to Harry, even though he couldn't hear her. She told him she loved him, that she was there for him. That one day it would be okay. She screamed into the void, begging for anyone at all, to save him. She begged them to get her son away from those monsters Dumbledore dared to call Harry's family. Each time Harry was beaten, starved, poisoned, or forced into sleep deprivation, Lily fell apart a little more. She couldn't take the Harry hunting, the cruel potions, the fucking leech draining him. The way his spirit unbeknownst to her boy was being broken little by little. And then there were the near-death experiences. Meeting their murderer in his first year, nearly dying. G in his second. That terrified Harry and utterly shattered Lily. She sobbed her tearless cries, raging against the unfairness and brutality unfolding before her. They watch as Remus begins to crumble, as Sirius becomes a hollow shell of the man he once was, trapped in Azkaban without a trial. James aches for his friends, for the broken world they left behind. There's nothing she and James can do. But it doesn't stop Lily from trying. From whispering, "Harry Potter," into every ear she can, hoping someone, somehow, will hear her. James whispers too, and then, one day, someone does. Xander arrives at the Dursleys' doorstep. He takes Harry with him, away from the nightmare, and finally, her son is safe. Safe with Severus and Xander and their children, where he finds a place to belong. For the first time in over a decade, Lily feels a glimmer of peace. She watches Severus throw himself into caring for Harry, watches him tell their son the truth, no matter how much it might make Harry hate him. And when Harry breaks down, she and James hold their breath, watching with clenched hearts as their boy rises again, fighting to find happiness. But each time Harry smiles, each time he feels safe, Dumbledore's manipulations come back to punch him in the gut, and Lily and James can do nothing but watch. When Sirius finally escapes from Azkaban, and he meets Catherine, Lily didn't like her from the start. They have some hope. And when Pettigrew is caught, they believe, maybe, the worst is over. But life is never that simple. They watch Harry find a family with Severus and Xander, even as Sirius struggles to heal. They grow proud of Harry's resilience, watching him stand tall despite everything. At night, when the house is quiet and Harry is in bed, Lily curls up in a chair beside him. She whispers her love, her reassurances. She hopes, even though he can't hear her, that he can feel her presence, her love wrapping around him. Sometimes, she imagines that maybe, just maybe, he knows she's there. She wishes with all her heart for the day she can tell him, truly tell him, that she's proud of him. That she loves him more than words can say. Lily hopes. James hopes. In early July, a single envelope lay on Dumbledore's desk, plain and unassuming yet charged with purpose. The words, "Severus Snape," were scrawled in neat, deliberate handwriting on the back of the envelope. When Dumbledore opened it, he felt a slight, uncharacteristic flutter of worry. Severus Snape was known for his unwavering loyalty to Hogwarts, and any letter from him bore weight. Inside was Snape's resignation letter, concise and direct. It read simply, "Albus, I hereby tender my resignation from my post at Hogwarts, effective immediately." Dumbledore's heart sank. Severus, a key asset in so many of his plans, was leaving, and he hadn't the faintest idea why. It was unthinkable that Snape would leave his position, yet here it was, written and signed in his unmistakable hand. No reason was given, no explanation. For once, Dumbledore was caught entirely off guard. He sent a response by owl, trying to reason with Severus, but each message returned unanswered. By the time Dumbledore realized he would get no reply, Severus and his family had already vanished from the known magical world, leaving behind no trace but rumors. The resignation was the first domino that marked a break in Dumbledore's control, and the first inkling he had that things would not go as planned. By September, as Dumbledore sat in the Great Hall with the absence of Harry Potter looming in front of him, he recalled that resignat Ion letter and felt a chill that had nothing to do with the crisp September air. Severus Snape had walked away from Hogwarts, and taken Harry Potter with him. The usual excitement and anticipation filled the air as students bustled through the halls, eager to begin another term. The enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall reflected the clear September skies, and professors settled in at the staff table, ready for the sorting ceremony. But something was off. Albus Dumbledore felt it the moment he stepped into the hall. He scanned the crowd of incoming first years, his keen blue eyes searching, his long fingers twitching slightly. It was an unconscious habit of his, one that betrayed his unease. The moment he could no longer avoid the missing piece he dreaded struck like a cold wind. Harry Potter was not there. The chair where Harry should have sat remained empty. "Professor McGonagall," he murmured, turning to his deputy, who leaned over to him at the staff table, a worried expression crossing her features. "It seems young Potter is absent. Did you receive word of his delay?" Dumbledore's lips pressed together tightly. He shook his head, his expression carefully composed. "No, Minerva, I assumed he would be here as expected." But inwardly, panic began to rise. Harry Potter missing the start of term. It was unthinkable. Harry, the boy who lived, the key to everything. As the sorting ceremony began, he excused himself from the table as soon as it was done, his mind racing. Dumbledore rushed to his office, muttering the password to the stone gargoyle. His thoughts flashed back to the summer when he had checked on Harry briefly, just enough to ensure he was still under the protection of the Dursleys, confined and controlled as planned. But now, that plan seemed to be falling apart. The moment Dumbledore settled behind his desk, he waved his hand, summoning the parchment containing the Hogwarts registry. The enchanted scroll unfurled before him, the names of each student glowing softly in the candlelight. He flipped quickly through the list, searching for Harry Potter. And then he saw it. Harry James Potter, disenrolled. For the first time in years, Dumbledore's heart skipped a beat. How could this be possible? Disenrolled. No student had ever been disenrolled from Hogwarts without his approval. He hadn't given such permission, and there had been no legal precedent for Harry to leave the school. The Potter's will, his own machinations, ensured that Harry would be bound to Hogwarts, and more importantly, bound to Dumbledore's control. His mind raced back to all the meticulous planning. The strings he had pulled, the manipulations he had kept hidden from everyone, including Harry himself. From the blood wards that kept Harry tied to the Dursleys, to the subtle loyalty spells he had cast, ensuring Harry would trust him implicitly. All of it was falling apart, the threads unraveling. "Fox," he called, his voice echoing with tension. The Phoenix perched silently, watching his master with an almost pitying look. But Dumbledore wasn't paying attention. He was too busy scrambling for answers. Harry was gone. Dumbledore's mind was reeling. He couldn't let Harry slip away. He was too important to the future of the wizarding world. Desperation clawed at him as he began pulling out every resource he had, summoning portraits, sending owls. There had to be a way to bring Harry back under his control. There was too much at stake. But what he didn't yet realize was that Harry was no longer the vulnerable boy he had manipulated. Harry now had people who loved him, who would protect him, and who had broken the chains Dumbledore had secretly bound him with. As the pieces began to fall, Dumbledore's grip on the future loosened, inch by inch. This is it for this movie. Well, it is not over yet. Keep commenting to remind me.